enough to make us overwhelmed and unable to truly kill it. Usually, this level of heavenly protection can only be triggered when the destined child's luck points exceed 50,000. Heaven's protection. Oh, that's right, he looked up suddenly. Every time I'm about to succeed, this thief god jumps out and interferes. Doesn't that mean I'll never be able to kill these children of destiny? Host. Use your brain. The system simulated a clang-clang sound similar to striking metal for emphasis. You can't just rely on a head-on confrontation. Use tactics. Use strategy. First, use all means to severely reduce their luck value, or as you understand it, destiny value, to their core. Make them fall below the 50,000 protection line. Without this tortoise shell, they're nothing more than stronger ants. He. Shen Xinghe's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. A sudden realization dawned on him. He slapped his thigh hard. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? That system. The Tongtian card I just used, as you see, I only used it for a short while. Can I cancel it first? I can use it next time. Cannot. How stingy! Shen Xinghe curled his lips and muttered softly. Startup rules cannot be modified by non-system permissions. Okay, got it. Shen Xinghe waved his hands helplessly, deciding not to dwell on this unsolvable problem anymore. He stretched his muscles, his eyes became cold and sharp again, looking in a certain direction, murderous intent gathered again. Forget it, business is more important. Let me first clean up those bastards who have offended me and collect some interest. The aura around him began to become dangerous. Host, that empress, are you really going to completely ignore her? Don't forget, you were able to break through the Yuanfu realm so quickly thanks to her powerful and pure. The system's wording was clearly ambiguous. Shen Xinghe's body suddenly stiffened. The image of those sad amethyst eyes, that pale, fragile yet beautiful face, and that intoxicating ultimate experience of tenderness and tight fusion flashed through my mind. An indescribable feeling of guilt and complex emotions instantly gripped him, causing his handsome face to feel slightly hot and even his breathing to become disordered for a moment. He forced himself to remain calm, trying to cover up his momentary loss of composure with coldness and rationality. His voice was deliberately raised, with a hint of timidity underneath. Who cares about her? Why should I care about her? I'm afraid that when I'm fighting the Destiny Child for the most crucial moment, she'll jump out and ruin my plans. Host, you seem to have misunderstood. Her loss of control stems from the conflicting nature of her artistic conception. Divine salvation and slaughter, like fire and water, clashed fiercely within her Taoist heart. Witnessing your bloody, almost city-slaughtering methods, greatly stimulated her divine salvation artistic conception, triggering a violent rejection reaction. Furthermore, she had just emerged from the 1,000-year-old ice coffin, and her spirit and heart were already in turmoil, which led to her almost instinctive obstruction. This was not directed at you, but rather the imbalance of her heart caused by the conflicting artistic conception. Shen Xinghe was silent. He stood there, the night wind ruffling his black hair across his forehead, obscuring the complex emotions swirling in his eyes. Actually, the system's voice carried a hint of persuasion, like the whisper of a devil. It's not that you can't help her, you can help him modify his artistic conception, but the modified artistic conception will be the same as yours. It raises an attractive possibility. Shen Xinghe suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming, and asked anxiously, What do you mean? Tell me quickly. The method is. But the prerequisite is you, the host, must first comprehend and master your own artistic realm. When you step into the realm of the heavenly wheel and truly understand your own path, you will be qualified to touch, or even reshape the foundation of others' artistic realm. Telling you now will only add to your troubles. Heavenly Wheel Realm. System. You really are my soulmate. You understand me. Ha! The system let out a very anthropomorphic, all-knowing, mocking laugh. I knew it. You, little boy, must still be thinking about that stunning empress in your heart. You say you're done with us, but your body and soul are honest. After all, she is much more proactive, selfless, brave, diligent, and dedicated than that master you bully every day. TSK, you pervert. How can you really let go just like that? The system's rant was incredibly sharp, accurately tearing through the mask Shen Xinghe was trying to disguise. Cough cough cough. Shen Xinghe coughed repeatedly due to choking. No. The topic suddenly changed, and the system posed a cold and realistic question. Speaking of which, host, are you really not afraid that Yi Chen will come and fuck you? The Laoshao class has started. If a cultivator wants to move from the Huagang realm to the Tianluan realm, he must comprehend the artistic conception. Chapter 55 Choice? I'm a little scared, but not much. Maybe he's gone. However, at the edge of his divine consciousness, another crisis has already broken out. Jun Weishua leaned against the white dragon, his purple eyes dim, and there was still blood on his lips. She was trying to gather a bit of spiritual energy to heal her wounds when several sharp sounds of breaking through the air tore through the silence. The Huang and Li families finally followed the scent and caught up with them. In the Huang family camp, there are 2 cultivators in the middle stage of the Dharma realm. 3 cultivators in the early stage of the Dharma realm are scattered on the left and right. On the Li family's side, 4 cultivators in the early stage of the Dharma phase surrounded an old man in the middle stage of the Dharma phase. The old man looked greedily at the 9 nether soul calming bell floating in front of Jun Weishua, which was emitting a faint dark light. It's her. It's this witch, a cultivator from the Huang family screamed, pointing at Jun Weishua's bell. The aura is right. She must have used this evil bell to harm the children of our Huang and Li families. Seize the bell. Avenge our clan. The Li family elder was even more direct. He shouted, not giving Jun Weishua any room to defend herself. Greed and murderous intent instantly ignited the air. Get started. Whoever grabs it first gets the bell, someone shouted, completely igniting the scene. In an instant, a violent spiritual energy wave exploded. The flash of swords and sabers, blazing flames and ice, poisonous mist and vines, all kinds of magical powers of the Dharma realm poured down on the isolated and helpless Jun Weishua. Roar! The white dragon roared angrily, its huge body coiled, trying to protect its master, and spewed out icy dragon breath. But 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Let alone the siege of 10 Dharma realm masters. Jun Weishua gathered up his last bit of strength, turned into a shadow, and dodged with difficulty in the dense attacks, his purple eyes filled with desperate anger. However, a cunning and fierce green sword light broke through Bai Long's defense and tore a deep wound in her left shoulder that could be seen to the bone with a swish. The blood instantly dyed her white clothes red. Immediately afterwards, a heavy palm print wrapped in the power of earth and rock slammed into her back. Puff! Jun Weishua felt as if she was hit by a heavy hammer, her delicate body trembled violently, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her breath plummeted. She looked at the figures who were madly rushing towards the 9 nether soul calming bell, and a hint of resolute mockery flashed in her eyes. Don't you want it? Okay. I'll give it to you. She used up her last bit of strength and swung her hand violently. The suspended 9 nether soul calming bell transformed into a streak of dark light, shooting away from her. Bowling. Grab it quickly. Most of the monks immediately changed direction and rushed madly towards the flying dim light, with only greed in their eyes. However, there are still 2 exceptions. The Huang family's Dharma realm midstage cultivator, a middle-aged man with a sinister face and lustful glint in his eyes, not only did not chase Ling Ling, but instead rushed towards the crumbling Jun Weishua with a grim smile. My little beauty, bells are not as important as you. Just come back with me and be my daughter-in-law. You can serve my son and I will make sure your life is safe. He formed his 5 fingers into claws, and with a fishy smell, he grabbed Jun Weishua's white wrist. At the same time, the young cultivator from the Li family who was in the early stage of the Dharma phase also came over with a lewd smile, emitting a sickening pink mist around him, carrying an aura that confused the mind. He. What's the point of being his daughter-in-law? Come practice dual cultivation with this young master. I'm proficient in the secret method of sexual intercourse, which will surely make you feel like you're in ecstasy and unforgettable for the rest of your life. Obscene mood open. The pink mist was like a living thing, with a strong charm and corrosive power, instantly enveloping Jun Weishua. She was already seriously injured and weak, and her mind suddenly became dazed. She saw many hallucinations before her eyes, and her body was sore and weak that she could hardly stand. The evil claws of the middle-aged man from the Huang family were within reach. Court death. At this critical moment, a roar filled with rage that could burn the heavens and freeze souls erupted, like divine thunder from the 9 heavens. Space was torn apart by the violent force. A figure burning with platinum divine flames suddenly descended with terrifying speed that could tear through the void in boundless murderous intent. Shen Xinghe. He was like teleporting, arriving first from behind, and slamming the face of the young man from the Li family who was in a state of obscene mood. Open your fucking artistic conception. Did I let you open it? Bang! There was no scream, only a dull and heart-pounding explosion. The young man's head and upper body exploded instantly like a watermelon smashed by a huge force. Red, white, and shattered bone fragments mixed with pink, obscene mist splattered violently in radial patterns. The strong smell of blood mixed with the sickening powder mist filled the air. The headless corpse staggered and collapsed to the ground. This extremely bloody and terrifying scene left everyone stunned. Even the middle-aged man from the Huang family who was rushing towards Jun Weishue suddenly froze. Shen Xinghe's movements didn't pause at all. His figure flashed like a ghost and appeared beside the middle-aged man from the Huang family. The right leg, filled with violent power, was like a 5-shot steel whip, sweeping towards the opponent's waist and abdomen with a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Roll. Crack. Boom. The teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking and the dull sound of impact rang out almost at the same time. The middle-aged man from the Huang family didn't even have time to react before his whole body was kicked into the air and slammed into a remaining thick stone wall dozens of feet away. Boom! The stone wall collapsed, completely burying him. In the thick smoke and dust, there was no sound at all. It was obvious that his internal organs had been blasted by a kick, and he was dead beyond death. In just a moment, 2 Dharma realm monks, one dead and one exploded. It was like killing a chicken. The remaining 8 monks who were fighting for the 9 nether soul calming bell only came back to their senses from extreme shock and fear at this moment. Run, someone screamed, and the 8 people no longer cared about bowling. They just wanted to escape from this hellish Shura field. Water run. Shen Xinghe's eyes flashed with coldness, and murderous intent boiled over. He suddenly clasped his hands together, palms facing each other. Molanuan see fire burn. Call. Dark blue light gushed out from his palm. The flames instantly turned into a raging dark blue sea of fire, moving at an extremely fast speed, as if it had life. It accurately caught up with the 8 figures who were fleeing for their lives and refined them in an instant. Ah! A shrill and desperate howl that didn't sound like a human voice suddenly rang out, and then stopped abruptly. The dark blue flame burned silently. It wasn't extremely hot, but it reduced everything to ash. Flesh, blood, bones melted the moment they came into contact with the flames. The 8 Dharma realm cultivators couldn't even struggle. In just a few breaths, they were refined into 5 wisps of rising green smoke and completely disappeared from this world. Not even a trace of residue was left behind. There was only the slight hissing sound of the dark blue flame burning. Shen Xinghe slowly withdrew his hand, and the terrifying dark blue sea of fire dissipated. He didn't even glance at the 5 wisps of green smoke, as if he had just done something insignificant. He turned around, his eyes like a cold sword, cast at Jun Weishue, who was staggering not far away, his face pale, his purple eyes filled with horror, confusion, and complex emotions. He raised his hand and grabbed at the air. The 9 nether soul calming bell that was left on the ground was pulled by the power of spiritual energy and slowly flew up. It hovered steadily in front of Jun Weishue's eyes, emitting a faint dark light. Shen Xinghe's voice was eerily calm, yet it contained the power to penetrate people's hearts. It resounded clearly in the dead silence of the ruins. Now, do you understand? He stared into her vacant purple eyes. I'll give you 2 choices. First, follow me. Go to the Huang family, go to the Li family, and kill them all, up to and including the entire clan. Second, stay here. Wait and see if they'll come looking for you again. Chapter 56, Destroying the Huang and Li families. Host, you are forcing me to do what I want. Besides, the system couldn't help but complain. However, it didn't finish its words. I'll go with you. A weak but extremely clear and resolute voice sounded. Jun Weishue raised his pale face, and his purple eyes, which were once filled with sadness and confusion, were now staring at Shen Xinghe. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The system's voice suddenly stopped. A barely perceptible flicker of emotion flashed across Shen Xinghe's deep eyes. Without a word, he took a step forward, his slender fingers pausing for a fraction of a second before gently tapping Jun Weishue's smooth, cool forehead. A faint light flashed at the fingertips, and a stream of pure spiritual power quietly flowed in. Then, he put his right hand together and pointed like a knife, slashing towards the void in front of him. Sizzle! A space crack with platinum divine flames flowing at the edge suddenly opened up, revealing the bizarre and chaotic void flow behind it. Walk! Shen Xinghe's voice was calm and he was the first to step into the crack. Jun Weishue took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart and the remaining fear, and followed closely. The two figures were instantly swallowed by the void, and the crack closed silently. The next moment, space ripples spread out above the Huang family's magnificent mansion. The figures of Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishue stepped out from the void, standing in the air, looking down coldly at the Huang family below, who were brightly lit but unaware of the impending disaster. The night wind blew by with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. I'll cripple them, and you come to finish them off. Before he finished speaking, Shen Xinghe's figure had disappeared. The Huang family was exterminated, starting. There were no earth-shattering announcements, no unnecessary nonsense. Shen Xinghe instantly unleashed a torrent of blood. The 10,000 soul-devouring immortal banner rise. Buzz! It emerged from the void behind Shen Xinghe. The banner fluttered and blew. Suddenly, the wind howled and thousands of ghosts cried together. A thick aura of death instantly flooded the entire Huang family mansion. Countless twisted ghosts screamed and pounced on the ground. Wherever they passed, the Huang family members with lower cultivation levels were directly sucked dry of their essence, blood, and souls, turning into mummies on the ground. Who are you, the monster? How dare you attack our Huang family? Several powerful auras rose from the depths of the mansion. They were none other than the Huang family's Dharma realm elders. Their eyes were bloodshot as they summoned their magical weapons, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in an attempt to repel this terrifying ghost realm. Flowing light breaking the air. Shen Xinghe's figure appeared and disappeared in the black fog of resentful souls. He pointed his finger, and the clear sound of the sword at his waist resounded through the sky. Clang! A stream of platinum light, condensed to the extreme, suddenly tore through the darkness. It ignored the distance and arrived in an instant. Puff! 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 The three elders in the early stage of the Dharma realm who had just taken flight had their protective auras pierced through like thin paper. Vital points between their eyebrows, throats, and hearts simultaneously shot out bloody arrows. They didn't even have time to scream before the light in their eyes was extinguished in an instant and their bodies fell to the dust. Junior! Prepare to die. The Huang family's most powerful ancestor, the late Dharma realm, stood up with his hair and beard standing on end, and attacked in anger. A huge, ochre-colored Dharma palm covered the sky and the sun, and it slammed down with a force of 10,000 kilograms. Humph, an ant trying to shake a tree. Shen Xinghe's eyes were indifferent, and he slightly opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and made a light grip towards the giant palm that was pressing down. Millennium see fire bind. Deep, dark blue flames appeared out of thin air, instantly transforming into countless icy chains of flame, wrapping around the giant, earth-yellow palm. An extreme chill and incinerating force erupted. Zizz's crack. The seemingly formidable giant palm, under the erosion of the Molan Abyss Sea, quickly disintegrated and dissipated. The Huang family ancestor was as if being devoured by a powerful force, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror. It's your turn. Shen Xinghe's cold gaze swept over a core member of the Huang family who was entangled by a resentful spirit, had broken legs, and was wailing in fear. He flicked his fingers slightly, and a burst of energy accurately destroyed the opponent's dantian in arms. Jun Weishue hovered in mid-air, staring at the hellish scene below. Her body trembled slightly, her face paler than before. Blood, slaughter, and desperate wails constantly assaulted her senses. The knuckles of her fingers gripping the hilt of the sword turned white from the force, and the golden light, divine salvation, and the bloody light, killing, in her purple eyes clashed fiercely, causing her to close her eyes in pain. Get started. Jun Weishua suddenly opened her eyes. Looking at the enemy squirming on the ground in Shen Xinghe's cold, scrutinizing gaze, an unprecedented sense of determination suddenly overwhelmed her inner struggle. Ah! She let out a scream that was almost like collapse, and the long sword in her hand turned into a cold light. With all her fear, anger, and desperate will, she stabbed down fiercely. Puff! The long sword pierced the heart of the Huang family member with precision. Warm blood splattered on her pale cheek. She was stunned, holding the sword, breathing heavily, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind. Shen Xinghe remained silent, simply continuing his slaughter. The 10,000 soul-devouring immortal banner fluttered, vengeful spirits rampaged, the Molan Abyss seafire burned silently, instantly refining those who resisted. Jun Weishua, after her initial awkwardness and struggle, began to move with decisiveness. Although every swing of the sword was accompanied by a sharp pain in her heart, she gritted her teeth, her eyes growing colder and colder, as if she were about to become an empress. She no longer hesitated. Every time she attacked, she accurately stabbed the vital points of the Huang family's core disciples, who had lost the ability to resist, which Shen Xinghe had deliberately left behind. The blood in her purple eyes gradually overwhelmed the golden light. The Huang family turned into a dead in scorched earth amidst desperate wails and horrific destruction. Shen Xinghe looked at Jun Weishua, whose breathing was a little disordered, whose face was still pale but whose eyes were completely different, and nodded slightly imperceptibly. Next one. He said it briefly and tore open the space again. Above the Li family mansion. The same drama is happening again. The ghostly cries of the 10,000 souls banner, the output of physical combat, the burning of the Molan Abyss sea fire. Shen Xinghe is still that cold and efficient destruction machine. And this time, Jun Weishua's performance made Shen Xinghe's eyes flash with a hint of real satisfaction. She no longer needed Shen Xinghe's urging. When Shen Xinghe crippled his target and threw it in front of her, she simply took a deep breath, suppressing the even stronger repulsive pain deep within her heart. Her eyes were cold and focused, and the sword in her hand was already able to stab steadily and accurately. Although his movements still trembled slightly, the hesitation and fear had largely disappeared. Every swing of the sword was a forced suppression and challenge to his own divine salvation state. The Li family followed in the footsteps of the Huang family and was wiped out in blood and fire. When the last elder of the Li family turned into green smoke in the dark blue flames, Jun Weishua's tense nerves finally reached their limit. She groaned, and the blood color in her purple eyes that was forcibly suppressing the golden light instantly disappeared, and the golden light became brighter. Two completely opposite artistic conceptions collided violently in the depths of her heart like two torrents. Puff! She suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, her delicate body fell backwards softly, and her consciousness instantly fell into darkness. Shen Xinghe's figure flashed and he instantly appeared behind her, his strong arms firmly embracing her limp body. It was icy cold where she touched, and her breath was extremely weak. Shen Xinghe frowned slightly and immediately injected a trace of pure spiritual power to try to heal her. However, it was of no use at all. Host, don't waste your energy. She wasn't overdrawn, but rather forcibly suppressing and resisting her core state of mind for too long, triggering a backlash from her Tao heart. Her spirit and will were overconsumed, causing her to fall into a self-protective slumber. Let her rest for a few days, and she'll recover naturally. Shen Xinghe's tense expression relaxed slightly upon hearing this. He looked down at the pale, yet still breathtakingly beautiful face of the woman in his arms, and the glaring bloodstain on her lips, his eyes filled with a complex and unreadable expression. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really didn't expect that this little beauty, for you, could actually resist the backlash of the Tao heart realm to this extent. That's the charm, there's no other choice. Ha ha ha. Bah! You're just bragging about your mother. Can you please have some shame? Didn't she recognize the wrong person? A huge eye roll flashed before Shen Xinghe's eyes. Shen Xinghe didn't get angry, but laughed softly. He carefully adjusted his posture to make Jun Weishue lean more comfortably. Then, he had an idea. Sleep peacefully. A gentle spiritual power lifted Jun Weishue's body and slowly sent it into the internal space of the Super Qiankuan bag. After doing all this, Shen Xinghe sent a clear divine thought to the Qiankuan bag. Yan Luo, Mei Xiao, take good care of her for me. The night wind blew away the smoke, leaving behind only scorched earth and thick, inextricable blood. Chapter 57 Jiang Shiyu. By the way, we should take advantage of the time it takes to wipe out the Ji Boduan family. That will solve the problem. Ding! The host kills the Tang family, the Destiny villain system takes effect, and gains a villain value of 9,000. 9,000 villain value? That's pretty good indeed. Shen Xinghe slowly raised his right hand and casually drew a cross with his thumb in the air in front of him. Sizzle! Space was silently torn apart. A dazzling cross-shaped void crack, composed of countless tiny starlight, suddenly appeared. Cross-star break! Shen Xinghe took a step forward. Lanyue Kingdom, the prosperous imperial capital. The sun was shining, the streets were bustling, people were busy as usual, and monks were flying through the air. Suddenly, a huge cross-shaped light mark appeared in the sky. Boom! Invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire nation. Whether it was peddlers or nobles, even the soaring monks, they all felt as if they were being crushed by an invisible mountain. Plop! Plop! Countless figures knelt uncontrollably on the ground, their bodies trembling, their souls trembling. The entire imperial capital instantly fell into a dead silence. Deep in the palace, the Tianluan realm priest who was in charge of Lanyue Kingdom, an old man with white hair and beard, turned pale in an instant. He forced himself to rush out of the palace, looking up at the cross of light that was tearing through the sky, and the figure that slowly stepped out of the light. The figure was bathed in pure white holy light, his face was blurred, only a pair of eyes looked down at the world with indifference. The old man felt that his Tianluan realm cultivation was as insignificant as a firefly in front of the bright moon in the face of such pressure. He cupped his hands together, his voice filled with utter awe. Senior! I am Mo Xian, the worshipper of Lanyue country. I wonder why you have come to our country. He didn't even dare to raise his head. Murder! Shen Xinghe's voice was flat and calm. Mo Xian Gongfu shuddered all over, a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and he almost lost control of his bladder. It felt like his diaper was soaked. The pure white holy energy flowing around this being before him, far from bringing peace, instead made him feel a sense of terror. It was a power beyond his comprehension. At this moment, a graceful and elegant figure with unyielding imperial majesty slowly walked out from the jade steps in the deepest part of the palace. The person who came was the queen of Lanyue Kingdom, Jiang Shiyu. She was dressed in a bright yellow nine phoenix flying heavenly robe. She had a tall and graceful figure, and the solemn robe made her look even more plump and proud, with the undulating peaks and ridges of her figure breathtaking. The beautiful face carried the majesty of an emperor and a hint of imperceptible fear. Her dark eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her phoenix eyes were full of majesty. A pair of exquisite bright yellow crystal high heels made a crisp and steady sound as they stepped on the jade steps. Every step seemed to step on the hearts of the subjects, showing the demeanor and grace of a king. At this moment, she stood with her head held high, under the pressure of Shen Xinghe, like an imperial flower proudly blooming in the storm. She walked to the side of Mo Xian, and bowed to Shen Xinghe in the void. Her posture was neither humble nor arrogant, and her voice was as clear as a phoenix's cry, with a trace of calmness that she tried hard to maintain. I, Jiang Shiyu, the ruler of Lanyue, pay my respects to you, senior. I did not know you were coming, and I apologize for not welcoming you. I beg your forgiveness. I wonder what instructions you have for visiting my country. She tried to look towards the figure in the holy light, trying to see the blurry face clearly. Shen Xinghe's gaze fell on Jiang Shiyu, and his spiritual thoughts swept over her instantly. He secretly praised, this figure and temperament are indeed the best in the world. It's really quite good. A trace of evil thoughts quietly grew. Jiang Shiyu. Nice name. Before he finished speaking, there was a slight flash. Shen Xinghe's figure appeared in front of Jiang Shiyu as if teleporting. They were so close that they could feel each other's breath. He raised his right hand and gently stretched his thumb towards Jiang Shiyu's smooth jade-like jaw, trying to lift it up. Jiang Shiyu's heart was filled with alarm. Her imperial instincts made her subconsciously take a small step back. However, she saw Shen Xinghe's true face clearly, that handsome face that seemed to have gathered the spirit of heaven and earth, especially those eyes that were indifferent but contained a hint of evil smile, like a deadly whirlpool. Buzz. An indescribable throbbing instantly struck her heart. It was not just the anger of being offended, but also a mixture of attraction and indulgence from the depths of her soul that she herself had not even noticed. This is actually the special ability of symbiosis of desire that Shen Xinghe used when he flashed, using his succubus body illusionary confusing heart body. An invisible mark originating from the source of chaotic desire, ignoring space and defense, was instantly imprinted in the deepest part of Jiang Shiyu's soul. On her soul's forehead, an extremely tiny pink-purple succubus rune, which exuded an endlessly charming aura, flashed and then disappeared. Wow! Host, you're such a badass. This system never thought you'd even use a special skill like desire symbiosis. And your target is the queen of Lanyue country. Bad. So bad. But this system likes you. I'll directly award you 300 villain points. He. The system's nasty voice was full of undisguised ridicule. Shen Xinghe smiled secretly in his heart and withdrew his fingers, as if the frivolous behavior just now had never happened. He glanced at the countless people still crawling below, and his voice returned to its previous indifference. Don't worry. I know my limits. I won't break the rules and regulations of your country, Lanyue. I won't go into the city to kill people. He stopped looking at Jiang Shiyu, whose face was slightly red and whose eyes were complicated and difficult to understand, and slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, his eyes suddenly opened. Sky Eye. Open. White holy light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Wherever the holy light swept through, all obstacles in the mortal world, whether they were high walls or forbidden formations, were like nothing. His gaze penetrated through layers of space and instantly locked onto a vast and luxurious mansion with carved beams and painted buildings in the southwest corner of the imperial capital, Ji Mansion. Inside the mansion, Ji Boyan was reporting something to several family elders with a flattering look on his face, while several young people in gorgeous clothes were drinking and having fun on the side, completely unaware that a catastrophe was approaching. Found it. He didn't even change his posture, but just calmly raised his right hand, facing the void where Ji Mansion was, and gently clenched his 5 fingers. There was no earth-shattering noise. There is no light that can destroy the world. Only space was silently annihilated. That luxurious and magnificent mansion, a symbol of the Ji family's wealth and status, along with all the people and objects within it, was instantly refined and completely wiped out in that light grasp. Shen Xinghe withdrew his gaze, and the holy light in his eyes disappeared. He nodded slightly to Jiang Shiyu and Mo Shen, who were still in extreme shock. Alright, I've killed everyone I should have killed. I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind him silently cracked into a cross-shaped crack again. Shen Xinghe stepped into it and instantly disappeared into the depths of the crack. The crack slowly healed without leaving a trace. Chapter 58 Tiandao Sect. Jiang Shiyu stood in the void. The night wind lifted the skirt of her luxurious palace dress, making a rustling sound. She stared at the direction where Shen Xinghe's figure merged into the void and disappeared completely. An indescribable emotion suddenly emerged from the depths of her heart, like the emptiness and melancholy when lovers say goodbye, entwining around her heart. She jerked her head, her jet-black hair brushing against her cool cheeks as she forced herself to suppress the absurd throbbing. What am I doing? She whispered, her brows furrowed. Jiang Shiyu suppressed the strangeness in his heart and once again enveloped his body with majesty. She turned around, her eyes sweeping over the pale-faced elders behind her who dared not utter a word, and her voice returned to its usual cold and unquestionable tone. The Ji family has been wiped out by that senior. Announced to the public that, due to a massive foreign debt owed to the Lanyue treasury and their inability to repay, the Ji family has been relocated to the bitter cold of the northern desert, never to return. This matter ends here, and no further discussion is allowed. We will follow your majesty's orders. The elders bowed their heads and accepted the orders with trembling voices as if they had been pardoned. Jiang Shiyu said no more and boarded the phoenix chariot. The canopy fell and the pearl curtain swayed gently, blocking out the prying eyes of the outside world. However, on the long journey back to the palace, her gaze seemed a little dazed through the gaps in the swaying pearl curtains. Shen Xinghe's handsome face, with a hint of cynicism and deadly evil charm, repeatedly appeared in her mind like a brand. Those eyes as deep as the abyss, those lips that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, they were lingering and silently stirred her long-frozen heartstrings. In the void, in the gap between time and space, Shen Xinghe was floating in the void outside the world, and he clearly caught Jiang Shiyu's tangled emotional fluctuations, which were filled with confusion and a hint of secret desire. He raised the corner of his mouth with a playful arc, and gently stroked his chin with his fingertips. The charm of this illusionary confusing heart-body, the effect is quite strong. The mere display of power and brief contact caused ripples in the heart of the resolute Queen Jiang Shiyu that she herself did not fully understand. Shen Xinghe took a step forward, and his figure emerged from the invisible folds of space, like a banished immortal walking out of an ink painting. The whole body instantly contracted and fell silent. He raised his head and looked towards the northern sky. The sight at the end of the sky is shocking. Dozens of huge black flying boats were tearing through the sea of clouds, making a deafening roar, and rushing towards the north, covering the sky and the sun. The flying boat is made entirely of black iron, with a ferocious evil ghost as the bow and dark green phosphorus burning in its empty eye sockets. On the deck, there were densely packed monks wearing black bone armor and with fierce auras. Shen Xinghe frowned. This direction is a bit like the direction of Tiandao sect. Well, it's time to go back and take a look. I haven't seen it for a long time. I wonder if my master's baby is still delicious. There was a hint of intimate tenderness, but hidden within was a strong emotion. The next moment, tiny ripples appeared in the space and his figure disappeared in an instant. Tiandao sect, in front of the mountain gate. An extremely thick, colorful light curtain with billions of mysterious star runes flowing through it, and an inverted glazed sky, firmly sheltered the entire Tiandao sect's mountain gate. The vast and majestic power of the stars surged and condensed into a barrier. The Zhou Tian Xingdo mountain protection array has been pushed to its limit. Within the light curtain, the main peak square, Suingli, dressed in a plain white palace gown, stood alone at the front. Behind her were the few remaining wounded elders and core disciples of the Tiandao sect. Each of them looked weak, but their eyes burned with the unyielding will to live and die with the sect. Outside the light curtain of the mountain protection formation, the dark army of the Ghost King sect arrived. The ferocious flying boat was hovering, with two figures at the head standing in the air. One of them was Zhao Mang, the former body-refining elder of the Tiandao sect. He was now wearing the heavy black armor of the Ghost King sect. The other man was tall and thin, wearing a long black robe, and his face was covered with a bronze ghost mask that was expressionless, revealing only two deep eye sockets. Suingli Zhao Mang's voice was filled with condescending arrogance and cruel mockery. Give up this futile struggle. Look at these remnants of the defeated army behind you, look at this tortoise shell that is about to collapse. If you resist stubbornly, you will only be destroyed in body and soul. Lord Ghost King, considering your cultivation efforts, has granted you special grace. As long as you are willing to kneel down in submission and offer your sect to me, I promise to grant you the honorable position of Ghost King sect elder and enjoy supreme glory. Why waste your life and your path for this pile of broken tiles and rotten wood destined to turn to ashes? Shut up! Traitor! I, Suingli, was born and raised in the Tiandao sect. The spirit of this sect has long been integrated into my blood and cast into my bones. We share the same roots and will live and die together. You want me, Suingli, to kneel down and become a lackey of those evil spirits? You're dreaming. Today, there is only one way but to fight. Even if I die, my soul will be scattered, and you will pay the price. As a disciple of the Tiandao sect, we would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. She suddenly drew the Zixiao sword from her waist. Where the sword points, we will fight to the death. As long as we are alive, the clan will be there. As long as we're here, the sect will be here. fight to the death behind him, the remaining elders and disciples roared in anger. Their fading spiritual energy was forcibly ignited, and the gathering sound waves briefly shook the dark cloud of terror brought by the Ghost King Sek's army. However, in this determination to perish together, no one noticed that Su Yingli's knuckles turned blue and white from excessive force while she was holding the sword, and a trace of deep sadness spread silently in the deepest part of her eyes. Her left hand subconsciously and extremely gently covered her still flat belly. Deep in her sea of consciousness, a figure emerged with incredible clarity, the traitor who always had a wicked smile on his face and called her master's baby. Traitor, his heart wept silently. Traitor, perhaps this is the moment when our relationship as master and disciple ends. In this battle, I'm afraid that master's soul will return to heaven and earth, and his bones will be buried in the desolate mountains if there is an afterlife. If there is an afterlife, master will no longer be your master, master will be your wife by your side and see the world. Deeper pain and guilt overwhelmed her. I'm sorry, Xinghe, I'm sorry, our child. At the same time, on the flank of the main peak, Shen Xinghe, who was directing a team of disciples to form a defensive formation, had her beautiful face stained with blood and dust, and fatigue was etched between her brows. The sword in her hand dimmed, and as she looked at the bronze ghost-faced man outside the light curtain, a deep feeling of powerlessness gripped her. She remembered someone's promise: when I return, I will protect my senior sister. Junior brother, I may not be able to see the day when you achieve unparalleled cultivation and return on cloud riding. The Tian Dao sect has given me a new life and taught me the Dao. This is my heart's bond, and I will never abandon it, even in life or death. If you can survive this calamity, I will definitely marry you. Then, bitterness surged like a tide. Just look at this demonic shadow that blocks out the sky. Look at that unfathomable bronze ghost face. The day we meet again, I'm afraid it will be the underworld. She gripped the broken sword tightly, her knuckles turning white, and her eyes became firm and sad again. I only hope that in the next life in the azure sky in the underworld, the first person I meet is you. They don't know that the person they think about day and night and think is far away is now hiding in the smallest folds of space. Deep love doesn't last. Excessive love brings humiliation in this mortal world. The foolish men and resentful women are but mayflies struggling in the clutches of heaven. Love is a flame that consumes the body, yet it is also the sharpest blade. Chapter 59, Ghost Slayer King Sect. The ripples in the void had not yet completely subsided when a figure stepped out silently as if tearing a canvas. Shen Xinghe showed up. There was no earth-shaking announcement, no grand entrance. In his hand, there is only one thing: the soul banner. He didn't even glance at the shocked people below, and directly locked onto the Ghost King Sect's flying boat army that covered the sky and the sun. He instantly formed a seal with his hands in front of his chest. Buzz. As the seal was completed, the banner shook violently. The dark red runes solidified on the banner's surface instantly boiled and rolled. A visible scarlet blood mist erupted. With an all-consuming hunger and irresistible suction, it instantly filled the sky above the entire battlefield. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The space groaned as if it could not bear the weight. The next moment, a horrifying scene that everyone will never forget happened. Be it the ferocious-looking cultivators of the condensation vein realm and Yuanfu realm wearing black bone armor on the deck of the flying boat, or the commanders who manipulated the formations in the cabin and thought they were safe, or even the dozen or so leaders of the transformation realm who stood in the air with powerful auras. Their bodies suddenly stiffened. The expression on his face froze in an instant: shock, fear, confusion, pain. All the emotions were frozen in the last moment. Immediately, countless translucent soul shadows, carrying the last fear and despair of their lives, were forcibly torn out of the body by invisible giant hands. He let out a shrill scream that only the soul could perceive, and was involuntarily swallowed by the vortex of blood mist released by the terrifying soul flag. There were no earth-shattering explosions. There was no tragic scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. There is only silent stripping and swallowing. The flying boat was still hovering, and the hull was intact. But on the deck, in the cabin, all the Ghost King sect monks were shrouded in blood mist. Their eyes were completely empty, and their bodies fell limply, becoming empty shells that still had some warmth but no trace of soul. Only the dozen or so cultivators in the Huagang realm and the leader of the Ghost King sect burst out with powerful spiritual light to resist the moment their souls left their bodies, but they could only hold on for less than a breath. He let out a silent wail under the terrifying suction of the soul banner, was forcibly pulled into the blood mist, and became one of the thousands of resentful souls in the banner. The entire Ghost King clan's army, save for the mysterious figure wearing the bronze ghost mask, remained standing. All of his cultivators, regardless of their level of cultivation, were completely annihilated in the brief moments it took Shen Xinghe to appear, form hand seals, and wave his banners. Their souls were shattered. There was deathly silence between heaven and earth. All that was left was the gurgling sound of the blood mist surging from the soul flag, like a river of blood flowing in hell. Inside the Tiandao Sex Mountain Protection Formation, everyone seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. Xinghe's hand, tightly gripping the Zhixiao sword, froze in midair. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared in disbelief at the figure in the sky that looked like a demon descending to the earth and the evil banner that devoured everything. The despair that felt like a catastrophe just a moment ago was instantly replaced by the extremely terrifying scene before her that overturned her cognition. The huge impact made her mind go blank. Shen Xinghe also stood there in a daze, the sword in her hand almost falling. She looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure, at the soul flag in his hand that exuded endless deathly aura. An indescribable coldness and shock rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her feel cold all over, but at the same time, in the deepest part of her heart, there was a sense of ecstasy and strangeness of surviving the disaster. Shen Xinghe slowly withdrew his hand from the seal. The terrifying blood mist that filled the sky and earth quickly swirled back into the soul banner as if it had life. The banner returned to its dark red color, but the twisted and wailing faces of the resentful spirits on it seemed clearer and denser. He casually put away the soul flag. He then slowly turned around, his gaze piercing through the colorful light curtain and landing on Xinghe and Shen Xinghe, who were stunned below. When I saw that handsome face, yet with a hint of evil and indifference. "Junior brother." A voice filled with endless surprise, excitement, and even tears. Shen Xinghe was the first to recover from her immense shock. All her fear, worry, and unfamiliarity were swept away by the surging joy at that moment. She even forgot her aloof demeanor and where she was. Like a young swallow flying into the forest, she rushed towards the edge of the light curtain and ran towards Shen Xinghe, who was slowly descending. The light curtain of the mountain protection formation seemed to be nothing in front of Shen Xinghe, and he stepped in. Shen Xinghe suddenly threw herself into his arms. Her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, as if she had exhausted all her strength to merge herself into his body. She buried her face deeply in his chest, her shoulders shaking violently with extreme excitement and fear, and her hot tears instantly soaked the front of his shirt. "Junior brother, it's really you, woo-woo, you're back, you're really back." Her voice was choked and broken, carrying with it the great joy of regaining what she had lost in unspeakable grievance, as if she wanted to vent all her fear and longing. Shen Xinghe was slightly startled, and then a hint of imperceptible tenderness flashed across his eyes. He stretched out his arms and gently embraced the trembling body in his arms, then lifted her off the ground and slowly and gently turned her around in place. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting Shen Xinghe's scattered hair, revealing her beautiful face, which was wet with tears but blooming with an incomparably bright and brilliant smile. That smile was as dazzling as the rising sun breaking through the haze. "Senior sister, I'm back." Shen Xinghe's voice was low and clear, carrying the power to calm people's hearts. He gently put her down and wiped the tears from her cheeks with his fingertips. However, this heartwarming scene felt like a needle prick in the eyes of Xinghe, who was not far away. The surprise on her face froze in an instant, replaced by an indescribable bitterness and grievance. Watching Shen Xinghe throw herself into Shen Xinghe's arms, watching him spin her around in his arms, watching him gently wipe away her tears. A strong feeling of jealousy, like an overturned jar of old vinegar, instantly filled my heart. She subconsciously pouted her pretty red lips slightly, like a little girl in a bad mood. Her cold autumn eyes were now filled with tears. She stared at Shen Xinghe with 3 parts of anger and 7 parts of grievance. A pair of slender hands unconsciously clenched the skirt of the plain white dress, crumpling the luxurious fabric into a ball. Finally, she turned around angrily, giving Shen Xinghe a slightly trembling back that said, "I'm angry, come and comfort me." This traitor! He definitely did it on purpose. Xinghe grumbled inwardly, gritting her teeth, why didn't you run towards me first? Obviously I am the one who was ugh. The damned traitor. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and even the hand protecting her lower abdomen unconsciously tightened a little. Shen Xinghe took in Su Yingli's adorable little action, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an extremely subtle arc, as if he had succeeded in a prank. Of course, he knew his master's little thoughts. This deliberate different treatment was just a little teasing out of his bad taste. He stopped teasing, took a step forward, and was about to speak. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and looked at all the wounded fellow disciples of Tiandao sect. Tisk, trouble. Shen Xinghe muttered to himself, with a hint of helplessness, but more of the calmness of being in control of everything. He said no more, but casually raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Despair. With the sound of snapping fingers. With Shen Xinghe as its center, a pure, warm, and seemingly boundless white aura of life force emanated from it. Like ripples of white spiritual energy, it instantly spread out. Wherever the aura passed, it infused a surge of vitality. Resuscitation field, open. The white light poured down like mercury, gently covering every inch of land and enveloping every disciple of the Tiandao sect. A miracle happened. No matter how hideous the wound, no matter how deep the sword scar is that can be seen to the bone, no matter how serious the internal trauma, the moment it comes into contact with this warm golden light, it will heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones automatically connected, the exhausted spiritual energy refilled the meridians like a spring, the pale face quickly regained its rosy color, the weak breath rose steadily, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its peak state. Even the spiritual flowers and herbs that were affected by the war and withered and broken in the mountain gate, were revitalized under the illumination of the light of life, sprouting branches and blooming into more gorgeous flowers. Just a snap of fingers. The entire Tiandao sect, having been on the brink of destruction, instantly recovered to its former state, even surpassing it in strength. It was as if the tragic and hopeless battle just now was just a nightmare. Bathed in the warm and sacred golden light, feeling the unprecedented fullness of power and a brand new state in their bodies, all the disciples of Tiandao sect were completely stunned. They looked at the figure in the field, bathed in a faint golden light, like a god descending to the earth, their eyes filled with incomparable shock, awe, and ecstasy and submission after surviving the disaster. Su Yingli also felt the healing of her internal injuries and the surge of her spiritual power, but the jealousy that made her feel wronged remained unchanged. She still had her back to Shen Xinghe, but her hands gripping the hem of her skirt loosened slightly, and her body stopped trembling, as if she was waiting for something. Chapter 60 He He He. Shen Xinghe's voice broke the shocking aftermath of the dead silence on the battlefield. Its calmness was accompanied by majesty, clearly reaching the ears of every stunned Tiandao sect disciple, fellow disciples, elders. He glanced at the crowd still immersed in the huge shock. The Ghost King's sex rogues have been eliminated, and the sex crisis has been temporarily averted. The most urgent task is to clean up the mess, comfort the injured, and rebuild the foundation of our Tiandao sect. Everyone should do their job and disperse. His words instantly awakened the confused crowd. The elders woke up as if from a dream, looked at their fellow disciples lying on the ground, whose injuries had healed but they were in a trance, looked at the destroyed mountain gate and pavilions, and then left. The way they looked at Shen Xinghe was filled with unprecedented complexity, completely changing their previous view of him. They were no longer looking at a disciple, but at an unfathomable, godlike being. The disciples also came back to their senses, looked deeply at the figures in the field with awe and gratitude, began to support each other, or ran towards the collapsed buildings. The entire Tiandao sect slowly recovered a bit of life from the dying silence. Shen Xinghe then turned his gaze back to the white figure that still had its back to him and looked particularly stubborn. A hint of helplessness and a hint of doting appeared on the corner of his mouth. He raised his hands and performed a proper disciple salute. His voice was clear and bright, "Disciple Shen Xinghe greets master." Su Yingli's delicate body trembled slightly, but she still didn't turn around. She could sense Xia Qingyue's presence nearby. Her dignity as a master and sect leader forced her to suppress the urge to pounce, but her slightly puffed cheeks and the tighter grip on her skirt betrayed the turmoil in her heart. She tried to make her voice sound calm and dignified, even with a hint of master's anger. "Humph. Forget it. You traitor." She turned around abruptly, her eyes, filled with water, grievance, and anger, staring straight at Shen Xinghe. Her jealousy was temporarily suppressed, replaced by greater doubts. Your cultivation. What on earth is going on? How could it become so unbelievable? The terrifying power that could annihilate the Ghost King's sex army with a wave of his hand and revive the entire sect with a snap of his fingers was completely beyond her comprehension. Shen Xinghe also immediately took a step forward, her beautiful face equally filled with shock and confusion. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Shen Xinghe, junior brother. This is astonishing. How long have you been away from the sect? This power, is it yours? Shen Xinghe looked at the two beautiful faces in front of him that were full of curiosity. His mind was racing as he was thinking about how to make up a reasonable adventure story to cover it up. This is not the place to talk. I'll tell you when we get back to Yuqing Palace. Shen Xinghe drew a line in the air. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. Master, please. After passing through the void crack, you will reach the Yuqing Palace. Looking at the traitor in front of her, Su Lingli was a little convinced that he had been possessed by another spirit. However, seeing his frivolous smile and the fact that there was nothing abnormal about him except his cultivation, she didn't think much about it. At this moment, something strange happened. Without warning, a strange, pink mist with a faintly sweet aroma rose from Shen Xinghe's body. This mist was not a physical entity, but was composed of pure energy, instantly enveloping him. Ding! Host, please note. Your Tongtian card trial period has expired. Because you've used it for 2 consecutive days, this card has side effects. For the next 2 days, you will be in an extremely weak state. Your spiritual power will be depleted, and you will be like an ordinary person. Holy crap! Shen Xinghe's face suddenly changed, and he screamed in his heart, why didn't you tell me earlier? This is so deceiving. He. You didn't even ask. Warm tip, to reward the host for their hard work and punish their usual bad behavior towards Master Baby, the system is giving away a portion of Blissful Joy Powder, enhanced version. This substance is colorless and odorless, and penetrates directly into the soul. The effect is guaranteed to make the host enjoy the feeling of being bullied. He. The system's voice was mean and full of gloating. Shen Xinghe only felt an indescribable heat rising from his dantian, like a wildfire, instantly sweeping through his whole body. What was even more terrifying was that the vast spiritual power in his body had disappeared without a trace. He was oppressed by an unprecedented feeling of weakness, and even standing felt a bit difficult. Opposite him, the situation of Su Lingli and Shen Xinghe was even worse. The moment Shen Xinghe was enveloped in the pink mist, an invisible shock wave of desire from the deepest part of his soul, accompanied by a strange sweet smell, was like the most powerful aphrodisiac. Host, they are now in their most primitive state, completely unaware of who they are. They only have a thirst for knowledge, he. Xiao Shui's eyes instantly ignited with 2 clusters of pink flames of primitive desire. Her originally jade-white cheeks instantly turned 2 startling blushes, and her breathing became rapid and hot. The clarity was lost, replaced by the same pink desire, and the lips were slightly open. Chapter 61. Let's go. Time passes from the dawn to dusk, and then to another dawn. When the first ray of pale golden morning light shone through the gaps in the high windows of the palace and slanted onto the messy brocade carpet, Su Lingli was the first to regain consciousness. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly like butterfly wings and slowly opened. At first, there was still a trace of haziness in those slender eyes, as if there was a layer of mist. But the next second, when her eyes swept over her naked body, covered with ambiguous red marks, and then saw Shen Xinghe, who was also stripped of clothes and nestled beside her in Shen Xinghe like a sleeping crabapple in spring. Boom! All the fragments of memory instantly flooded into her mind. Those hazy breathing, the hot kiss of skin, the desperate demands, and the madness completely dominated by primitive instincts like a surging tide, it instantly drowned her. Su Lingli's pretty face turned pale in an instant, and then quickly flushed with shame and anger. A strong feeling of dizziness came over her, almost suffocating her. This traitor! How dare they do such a heinous thing? A huge sense of shame and a raging rage exploded in her heart. She subconsciously attributed all the faults to Shen Xinghe, who was still in a deep sleep with a look of deep fatigue between his brows. She sat up suddenly, not caring about the soreness coming from deep inside her body, and grabbed the pieces of plain white dress that were scattered on the ground and were torn so that they could hardly cover her body, barely covering up the breathtaking spring scene. She bit her lower lip, her beautiful eyes glaring at the sleeping Shen Xinghe like fire. She glanced at Shen Xinghe, who was also still asleep, with shame and anger. Her cheeks were puffed up with anger, as if they were stuffed with 2 steamed buns. Damn it! How damn, she cursed inwardly, unwilling to stay there another second longer, and hurriedly wrapped up her tattered clothes. Almost stumbling and fleeing in a panic, she rushed out of the Yuqing palace, which made her feel ashamed and angry to death, without looking back, leaving behind the mess and the 2 culprits behind. The hall returned to silence. After about another cup of tea, Shen Xinghe's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly woke up. The haziness of waking up dissipated, and the memories of last night slowly unfolded in her sea of consciousness like a clear scroll. Unlike Xinghe's shame and anger, Shen Xinghe was stunned for a moment, and then an extremely complicated expression appeared on her beautiful face. There is the shyness of a young girl who tastes the forbidden fruit for the first time, the disbelief at last night's madness, the deep attachment to her junior brother Shen Xinghe, and even a hint of indescribable, secret satisfaction? 2 charming blushes instantly appeared on her cheeks, like ripe peaches, spreading all the way to her delicate ears. She was not as furious as Xinghe. Instead, she gently turned sideways, her watery eyes staring at Shen Xinghe, who was sleeping beside her. Looking at his face, still handsome yet filled with weariness even in his sleep, and at his furrowed brows that seemed to still hold the lingering traces of last night's pain and overwhelm, Shen Xinghe felt as if something had gently bumped into her heart. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked Shen Xinghe's slightly furrowed brows, as if trying to soothe the fatigue. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up into an extremely gentle smile with a maternal glow. Junior brother, she called silently in her heart, without any blame, only unbreakable tenderness. She sat up carefully, her movements much calmer than Xinghe's. She also picked up the tattered clothes on the ground and put them on carefully and as appropriately as possible. Before leaving, she turned back again and took a deep look at the sleeping Shen Xinghe. Her eyes were sparkling with endless attachment and a hint of sweet shyness. Then she quietly left the Yuqing palace. When the truly bright sunlight of the early morning filled the palace and shone warmly on Shen Xinghe's face, he struggled out as if from an abyss, uttered a painful and heavy groan, and slowly opened his eyes. Hiss! As soon as he moved, a sharp pain swept over his body, as if he was being trampled on repeatedly by something, and as if all the bones in his body were being torn apart and reassembled inch by inch. Especially those core muscles between his waist and abdomen, which had worked so hard, felt sore, tingling, and numb, as if they no longer belonged to him. Ugh! Shen Xinghe gasped, his handsome face twisted, and veins on his forehead popped out. He struggled to stand up, but found that his arms were shaking uncontrollably. Damn it! You dog system! You're taking advantage of my illness to kill me. You're worse than an animal. Shen Xinghe blamed all his weakness and humiliation on that damn system. This was even worse than being besieged by 10 Yuanfu realm masters. Ding! The system is listening to music in the elegant room of Yi Hanyuan. What are your instructions, host? Ha! Judging by the powerful scolding, it seems like you've recovered well. He. The system's mean voice sounded at the right moment, full of gloating and indifferent leisure, as if it were really listening to music in a brothel. Shen Xinghe was so angry that he almost vomited blood and was about to curse. Sudden. The super-universe bag on his waist suddenly erupted with a powerful spatial fluctuation without any warning. A faint light shone from the bag's opening. Buzz. 3 graceful figures appeared in the empty but ambiguous Yuqing palace in a flash of light. It's Jun Weishue, Mei Xiao, and Yin Luo. As soon as Yin Luo and Mei Xiao appeared, they glanced at the messy scene in Shen Xinghe, who was obviously in poor condition, and a hint of surprise that was difficult to conceal flashed in their eyes. But they reacted very quickly, suppressing the waves in their hearts immediately. At the same time, they took light steps and bowed to Shen Xinghe with a respectful and submissive attitude. Greetings, sir. Jun Weishue's reaction was completely different. Her eyes, which were originally as cold as the stars, suddenly lit up with astonishing brilliance the moment she saw Shen Xinghe clearly. It was an undisguised passion, a lingering attachment to the cold sword intent in her that was condensed by killing and was as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath. The moment she saw Shen Xinghe, her emotions disappeared as quickly as melting ice and snow, leaving only the innocence and longing of a little girl. She ignored the mess in the hall and Shen Xinghe's weakness and, like a young swallow returning to its nest, she rushed directly to Shen Xinghe with a fragrant breeze, hugged his arm affectionately, and said in a voice so sweet that it could drip honey, "Husband, Wei Shui is back. She completed all the tasks you assigned to her beautifully. I have to clean up those people." She raised her little face, her eyes sparkling, full of expectation of taking credit. Ding! Jun Weishue's emotional fluctuations detected. Murderous intent is condensed, Dao heart is transformed, yet he displays an extreme attachment to the host. This doesn't make sense. Absolutely not. Could this be the legendary power of love? It can turn a divine salvation state of mind into a murderous one. Hiss, this is terrifying. Shen Xinghe felt the amazing elasticity and warmth on his arm, and combined with the system's words, he instantly understood what she meant by reward. He felt a phantom pain in his lower back and his scalp tingled. He quickly forced out a gentle smile, trying to appease the little wildcat who had become unusually clingy. Well done, Shuer. Very good. Husband is very satisfied. He jerked his arm with difficulty. As for the reward, Shuer, be good. Once your husband has rested and regained some strength, I'll reward you nicely. How about that? Your husband is really a little overwhelmed right now. Ha ha ha. Incompetent husband. Host, this Japanese slang is so appropriate for you. I can't take it anymore. The system needs to go play another little song to calm down. He he he. The system's wicked laughter, which seemed to be eager to stir up chaos in the world, rang out again, adding another insult to Shen Xinghe's already broken nerves. Shen Xinghe, inner thought, destroy it, hurry up, I'm tired. Chapter 62. Shen Xinghe only felt a chill rushing from his tailbone to the top of his head. Looking at Jun Weishui, who was about to cry with her rosy little lips pouting, and feeling the pain in his lower back as if it was about to break, he experienced the panic of being unable to do something for the first time in his life. Husband Jun Weishui's voice was heavily nasal, like a kitten that had suffered grievances. After the coldness faded away, only rippling eyes remained, and at this moment she was looking at him accusingly. You don't love Wei Shui anymore? As she spoke, her long eyelashes trembled, and crystal tears really began to swirl in her eyes, about to fall but not yet. Combined with her beautiful and pure face, the lethality was astonishing. Shuer! Don't cry. Shen Xinghe's heart trembled, and he reached out his hand almost reflexively, wanting to comfort her. His voice was filled with panic and coaxing that he himself did not even realize. How could my husband not love you? My husband loves you the most. I love you the most. He tried to force out the most sincere smile, but he didn't realize that his face was pale and his eye sockets were slightly sunken, and the smile looked weak and forced. Ding! Top-tier scumbag quotes detected. Slippery tongue skills maxed out. Certified #1 Aquaman in China. The system panel popped up at the right time, and it also came with a huge, golden, contemptuous middle finger animation, which maximized the sarcasm value. Really? The tears in Jun Weishui's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a burning light. Instead of being comforted, she moved closer, her hot breath almost spraying on Shen Xinghe's ear. Then let's do the same thing as last time, okay? Husband, her voice was sweet to the bone, with a heart-shaking charm. I feel like I'm not pregnant with my husband's child yet, so can I, my husband, do it now? As she spoke, her soft body rubbed restlessly against Shen Xinghe's stiff arm, and the amazing elasticity and heat were transmitted through the thin fabric. Gudong Shen Xinghe swallowed hard, and his Adam's apple rolled violently. Looking at the tearful, yet fierce, face before him, he felt a tingling sensation in his spine, and cold sweat instantly broke out from his forehead. It's over. It's really over now, he cried in despair. Why now? Why not when I'm at my peak, full of energy and vigor, having sex 7 times a night? How can I bear this? Instantly, the thought of drinking poison to quench thirst flashed through my mind. System. System daddy. Help. Don't you have that super something pill? Quick. Give me a dozen. No. 10 dozen. Points will be deducted as you please. Plenty of villain value. Ding. Get out. Dead host. Want to take drugs again? Don't even think about it. The system mall has been permanently closed to users with kidney deficiency who have just used up their Tong Tian card and are experiencing side effects. The system's cold and ruthless rejection was like ice water in the coldest days of winter, chilling him to the bone. Fuck. Are you fucking sick? Targeting me? Fuck you. Shen Xinghe was so angry that his soul almost left his body, cursing in his heart. Hidden dog. The system responded with a sarcastic emoji in a mean manner. Husband, is this okay? Jun Weishue saw Shen Xinghe was silent, the tears in her eyes grew brighter, and her red lips almost touched his chin. Schwer really wants a child of our own. The coquettish voice and straightforward appeal made Yan Luo and Mei Xiao beside them blush and stare blankly. They could hardly believe that Jun Weishue, who was in the Dharma realm, would say such shocking words. Shen Xinghe looked at Jun Weishue's eyes that said never give up until the goal is achieved, and then thought about the horrific scene if his master Suing Li or senior sister Xia Qingyue pushed the door open at this moment. It would definitely be a Shura scene with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Never mind, I believe I can do it. Let's fight. He made up his mind and swallowed hard again. Okay Schwer, be good, your husband promises you. He paused, then quickly added, his tone filled with a hint of humble pleading. But Schwer, can you give my husband some spiritual power first? Just a little. My husband is a little exhausted right now. Upon hearing this, Yan Luo and Mei Xiao were utterly shocked. Transferring spiritual power? At a time like this? They looked at Shen Xinghe with a look of incredible complexity. Was this still the young master we knew? Okay, Jun Weishue didn't hesitate at all when she heard that. Instead, her eyes lit up with surprise. She answered decisively, fearing that Shen Xinghe would change his mind. Before he finished speaking, her delicate hand, which had been holding Shen Xinghe's arm, slid towards the back of his neck like lightning. Her 5 fingers slightly opened, and with irresistible force, she instantly grasped his vital point. Shen Xinghe didn't even have time to exclaim. Jun Weishue's other hand was already holding his cheek, and that beautiful face filled with amazing passion and desire was infinitely magnified before his eyes. The next moment, her soft lips, with a sweet scent, were pressed heavily against Shen Xinghe's lips with an almost brutal and unquestionable force. Ugh! Shen Xinghe was caught off guard and his eyes widened suddenly. Immediately afterwards, a pure, gentle yet unique spiritual power of Jun Weishue passed through the closely connected lips and teeth of the two people and forcibly passed into Shen Xinghe's dried-up dantian. This is not gentle nourishment. After a long time, their lips parted. Jun Weishue was breathing slightly, her cheeks flushed with excitement, but her cold eyes were surprisingly bright at this moment, as if she had discovered some new world. She licked her moist red lips, looked at Shen Xinghe's handsome face, and the corner of her mouth curled up into an extremely dangerous arc with a sense of aggression and satisfaction. So my husband really has no spiritual power or cultivation. There was a hint of realization in her voice. Then Schwer, you're welcome. The moment the words fell, the last trace of tenderness in her eyes completely faded away. Chapter 64. Let me pass. Wait, Shen Xinghe's voice was filled with unprecedented panic as he struggled in vain. Can we change to another place? He really couldn't imagine what would happen if this catastrophe continued in Yuqing Palace. What if Suing Li or Xia Qingyue came back? That would definitely be a terrifying Shura field where the sky would collapse and the earth would crack, enough to cause him social death. Jun Weishue was burying her head in his neck. When she heard that, she raised her head. Her watery, misty eyes were filled with a hint of confusion at being interrupted. Her red lips pouted slightly. Where do you want to move to, my husband? Her voice was sweet and full of innocent curiosity. Shen Xinghe suddenly had an idea and said hurriedly. Inside my super Qiankuan bag. There's a lot of space inside. And it's quiet. He tried to make his reasons sound more convincing, but he couldn't hide the panic in his tone. Oh. Jun Weishua tilted her head, blinked her long eyelashes, and thought seriously for a while. Is it because there's so much space, so we can do more things? Her eyes suddenly lit up, filled with eagerness to try. Gudong Shen Xinghe swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolled violently, and he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Yes, yes. There's plenty of space, there are plenty of places to go. For example, rice fields. Seas of rapeseed flowers, it's more convenient. He echoed incoherently, an unnatural blush appearing on his pale face, his heart beating like a drum, and even he felt that the lie was clumsy. Yen Luo and Mei Xiao listened with their faces flushed like boiled shrimps. I didn't expect that the young master likes this. Young master is really good at having fun. However, the flame that was ignited deep in her heart quietly burned even more fiercely in this strange atmosphere and the harmony led by Jun Weishue. Yen Luo's usually charming peach blossom eyes were now sparkling with water, filled with the nervousness of tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time and a hint of secret excitement. Mei Zhao's cold eyes were also covered with a layer of hazy mist, and her breathing became slightly rapid. But my husband, Jun Weishue hugged his arm tightly, rubbing her little face against it, with a hint of innocent doubt. You have no spiritual power now? How can you open the Qiankuan bag? Shen Xinghe, inner thought, it's over. Forget about this. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Looking at Jun Weishue's thirsty eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, Then good Schwer, can you transfer a little more spiritual power to my husband? Just a little bit will do. My husband will open the bag. Okay. Jun Weishue answered very readily, and his eyes instantly burst into a light even brighter than before. I can kiss my husband again. Before he finished speaking, her arm that was originally around Shen Xinghe's waist suddenly tightened, and the other hand held his cheek. That face, as beautiful as a peach and plum, with amazing enthusiasm, rapidly enlarged in Shen Xinghe's desperate gaze. Ugh! The soft, moist lips with a sweet scent once again suppressed his protest with unquestionable, almost brutal force. Jun Weishue seemed to have learned everything by herself, and she pestered him clumsily but passionately. Shen Xinghe was caught off guard and was almost suffocated by the kiss. His mind was blank, and he could only passively endure this surging spiritual power transmission. At the same time, Jun Weishue slightly exerted force on the fingers that were clasping the vital point at the back of his neck, and a pure and gentle spiritual power, which carried her unique mark, flowed like a trickle through the channel where their lips and teeth met, and was carefully passed to Shen Xinghe. This process was long and agonizing. Because Jun Weishue's control over spiritual energy was very strong. The amount of spiritual energy transferred in every second was very small. For Shen Xinghe, it is both the life-saving spring and the beginning of a new round of torture. He could clearly feel his spiritual power slowly recovering, and he could also clearly feel Jun Weishue's increasingly skilled and devoted kissing skills, as well as the amazing heat emanating from her that almost melted him. Yen Luo and Mei Xiao's burning gazes fell on their kiss. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Xinghe felt that a trace of weak power had finally accumulated in his dantian. He almost tried his best, and took advantage of the moment when Jun Weishue took a breath to raise his trembling fingers with difficulty, pointing them at the super Qiankuan bag on his waist. Open, he growled hoarsely, gathering the hard-earned spiritual power on his fingertips and touching the bag opening with difficulty. Buzz. A faint light shone from the bag mouth, and a powerful spatial suction force emerged instantly. Jun Weishue let out a cry of surprise. Instead of letting go of Shen Xinghe, she stuck closer to him, her red lips still domineeringly blocking his breath. Yen Luo and Mei Xiao were also caught up in this sudden spatial fluctuation. They screamed and subconsciously grabbed each other's arms and the arms of Shen Xinghe, who was closest to them. The light and shadow are distorted. The next moment, the four figures entangled with each other in the Yuqing Palace disappeared without a trace in an instant. Super Qiankuan Bag Sumeru Small World. This is not the small space scene from the outside world, but an independent world full of spiritual energy that has been carefully arranged by Shen Xinghe. There are gurgling streams, lush lawns, exquisite white jade pavilions, and even a misty hot spring. Light and shadow are stable. The four of them appeared on a huge, soft, cloud-like spiritual meadow. However, the posture still remains the same as before entry. Jun Weishui almost completely covered Shen Xinghe, and their lips were still tightly connected. She kissed with great devotion, completely completing the unfinished task of transmitting spiritual power. Her face was rosy like a ripe apple, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she was completely immersed in it, as if she was unaware of the change in environment. Yan Luo and Mei Xiao fell to the side, looking at the two people in front of them in shock. When their gazes fell back on the still inseparable pair in the middle of the lawn, their cheeks instantly became hot again. Shen Xinghe felt the astonishing weight and heat on his body, as well as the increasingly skillful and aggressive entanglement between his lips and teeth. Only one thought remained in his mind, and he cried out in despair. This spiritual power, isn't it too long-lasting? Jun Weishui, on the other hand, seemed to have just begun her journey of exploration. Her red lips, still full of desire, contained endless passion and demands. Inside the Shumi small world. When the skylight outside once again experiences a cycle of light and darkness, from the bright morning light to the hazy twilight, and finally sinks into the deep night. That's right, morning turns to night again. The spiritual meadow was in a mess yet strangely beautiful. Shen Xinghe lay on his back on the spiritual grass that was as soft as a cloud, staring blankly at the night sky simulated by the small world, dotted with stars. His current condition can only be described as terrible. His once handsome face was now as pale as paper, with a dark, indelible dark discoloration under his eyes, and his brows were etched with deep fatigue and a feeling of being completely drained. His lips were slightly chapped and his breath was as weak as a candle in the wind. The robe had long since become tattered during the previous communication, barely covering the body, and the exposed skin was covered with ambiguous red marks and a few barely noticeable scratches. The whole person looked as if they had been through a protracted, brutal battle, their energy completely drained away, leaving only an empty shell struggling to survive. Every weak breath requires all the strength of the body, and even moving a finger has become a luxury. On the other hand, around him, the three beauties, Jun Weishui, Yan Luo, and Mei Xiao, at this moment were like satisfied cats, snuggling close to him in different postures and falling into a deep sleep. Jun Weishui was lying on her side, with a captivating blush lingering on her beautiful face, like a ripe peach, and the corners of her lips were slightly raised, outlining a satisfied and sweet arc. The long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under the eyelids. The breathing is even and long, leaving only pure laziness and tranquility after being fully nourished. One of her arms was still unconsciously resting on Shen Xinghe's chest. Yan Luo was lying on her stomach, her delicate curves faintly visible under the gauze. That charming face was resting on his arm, also with a satisfied blush, his peach blossom eyes were closed, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings, as if he was recalling some wonderful dream. Occasionally she would let out an unconscious, kitten-like whimper or two, adding a touch of cuteness and charm. Mei Xiao was relatively quiet, lying on her back a little further away, her cold face tinged with a faint blush, like peach blossoms blooming on ice and snow. Her breathing was steady, and her moonwhite dress was a little messy, but it did not detract from her unique beauty. But the slightly furrowed brows and tightly pursed lips seemed to reveal the intensity and loss of control at certain moments last night. The three of them had rosy complexions, their skin radiant and translucent. Their bodies seemed to be radiating a halo of being fully nourished by the essence of life. This was an almost cruel contrast to the fictional Shen Xinghe. Ding! Congratulations, host! You truly are a peerless elixir of remarkable efficacy, benefiting all living beings. He, look at these three, their faces glowing, their cultivation must have subtly improved. On the other hand, host TSK, the quality of this dregs is truly incomparably pure. My damn dog system. Damn it! Next time I have to be well prepared before using this Tontian card, otherwise the side effects will be really severe. Oops, the host is wrong. As the saying goes, every medicine has its own side effects. This Tontian die card may have some minor flaws, but its sharpness is unstoppable. Just think about it, if it weren't for the power of this card, how could you, the host, so easily make the 9 Nether Tang family, the 9 Netherly family, the 9 Nether Huang family? These enormous families were reduced to the dust of history in an instant? Wasn't the supreme pleasure of destroying the masts and oars in the blink of an eye enough to make up for the small sacrifice? A small contribution. I was nearly made up to death. You call this a small sacrifice? He rolled his eyes with difficulty and glanced at the 3 radiant beneficiaries around him. But didn't one of them still escape? That idiot Tang Xiaosan. Wait for me, wait until I catch him. I'm going to use that divine whip. Hang him up. Flog him 9981 times. Chapter 65, Disciple Rebels Against Master? Quickly pass the system to me, otherwise I'll have to go back to work after waiting here for them to wake up. Moment. Hui greedily absorbed the cool air in the hall, his chest heaving violently. Sweat soaked through the thin inner garment, sticking to the skin covered with ambiguous red marks, bringing bursts of coolness and an unspeakable sticky feeling. A dull, tearing pain came from deep in my lower back. How terrible was that long-lasting labor? Finally it came out. If it had been a moment later, I'm afraid an adult would have done it. He closed his eyes with difficulty, his consciousness floating in and out of extreme fatigue and residual shock. At this moment, the door of the palace was pushed open with a bang by a spiritual wind filled with anger. A cold and extraordinary figure wrapped in frost stepped in. It was his master, Xinghe. She pursed her lips tightly, and 2 clusters of suppressed anger danced in her clear eyes. Traitor! A traitor who dares to rebel against his master. Xinghe's voice was not loud, but it echoed in the empty back hall. Lawless. Disregarding morality. Sooner or later, I will personally clean up the mess and crush this rebellious villain to ashes. Say one thing and mean another. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell slightly, and her cheeks unconsciously puffed up slightly. Her look of suppressing anger revealed a bit of childish cuteness in her majesty, which was totally inconsistent with her status. However, this inappropriate cute moment was frozen by the scene before him. She stabbed accurately at the figure curled up on the bed with his back to her. Shen Xinghe. Traitor! What are you still doing here with me? Xinghe raised her eyebrows, shouted harshly, and took light steps, approaching the edge of the bed in an instant. Shen Xinghe, lying on the bed, stiffened slightly. At this moment, he felt as if all the bones in his body were torn apart and then hastily put together again, especially the hidden soreness somewhere in his lower back, as if it had been repeatedly crushed. What's even more terrible is that the Dantian Qi Sea is empty, without even a trace of spiritual power. He didn't even have the courage to turn over, and could only maintain the posture of facing away from his master, trying to cover up his own embarrassment and weakness with the thin blanket. Master. Disciple would like to rest here for a night. Annihilating the Ghost King sect is truly exhausting. Master, could you condescend to stay at my humble abode for a night? Xinghe paused. Something's wrong. With this traitor's lawless nature, how could he be so obedient and just ask for a night's sleep after forcing his way into her bedroom? There must be something fishy going on. He must be up to something again. Suspicion welled up in her, and Xinghe no longer hesitated. With a slight sway, as if teleporting, she silently stood beside Shen Xinghe's bed, looking down at him from above. A clear fragrance like the fragrance of winter plum blossoms after the snow, mixed with the sharp sword energy, instantly enveloped Shen Xinghe. Her spiritual consciousness spread silently like an invisible tide. The next moment, Xinghe's cold star-like eyes suddenly shrank. A trace of disbelief and astonishment flashed across her beautiful face. No! Not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. This traitor has lost all his cultivation? Traitor Xinghe's voice suddenly rose, with a slight tremor that she herself did not even notice. Was it shock and anger, or a fleeting other emotion? You've lost all your cultivation. She stared at the back of Shen Xinghe's neck, which was exposed outside the thin blanket and was so pale that there was not a trace of blood. Shen Xinghe's heart sank suddenly, and cold sweat instantly soaked his underwear. No. He denied it flatly, but his voice was particularly dry and weak because of his guilty conscience. Master, you are wise. Disciple is fine. Very well. Xinghe's smile was breathtakingly beautiful, yet also dangerous and frightening. She slowly raised a jade hand that was whiter than snow, a faint light flowed in the palm of her hand, and a spiritual power fluctuation that was not powerful but enough to scare Shen Xinghe to death at this moment quietly condensed, You're not telling the truth. Yesterday, you were in front of me. Cough. You know exactly what you did. Since you said very good, then stand up and take this palm from me. Let me see how much weight your very good really has. Master. Don't. Shen Xinghe was horrified and subconsciously wanted to curl up and hide, but this caused pain all over his body, especially in his lower back. The pain made his eyes go black and he groaned. Master, please spare my life. Disciple, dare not lie. It was for the sect. When I was wiping out the Ghost King sect, I accidentally damaged the foundation of my dantian, which led to the temporary loss of my cultivation. He tried to gain a little sympathy by sacrificing for the sect. For the sect. Su Yingli's eyes grew colder, and she took a step forward, almost sticking to the edge of the bed. What a high-sounding excuse. Then what did you do so boldly yesterday? She looked at Shen Xinghe, so weak that he could barely move a finger, at the cold sweat dripping from his pale face due to pain and fear, and at his neck, which was covered with suspicious marks even though he tried to cover it with a thin blanket. The old hatreds and the shocking scene before him were intertwined, and an indescribable evil fire with a sense of revenge and some twisted impulse suddenly rushed into Su Yingli's heart. She suddenly leaned down, her captivating face approaching Shen Xinghe's panicked profile, her breath as sweet as orchid, with an unprecedented, extremely dangerous gentleness. Since you, a traitor, have lost your cultivation, you have become a soft persimmon that can be easily manipulated. Her slender, cold fingertips, with a hint of spiritual power, gently brushed across Shen Xinghe's tense, sweat-covered forehead, feeling his momentary stiffness and trembling. Then today, master. Su Yingli's lips were almost touching Shen Xinghe's earlobe, and she spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear, like a lover's whisper, yet full of deadly threats. Why not follow your example and become a traitor? Let's see what you can do without any cultivation. Chapter 66. What's going on? Su Yingli's words, disciple rebels against master, frightened Shen Xinghe. He was racking his brains to think of a way to escape, but he saw the cold and aloof master in front of him flip his wrist, and something appeared in his palm out of thin air. It was a dark, metallic dog leash? The chain links are fine and delicate, revealing an unquestionable sense of confinement, with a cold collar at the end. Su Yingli picked up the chain with her slender fingers and shook it lightly. Crash! The crisp and cold sound of metal collision suddenly rang out in the silent back hall. The voice carried a certain symbol, causing Shen Xinghe's already pale face to instantly lose all its color, and even his breathing was choked. Traitor Su Yingli's voice was still cold, but it was filled with an unprecedented, almost cruel mockery. She raised her wrist slightly, and the cold chain drew a dangerous arc in the air. God has his way. Today, I, your master, will let you experience firsthand how you treated me when I lost all my cultivation. This kindness shall be repaid tenfold. Before he finished speaking, a huge sense of crisis derived from biological instinct gripped Shen Xinghe. He almost relied on a last-minute desire to survive and suddenly jumped up from the bed. Want to run? A cold light flashed in Su Yingli's eyes, but a very faint and cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. She did not take any action, but felt the invisible pressure from a powerful person in the Huagang realm. Well. As soon as Shen Xinghe left the bed, it was as if his body had hit an invisible wall of steel. He groaned and was pinned back to the spot by the overwhelming spiritual pressure, unable to move. Su Yingli moved lightly with lotus steps, as if walking on ice, and slowly approached. She looked down at Shen Xinghe, who was pinned to the edge of the bed by the pressure and was in a miserable state. The cold smile on her lips deepened, carrying with it a kind of controlling, almost bewitching charm. Traitor, if you dare move even an inch. Her voice was as gentle as a feather, yet it contained a chilling threat. I will extend the time limit of this communication for another 2 hours. Do you want to try? Master. Shen Xinghe's voice changed tone, wailing with despair. No, you can't play like this. This is unbecoming of your exiled immortal demeanor. You can't play with me like this. Su Yingli tilted her head slightly, her action showing an almost naive doubt that was totally inconsistent with her status, but her cold star-like eyes were burning with a cold feeling. When I lost all my cultivation and became a mere prey, my good disciple, how did you play with me? Her tone suddenly turned harsh. My good disciple. The three words, good disciple, that were deliberately emphasized were like a red-hot iron, burning Shen Xinghe's soul so hard that it trembled. He finally confirmed it completely. How could this be just revenge? This was clearly yesterday. A 1,000-year-old jar of vinegar has been overturned. The strong sourness and pent-up shame and anger now transformed into the power of the cold chain in her hand. With the threat of death and some more terrible punishment imminent, Shen Xinghe's survival instinct erupted and he switched strategies instantly. His voice was deliberately soft and pitiful. Master, please calm down. Look at your disciple, so well-behaved and cute, harmless to humans and animals. Master, you are the most compassionate, kindest, and most loving fairy in the 9 heavens. Master, you are peerless, with a beauty more beautiful than snow, so beautiful that you can overwhelm a country, shame the moon and flowers, and even make fish sink and geese fall. She is a one-of-a-kind, peerless goddess in this vast world of cultivation. With a celestial figure, jade-like skin, a temperament as ethereal as the bright moon, and a spirit as noble as a winter plum blossom. My disciple's admiration for my master is like the endless flow of a river, and also like... Enough, Xinghe shouted, her brows tightly furrowed, and a very subtle blush quietly climbed up her crystal earlobe. Chapter 67, Xia Qingyuan again? She took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the strange feeling, but her tone unconsciously changed slightly. That cold majesty seemed to be quietly eroded by something more personal, more aggrieved and resentful, and even revealed a bit of the coquettishness of a little wife. Traitor! Stop your sweet talk and flattery. She tried to keep her voice cold, but it lacked some penetrating power and had a barely perceptible tremor. What you owe me must be repaid today, with interest. Before he finished speaking, a hint of determination flashed in Xinghe's eyes. She no longer gave Shen Xinghe any chance to quibble. She raised her jade hand lightly, and a soft but irresistible spiritual power instantly wrapped around Shen Xinghe. Master! Shen Xinghe felt his body lighten, and he screamed and rushed into Xinghe's arms. Just when he thought he was about to collide with that cold embrace, Xinghe did not dodge, but instead came forward to meet it. This scene frightened Shen Xinghe so much that he almost lost his soul. The master actually lowered his head suddenly on his own initiative, and that beautiful face that captivated everyone rapidly enlarged in front of him. A breath with the scent of roses blew towards him, and then 2 cold and soft lips, yet with irresistible force, pressed fiercely against his lips, which were slightly opened due to fear. Shen Xinghe's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme as he stared at Xinghe's tightly closed eyes and slightly trembling eyelashes. However, this shock only lasted a very brief moment. A warm, pure, and refreshing breath, unique to Xinghe, was continuously and domineeringly flowing into his dantian qi through the closely connected lips and teeth. The spiritual power miraculously relieved the agonizing dull pain deep in the lower back. It turned out she wasn't about to inflict a more horrific punishment immediately. This kiss was actually to transfer his spiritual energy to him, to heal his nearly drained empty body. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, leaving only the sound of each other's violent heartbeats, beating against the eardrums like drums. An intense and indissoluble ambiguous atmosphere that stems from the instinct of life silently permeated between the two people. However, when Xinghe's cold star-like eyes really met Shen Xinghe's close gaze, which was filled with a hint of confusion and more inquiry, a belated shyness of a delicate wife overwhelmed her. The frost on that cold and elegant face had long since faded, replaced by a blush as if stained by the morning glow, which quickly spread from the cheeks to the ears, and even the slender and fragile neck was stained with a layer of attractive pink. She subconsciously turned her face slightly to the side, trying to avoid the overly scorching gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled violently, and her breathing became fragmented and disordered. Where was the dangerous attitude she had just had when she declared that she would be a disciple who rebels against her master? Time seemed to be stretched out very long. The two of them just stared at each other silently, close enough that they could feel each other's warm breath brushing against their skin. Shen Xinghe clearly saw that deep in his master's eyes, which were always filled with frost or anger, there was now an emotion that he had never seen before. It was a longing that had been forcibly suppressed for too long, accumulating like a volcano. This longing finally tore through its hard disguise during the uncontrollable kiss just now in the silence at this moment, revealing itself nakedly before his eyes. Shen Xinghe, this bastard who forgot the pain once the wound healed, felt the tearing pain in his lower back disappear. A familiar evil fire, filled with ruffianism and possessiveness, suddenly ignited in his heart. He suddenly moved. With a barely perceptible tremor, whether from weakness or excitement, it was unclear, he raised his bony but now pale hands, and gently held Su Yingli's hot cheeks with an almost pious tenderness. "Master! I came back late, I made you worry and I almost got you hurt." His thumb, covered with thin calluses, gently stroked the delicate and smooth skin at the corners of her eyes, wiping away her tears. Then, he brought his arms together, and with irresistible force, he hugged the slightly trembling body in front of him, which exuded a clear and faint fragrance, tightly into his arms, which were also covered with scars. This hug. Su Yingli's body suddenly stiffened, as if burned by this sudden intimacy. But the next second, the torrent of longing that had been suppressed for countless days and nights and lingered on the edge of despair finally broke through the last dam called reason. A broken sob escaped from her throat, the sound as soft as a sigh. She no longer resisted, and suddenly wrapped her arms around Shen Xinghe's waist and back, hugging him back with all her strength, wanting to completely rub herself into his bones and blood. The force was so great that it even caused Shen Xinghe's old lower back injury to throb with pain, but he accepted it with pleasure and simply clenched his arms tighter. "You traitor! Traitor!" Su Yingli buried her face deeply in his sweaty neck, her voice muffled, with a heavy nasal tone and uncontrollable sobs. I thought never again." The rest of the words were blocked by the surging tears, turning into boiling wetness, soaking the fabric of his shoulders. At this moment, she was completely different from the murderous Su Yingli who had just declared that she would rebel against her master. Shen Xinghe tilted his head slightly, his warm lips gently pressed against her smooth forehead, and then he carefully held her face. That beautiful face was stained with tears and her eyes were red, like pear blossoms hit by rain, breathtakingly beautiful and heartbreakingly fragile. He wiped away the cold tears bit by bit with his fingertips very gently, his movements were very cherished. "Master!" He looked into her sparkling eyes, which were filled with grievance and fear. "No matter where you are, whether you are in the ninth heaven or in the abyss of hell, as long as you, master, are in the slightest danger, or even miss your disciple a little bit." He paused, then gently stroked her slightly swollen lips with his fingertips. "My disciples will always come back. Even if I crush the void and disrupt the cycle of reincarnation, I will definitely come back to you." "Traitor! You lied. You clearly." Su Yingli suddenly raised her tearful eyes, her voice filled with tears, more like she was acting coquettishly and accusing. But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Shen Xinghe. "Then today Shen Xinghe smiled softly, and the smile was lazy. His deep eyes locked onto hers, yet they were filled with a gentleness that could drown someone. "Pretending. So I can compensate master properly? With all my heart." Who wants yours?" Su Yingli wanted to refute in embarrassment, her pale cheeks flushed again, her eyes dodged, and the rest of her words were blocked back. Chapter 68 System Support. Shen Xinghe kissed Su Yingli directly on the lips. Their lips and tongues intertwined, their breaths blended, with an almost desperate heat and greed. In the back hall, all that was left was their increasingly heavy breathing and the blushing subtle sounds between their lips and teeth, and the charming temperature in the air rose rapidly. Time passes quietly in the passionate entanglement of lips and tongues and the friction of bodies. An hour, maybe longer. When the heart-racing, ambiguous sounds in the back hall gradually subsided, leaving only the two people leaning against each other, their long, intertwined breaths. "Uncle Master Su? Are you in the hall?" A female voice as clear as an ice spring hitting a rock broke the fragile and charming warm barrier that had just been built in the back hall of Yuqing Hall. Day. A very light but extremely clear sound of footsteps came from far away, like ice beads hitting a taut drum, coming from the deep corridor outside the Yuqing Palace and heading towards the back hall. The moment the footsteps were heard, the two people on the bed were struck by invisible lightning at the same time. Su Yingli's fleeting look of astonishment and a barely perceptible panic? She almost instinctively straightened up suddenly. Her fair face, as white as snow, was still frosted, but there was a faint blush of embarrassment at having her secret exposed. She waved her bare hands very quickly in the air, and a barely perceptible ray of light flashed by. The moon-white fairy dress on her body, which was slightly messy from being pulled, was instantly replaced. A new, equally plain yet perfectly fitting dress had already covered her body, completely concealing the dangerous charm she had just revealed, and she was once again covered with a cold and aloof exterior that kept people at a distance. Traitor. Xinghe's voice was extremely low, with a hint of rapid breathing, and her cold eyes stared at Shen Xinghe, filled with silent questioning. Shen Xinghe? Why would she come to my Jade Purity Palace at this moment? The question was laced with a hint of disturbed anger that even she herself hadn't fully understood. Shen Xinghe was so frightened that his soul flew away and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. I don't know either. Master. He was so anxious that his voice changed, and cold sweat dripped down the place on his forehead where Xinghe's fingertips had just brushed against him. He subconsciously glanced around quickly, his eyes sweeping across the empty back hall like a trapped beast, and finally, they stopped at the large and heavy rosewood-carved bed. Master! Quick! Under the bed, Shen Xinghe no longer cared about hierarchy and urged in a hoarse voice, pointing a trembling finger at the dark space under the bed, Master, please take shelter for a while. Traitor! You unbelievable shame, anger and humiliation instantly surged across Xinghe's beautiful face. Forcing her, the head of a mountain, to hide under the bed in her own bedroom? This is an utter humiliation. However, the footsteps that were getting closer and closer and were already clearly audible were like a death warrant. The palace door was only a few steps away, and if he went out at this moment, he would definitely run into them head-on. She gritted her teeth, almost breaking them, her eyes were filled with anger and shame, and she finally glared at Shen Xinghe fiercely. Her eyes seemed to say, I'll settle the score with you later. The next moment, Xinghe's figure turned into a blurry moonlight light and disappeared. Only a hint of cool rose fragrance and faint ripples of spiritual power remained in the air. Shen Xinghe could even feel the bed shaking very slightly. He dared not breathe, his heart pounding like a drum. He forced himself to lie down quickly, covering the suspicious red mark under his neck with a thin blanket, and tried to pretend that he was just tired and resting. Squeak! The heavy palace door was gently pushed open. The moonlight flowed in like mercury, and the first thing that caught my eye was a pair of bare feet that were spotless and as white as jade. The ankles were delicate and the arches were graceful, as if carved from the finest white jade. Every step was light and silent, yet with a strange, heart-pounding rhythm. Shen Xinghe walked in. She was wearing the very gauze dress that Shen Xinghe was so familiar with, a snow-white gauze as thin as a cicada's wing. Under the dual reflections of the pearls in the hall and the moonlight outside the window, it was emitting a hazy and soft halo, as if shrouded in a layer of dreamy moonlight. The texture of the gauze is so thin that in the light, one can almost vaguely see the graceful and undulating curves underneath. The slenderness and perfection are breathtaking. The hem of her skirt moved lightly with her lotus steps, like ripples on water under the moonlight, spreading silent temptation. The cool temperament and the translucent gauze skirt form a fatal contradictory attraction. She lowered her head slightly, and a few strands of black hair cascaded down her cheeks, covering half of her beautiful profile. She stretched out her slender jade fingers, and with a barely perceptible, almost lazy charm, she used her thumb to gently tuck those few strands of knotty hair behind her ears, revealing her graceful jaw and a small section of her snow-white, delicate neck. This action carries with it an unconscious, natural charm. Senior sister. Shen Xinghe forced himself to remain calm, but his voice was barely perceptible, dry and nervous. It's so late, why are you here, senior sister? His eyes involuntarily followed the pair of jade feet moving on the cold ground, and he felt his throat tighten. Shen Xinghe raised her eyes, those eyes that were as clear as autumn water but now seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, and she looked quietly at Shen Xinghe lying on the bed. Her eyes were somewhat complicated, with a hint of inquiry, a hint of doubt, and a hint of indescribable expectation. It's not you, junior brother. Shen Xinghe's voice was as clear as a spring, yet with a hint of gentleness that was just right. It was particularly clear in the silent palace. There was a letter left inside my clothes, saying there was something important. Could you please meet me at Yuqing Palace at midnight? Her eyes swept across Shen Xinghe's slightly pale face and the messy bed, and she frowned slightly. Why, junior brother seems not ready yet. He. Host. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. Enjoy the moonlit tryst carefully arranged for you by this system. Ha. Damn it. It turns out it's you, the Moriguchi system, who's behind this. Shen Xinghe roared silently in his heart, wishing he could pull this idiotic system out and whip it 1,000 times. He knew it. This bastard system would never miss a chance to laugh at him. Chapter 69 Belly Band? Just as Shen Xinghe was cursing the system madly in his heart, he was trying his best to remain calm on the surface and think about how to fool Shen Xinghe. His right hand, which was resting outside the quilt, unconsciously groped on the smooth mattress. The fingertips suddenly touched a small piece of fabric that was extremely smooth, with a slightly cool and delicate touch. What? Shen Xinghe's heart was filled with alarm. He used all his strength to control his facial expression, and glanced down calmly from the corner of his eye. In the dim light, he could clearly see that between his right index finger and thumb, he was holding a piece of cloth. The fabric was thin, soft, and of excellent quality, showing a warm moonwhite color, with an extremely delicate pale red rose pattern embroidered on the edges. What's even worse is that this small, silky corner looks like a piece of some underwear. Boom! Shen Xinghe felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. His scalp instantly exploded. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Master's belly band? It must have been accidentally dropped or snagged off the edge of the bed when she was trying to hide. It's over. It's over. Barbecue is gone. If my senior sister sees this, I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Milky Way. Shen Xinghe bursts out with unprecedented potential. He endured the pain that felt like his whole body was falling apart and the deadly dull pain deep in his lower back, and by slightly turning sideways to adjust his sleeping position, he naturally pulled his arms inward and flipped his wrists. As fast as lightning, he grasped the deadly moonwhite fabric with the scent of roses tightly in his palm. Then, with lightning speed, he stuffed it under the brocade layer of the pillow behind his head. After doing all this, he was almost exhausted, his heart beating so wildly that it was about to burst through his chest, but he still had to force a dry laugh on his face that was uglier than crying and extremely guilty. Heh, senior sister, you're joking, junior brother. I just didn't expect you to arrive so punctually. It's a bit unexpected. His voice was dry and drifting, and his eyes were even more erratic. He didn't dare to look into Shen Xinghe's bright eyes. Shen Xinghe, with her pair of jade-white slender feet bare, stepped on the cold ground and walked silently to Shen Xinghe's bed like an elf under the moon. The moonlight flowed on the snow-white gauze dress that was as thin as a cicada's wing, outlining the hazy and breathtaking curves of her body. Her cold temperament formed a fatal contradiction with the almost transparent temptation. She lowered her head slightly, and two delicate blushes appeared on her cheeks, like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow, with a kind of naive yet touching shyness. Sister, senior sister, please take a seat. Shen Xinghe suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart and tried to make his voice sound steady, even with a hint of deliberate laziness. He raised his left hand and gently patted the large, soft brocade mattress beside him, motioning Shen Xinghe to sit down. The brocade quilt was a little messy due to his previous hard work, and there seemed to be some ambiguous body temperature remaining in the depressions. Shen Xinghe obediently sat sideways on the edge of the bed with a barely perceptible tremor. She put her knees together, folded her hands on her legs in a somewhat helpless manner, and her fingertips curled slightly, revealing her inner tension. The blushing face was almost buried in his chest, and the voice was as soft as a mosquito's whisper, with a softness that made one's heart itch. Junior brother, why did you ask me to come here so late? What's the matter? She asked, but it seemed as if she already knew the answer, but was too shy to speak it out, so she could only subconsciously tighten the corner of her clothes with her slender fingers. Chapter 70 Someone Under the Bed. Shen Xinghe looked at her shy and timid appearance, ready to be picked, and at the same time, the alarm bells in his heart started ringing, and the hunter's instinct was quietly aroused. He took a deep breath, suppressed the soreness surging deep in his body and the dull pain in his lower back, and began his performance. Ahem, he deliberately cleared his throat, his scorching gaze locked onto Shen Xinghe's evasive eyes. Sister, are you serious? Don't you know why I called you here? He deliberately prolonged the ending of the word, with an ambiguous and unquestionable hint, and patted the mattress beside him again with his left hand, closer to him than before. Shen Xinghe's body tensed up imperceptibly, and her ears were red enough to practically drip blood. She quickly glanced at Shen Xinghe, then quickly lowered her head, her voice so soft that it was almost drowned out by her own heartbeat. How do I know what to do? How can I describe that reluctant yet willing attitude? It's like an orchid trembling in the night wind, waiting to be picked. Senior sister. The corners of Shen Xinghe's mouth curled up into a sinister, bewitching arc. He leaned forward slightly, and a warm breath mixed with hormones and a faint medicinal scent blew towards Shen Xinghe. Do you want me, your junior brother, to teach you again? His eyes were hooked, locking onto her tightly. My dear senior sister. Before he finished speaking, his slender fingers, with irresistible force, gently lifted Shen Xinghe's smooth chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. The delicate touch from her fingertips made Shen Xinghe tremble all over, and she was forced to meet those deep eyes. Her breathing suddenly became rapid, and her long eyelashes trembled violently like the wings of a frightened butterfly. Junior brother, I don't know. She parted her cherry lips slightly, and the breath she exhaled was a little flustered and confused, as if she was really lost in the ambiguous trap he deliberately created. Under the bed. In that small, dark space, the air seemed to have solidified into 10,000-year-old black ice. Suingly curled up in the shadows beneath the bed, her beautiful face twisted with extreme anger and humiliation. Her teeth sank deeply into her lower lip, nearly biting it until it bled, barely suppressing the roar that threatened to burst from her throat. Those icy eyes were fixed on the bedboard above their heads, as if they wanted to penetrate the thick rosewood and torture the daring and shameless traitor on it to death. Damn traitor! Damn traitor! Silent, murderous curses echoed wildly in her mind, every word laced with poison. How dare you use such despicable means to tease Xinghe right under my nose? The knuckles of her clenched fists turned white, and her nails dug deep into her palms, causing sharp pain but unable to quell the rage that burned in her heart and bones. The frivolous words just now, such as "I'll teach you again" and "dear senior sister," burned hard on her dignity. What made her even more unbearable was Shen Xinghe's shy and submissive voice. This traitor deserved to die. On the bed. Shen Xinghe leaned forward slightly, his handsome face close to Shen Xinghe, their noses almost touching and their breathing could be heard. He could clearly see his magnified reflection in her clear pupils, as well as the lingering shyness. Shen Xinghe's fingers unconsciously twisted together, her knuckles turning slightly white from the exertion, revealing the intense struggle within her. Just as this suffocating atmosphere of ambiguity reached its peak, she seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her sparkling eyes and mustered all her courage. Junior brother, I like you. The last word was as light as a sigh. When will you marry me? Boom! This sentence was like thunder from the sky, exploding simultaneously above the heads of Shen Xinghe and Suingli under the bed. Shen Xinghe's pupils suddenly contracted, and the devilish smile on his face froze instantly. Marry her? This script was completely beyond his expectations. This question hadn't even been mentioned in the novel. It was a life or death question. He just wanted to temporarily stabilize the situation and get out, but he didn't expect it to be a life or death question. Under the bed. What Suingli felt a surge of blood rushing to her head, and her vision went dark. Xinghe, she actually did this traitor. She could no longer control her trembling body and suddenly moved. Crack! An extremely slight sound of wood rubbing against each other, but extremely harsh in this deadly environment, came clearly from under the heavy rosewood bedboard. On the bed. Shen Xinghe was immersed in the shyness and anticipation of confessing her feelings, and the sudden unusual noise made her instantly alert. Junior brother, she looked up suddenly, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Did you feel this bed move? She subconsciously looked at the bed, and then vigilantly glanced around the empty back hall. Shen Xinghe's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. No, he denied it flatly, his voice rising slightly due to extreme nervousness, sounding a little sharp. Senior sister must be too nervous and hallucinating, right? He forced himself to remain calm, attempting to distract her with ambiguous verses. Ahem, as the saying goes, a single moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, the flowers have their delicate fragrance, the moon casts its shadow. The sounds of singing and pipes drift softly from the pavilions, the swings hang in the courtyard in the deep night. Senior sister, how can we let such a beautiful day and scenery go to waste? As he spoke, he inconspicuously moved closer to Shen Xinghe again, trying to dispel her suspicions with physical contact. Senior sister, let's start. His voice was deliberately seductive, and he reached out to hold her slender waist. However, Shen Xinghe did not sink into depravity as he wished. A cool, boneless hand gently but firmly pressed against his lips, preventing him from getting any closer. Shen Xinghe stared at him with her clear eyes, a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. "You haven't answered me yet." That look wouldn't allow him to escape any further. Shen Xinghe's heart was filled with alarm. The aura of the evil spirit beneath the bed was almost condensing into tangible murderous intent. He had to calm Shen Xinghe down as soon as possible. In a moment of urgency, an idea flashed through his mind. He deliberately put his lips close to Shen Xinghe's jade-like earlobe and whispered something almost inaudibly using a secret technique that only the two of them could hear. He quietly activated a tiny amount of spiritual power to create a small sound barrier, fearing that Xinghe, who was lying under the bed, would hear him. "Senior sister, don't worry." His hot breath sprayed on her sensitive earlobe, causing her body to tremble slightly. "When my cultivation reaches the Emperor realm and I rule the world, I will use these 9 galaxies as a betrothal gift and the 10 directions of the world as a gift to marry you in a grand ceremony." "Emperor realms," Shen Xinghe murmured repeatedly. "Emperor realm. What an unattainable realm." This promise weighed 1,000 pounds. All doubts and shyness were swept away by this earth-shaking oath at this moment. She turned her head suddenly and met Shen Xinghe's eyes. Each other's figures were reflected in those bright eyes. The next second, before Shen Xinghe could fully react, Shen Xinghe raised her head with an almost pious attitude and pressed her soft and moist lips against Shen Xinghe's. Shen Xinghe only had time to make a short nasal sound before he was completely overwhelmed by the kiss with a sweet scent. The soft touch and the awkward yet enthusiastic response instantly ran through his body like an electric current, making his already exhausted body numb. The arrow was on the string, and he was also ignited by this sudden passion. He deepened the kiss and tightly wrapped his arms around the soft and fragrant body in his arms. Their lips and tongues were entangled, their breaths blending together. Junior brother," a tiny, blushing moan escaped from between her lips and teeth. Under the bed. The clear sound of the kiss that reached his ears, and Shen Xinghe's passionate moans. "Traitor! You shall not die a good death. You shall not die a good death." She wanted to rush out immediately and cut the couple into pieces. On the bed. In the midst of her confusion and passion, a snow-colored gauze skirt as light as a feather, like drifting moonlight, silently slid off Shen Xinghe's shoulders and piled on the cold ground. The stunning curves of the body, as if carved from beautiful jade, happened to fall into the pair of cold eyes burning with the fire of hell in the gap under the bed. Boom! Xinghe felt that the last string of reason in his brain had completely broken. Then, the bed began to shake rhythmically and violently. Chapter 71 Runaway. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ancient rosewood groaned under the weight, like the gasps of a dying man. Along with this heart-shaking sound, Shen Xinghe could no longer suppress her broken and sweet moan. Like a cat scratching at the heart of people's hearts, in this quiet back hall of Yuqing Palace, it interweaves into a beautiful melody that makes one's blood boil. Every shake was like a heavy hammer, hitting Xinghe's tense nerves under the bed. Every soft moan was like a poisoned dagger, stabbing her bleeding heart. She curled up in a cold, dark corner, her nails digging deep into the hard wooden floor, leaving deep scratches. Then came the blushing, rhythmic sound of the bed rocking. And the woman's suppressed, gentle and low moans crawled under the bed, torturing every nerve of another proud soul. A few hours later, dawn broke and the morning light was slightly bright. In the back hall of Yuqing Palace, the heart-stirring sounds had long since subsided, and the air was filled with the lazy scent after the passion had dissipated and a hint of subtle sweetness. Shen Xinghe opened his eyes and felt the surging spiritual power in his body again. The feeling of weakness caused by being drained was swept away, replaced by the confidence of controlling the power. His cultivation level was restored and the side effects of the Tongtian card disappeared. He turned his head to look at Shen Xinghe, who was still sleeping soundly beside him. The girl's delicate body lay on the bed, her long black hair scattered on the pillow. A captivating blush remained on her cold face, and her complexion was radiant and full, like a flower moistened by morning dew, exuding an astonishing charm. But under the dark bed, Xinghe, who had been curled up all night, was in a completely different state at this moment. Endless humiliation, anger, and jealousy. Her whole body exudes a biting coldness that keeps strangers away, and the storm brewing in her beautiful eyes is enough to destroy the world. Her only thought at this moment was to grind the traitor above into ashes. Ding! Host, please take note. The key item, the Fragment of Destiny, has appeared within the territory of Lanhwa. Host, please set off immediately and be sure to find it before the other Destiny children and the villains notice. The Fragment of Destiny is in Lanhwa country. A gleam of light flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up in a determined arc. Oh, that's interesting. As his mind moved, spiritual energy surged around him, and a dark brocade robe embroidered with cloud patterns instantly covered his sturdy body, making his posture elegant and neat. Just when he was about to quietly leave this place of trouble. Traitor! What? You want to leave? A bone-chilling voice filled with murderous intent sounded behind him like a ghost. Xinghe's figure appeared silently in front of Shen Xinghe, blocking his way. Her moonwhite dress moved without wind, and her body exuded a terrifying pressure that was enough to freeze the air. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Shen Xinghe, and there was a rage in them that was enough to burn everything. Shen Xinghe's heart trembled, but he quickly put on an innocent smile. Master, what are you talking about? I don't want to leave. He scratched his head pretending to be relaxed, but his eyes scanned the other person warily. Xinghe snorted coldly, not giving him a chance to quibble. She lifted her delicate hand, her thumb and middle finger elegantly fitting together. A stream of icy blue spiritual energy, as thin as a hair, shot out, accurately piercing the brow of the sleeping Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe moaned and fell into a deeper sleep. Then, Xinghe took a step forward. Her hand, as swift as lightning, grasped the tenderest part of Shen Xinghe's arm with immense force. The icy spiritual energy from her fingertips instantly penetrated. Hiss ah! Shen Xinghe was caught off guard and gasped in pain, his handsome face twisted instantly. Traitor! You really know how to play. Xinghe's voice was as cold as the underworld ice, but the strength in his hands did not decrease at all. Instead, he pinched deeper and deeper. Ouch! Master! It hurts. Please have mercy. Let me go. Shen Xinghe grimaced, feeling like that piece of flesh was about to be pinched off. You want me to let you go? No way. Xinghe gnashed her teeth, a cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes. If I don't teach you a lesson you'll never forget today, I'd be unworthy of being your teacher. Master! Actually, I have prepared a special gift for you. Shen Xinghe thought quickly and shouted. A gift. Xinghe's grip loosened slightly, a hint of suspicion and extreme disdain flashing in his eyes. Oomph, show it to me. If you want to play tricks. Master, please let go first. Shen Xinghe gritted his teeth in pain. How can I show it to you if you keep pinching me like this? Xinghe stared at his face full of sincerity and pain, hesitated for a moment, and finally slowly released her grip, but the energy in her body was still firmly locked on him, guarding against any unusual movement from him. Just at the 1000th moment when the jade hand left his arm, a cunning light flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. Master! The gift will be given next time. Disciple loves you. Before he finished speaking, the mysterious 7 star steps under his feet were instantly activated. The whole person turned into a blurry afterimage, like a slippery fish, and at an incredible angle, he dangerously slipped out from the gap in Xinghe's terrifying pressure blockade. The strong wind even lifted the bed curtains. Traitor! How dare you! Xinghe's face changed drastically, and she shouted angrily. She grabbed in the air with her delicate hand, but only tore off a remaining piece of clothing. I watched helplessly as that hateful figure disappeared outside the palace gate like a ghost. She stood there, her chest heaving violently, her hands clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white from the force, and the icy spiritual power emanating from her body froze the ground into a thin layer of frost. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've successfully escaped the clutches of an enraged master. Your actions embody the essence of a villain, intelligent, brave, and ruthless. You even made the master hide under the bed. Directly rewarded with 1000 villain points. He. Chapter 72. Run away first. The icy cold and ambiguous murderous intent in the back hall of Yuqing Palace still clung to Shen Xinghe's spine. He crawled out of the Tiandao sect's mountain gate barrier until he confirmed that the towering mountain gate had shrunk into a small dot behind him. He dared to stop and lean against a gnarled old tree, his chest heaving violently as he greedily swallowed the slightly cool mountain air. Fortunately, his first wife didn't chase after him, otherwise he would be finished. Haha, oh my god. Shen Xinghe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cursed in a low voice with lingering fear. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and ran decisively. If I had been a step later, I would have had to report to the King of Hell early and receive a hot-boxed lunch. He subconsciously rubbed his lower back, which was still aching. The double stimulation from the hard work and the master's cold fingertips made his nerves still throb. TSK, host, this wave of yours wasn't completely fruitless? He. I'll take your head, Shen Xinghe roared in his sea of consciousness, his face turning pale. You damn system. Stop talking nonsense. Leaving the Tiandao sect's sphere of influence and stepping into the relatively remote ancient mountain trail, a strange feeling quietly crept into my heart. It's too lively. This path, which is usually deserted, is now crowded with many suspicious figures. They either travel alone or in groups of 2 or 3. Most of them are in a hurry, with flickering eyes, like poisonous snakes hiding in the grass, with a scrutinizing and calculating look in their eyes. Shen Xinghe's sharp eyes swept over these people. Some had sinister faces, with the eyes of eagles and wolves. Some seemed honest, but there was cunning in their eyes. Some were dressed luxuriously, but could not hide the brutality of the wild people. The words cunning were engraved on every face. Tisk, these guys, Shen Xinghe frowned, alarm bells ringing in his heart. None of them look like good guys. Is it the Destiny Child showing off? Or are they fellow villains like me, the villains starting to come out in droves? He no longer hesitated, and put his right hand together like a sword. He exhaled spiritual power from between his fingers and whispered, sword. A long sword with a cold glow stopped in front of him. He leaped forward, ready to step onto the sword and ride the wind in an effort to escape from this troubled place as quickly as possible. At the moment when he pinched his fingers and concentrated his mind on urging the flying sword, a cold, sticky, bloody chill pressed against his back. A bony hand, pale and almost sickly, was placed silently on his right shoulder. The palm was icy cold, and the 5 fingers were slightly clenched. The force seemed casual, but it instantly locked his shoulder blade like an iron hoop. Shen Xinghe's hairs instantly stood on end. A chill shot from his tailbone straight to his crown. He turned his head abruptly, his pupils suddenly constricting. Behind him, a monk in a blood-red robe stood out of thin air like a ghost. The other person was tall and thin, with a sickly pale face. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, but the smile did not reach his eyes. A pair of narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and a hypocritical and greedy light flashed in the depths of his pupils. The most eye-catching thing was the strangely shaped black dagger in his hand, with the blade flashing with a cold blue light. It's the Huagang realm. Shen Xinghe's heart was pounding. He forced himself to suppress the fear that was surging in his chest. He forced a stiff smile on his face, and his voice was slightly tense. This fellow Daoist? I wonder what could possibly be of use to you if you stop me. The red monk's mouth opened wider, revealing his white teeth, and his voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. Nothing. His eyes lingered on Shen Xinghe's pale and handsome face and the ambiguous red marks on his neck, with undisguised greed. Nothing. Shen Xinghe had already cursed this psychopath 1,000 times in his heart. Idiot, he didn't show it on his face, but secretly tensed his muscles, trying to break free from that hand. Since there is nothing else, I will go ahead. Please feel free to do as you please, fellow Taoist. As he said this, he leaned forward slightly and made a gesture to leave. However, the cold hand on his shoulder not only did not loosen, but instead suddenly increased its strength. His 5 fingers dug deep into his flesh like steel hooks. A chilling spiritual energy instantly penetrated his body, stimulating it so much that half his body was paralyzed. The intense pain and humiliation instantly ignited the remaining anger in Shen Xinghe. What the hell do you want to do? He turned his head sharply and shouted angrily, his eyes blazing with anger. The red monk still had that disgusting hypocritical smile on his face, and even extended his scarlet tongue to lick the edge of the dark blue dagger in his hand very slowly and morbidly, making a hissing sound. There was a slight sound, and his eyes became deeper, I don't want to do anything. His tone was frivolous, full of malice like a cat playing with a mouse. Shen Xinghe was completely enraged. All his fear turned into a desperate ferocity at this moment. He stopped talking nonsense and took advantage of the moment when the other party was licking the dagger and seemed to be distracted. He gathered up all the remaining strength in his body, twisted his waist suddenly, and smashed his left fist into the other party's soft abdomen like a cannonball. This punch is fast, accurate, and fierce. A hint of surprise flashed in the red-robed monk's eyes. But he is a cultivator in the Huagang realm after all, and his reaction is astonishingly fast. At the moment when the fist was about to hit his body, he slid like a ghost, twisted his body at an incredible angle, and narrowly avoided the heavy punch. The scarlet robe fluttered in the wind. Little thing, quite wild. The red-robed monk licked his lips, and the hypocrisy in his eyes faded, leaving only naked cruelty and excitement. The dagger in his hand made a dazzling knife flower, and the cold blue light drew a deadly trajectory in the air. Shen Xinghe knew that if he missed his first strike, there was no chance of success. Without hesitation, he grasped the air with his right hand. The long sword that had been hovering in the air emitted a clear humming sound and instantly fell into his palm. The tip of the sword pointed directly at the red-robed monk. "You bastard! Take my sword!" Shen Xinghe roared, his voice shaking the whole area. He didn't rush forward, but instead stomped his feet against the ground, using the force to leap high into the air, his clothes fluttering, his sword light swirling, and his momentum astonishing. 360-degree spinning top jumping slash. However, just as the red-robed monk's pupils shrank slightly and he was concentrating on guarding against the seemingly powerful jumping slash, Shen Xinghe's high-speed spinning figure suddenly changed its momentum at the moment it reached the highest point. It was as if he was stepping on invisible stars. Instead of falling down, he used the centrifugal force of his rotation to transform into a blurry stream of light and shoot out in the completely opposite direction of the red-robed monk. Call out. In the air, only a spoon-shaped trail remained, formed by 7 brilliant points of light connected in an instant the Big Dipper. The light flashed and disappeared. Shen Xinghe was using up all his strength and remaining spiritual power to perform his most powerful escape method, the 7 star steps. Left where he was, the cruel smile on the red-robed monk's face froze instantly, then turned into astonishment, and then into overwhelming shame and anger. He was actually tricked by a junior in such a funny way, right in front of him. "You little beast! How dare you play tricks on me? You can't run away!" A roar full of violence, like the roar of a wounded beast, instantly tore through the silence of the mountains and startled countless flying birds. The scarlet figure, wrapped in a strong murderous intent, turned into a dazzling blood rainbow, and chased madly in the direction where the trajectory of the Big Dipper disappeared. Chapter 73 Absolute Suppression. There is a whistling wind in my ears and a deadly murderous intent behind me. Shen Xinghe pushed the 7 star steps to the extreme, and his figure turned into a blurry stream of light, shuttling madly among the rugged mountains, raising a cloud of dust every time he touched the ground. Damn it! I'm having a bad year. Even drinking cold water gets stuck in my teeth. As Shen Xinghe fled for his life, he cursed in his heart, cold sweat mixed with dust stuck to his pale face. I bumped into this stupid idiot with a hole in his brain. He's pretending to be profound by licking a broken dagger. What a fucking bad luck. I'm so disgusted. He took the time to glance back, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The glaring scarlet in the sky behind him not only didn't get away, but it was actually getting closer and closer. Even more frightening was that behind the red-robed monk, a pair of huge and ferocious wings suddenly unfolded. Those wings were not illusory energy bodies, but almost solid entities, as if made up of the feathers of some ferocious bird. The wings were a deep dark blue in color, with a dark metallic sheen flowing around the edges. Every powerful flap stirred up violent airflow, accompanied by crackling and tiny jumping golden arcs. The speed is so fast that it far exceeds ordinary wind flying. Holy crap! Shen Xinghe gasped, his scalp tingling. A built-in flying cheat? And one with electric properties? This is seriously over the top. Are you going to let me live? Shen Xinghe increased his speed regardless of everything, and his whole body almost turned into an afterimage flying close to the ground. Boy! Do you think you can escape? Surrender yourself obediently, and I may leave you with an intact body. I only want your face. The red-robed monk's cold and hoarse voice was like a ghost's whisper, clearly penetrating the wind and reaching Shen Xinghe's ears. Seeing Shen Xinghe's speed increase suddenly, the murderous look in his eyes became even stronger, his scarlet robe rustled, and the pair of black and blue thunder wings behind him shook violently. The golden electric arc wrapped around it suddenly exploded, making a sharp sizzling sound, and the violet-red spiritual power rose on the surface of the wings like flames, and the speed soared instantly. The distance between the two people was shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is unknown how long this desperate chase lasted. It's over, my spiritual power is almost exhausted. He hurriedly took out a handful of spiritual power recovery pills from his storage bag, stuffed them into his mouth without even looking at them, chewed them roughly and swallowed them. A weak warm current barely flowed through the dry meridians, bringing a little life-saving power that was better than nothing. However, the aura of the pursuers behind him was still as strong as ever, as if they were tireless. Every flap of those thunder wings brought a destructive sense of oppression. The spiritual power brought by the elixir was just a drop in the bucket. Damn it! Is this idiot a dogskin plaster? Or did he take the wrong medicine? What is he trying to achieve by chasing me? Shen Xinghe was anxious and angry, almost desperate. At this critical moment, a thought flashed through his confused mind like lightning: his third wife Jun Weishue. That's right. According to the time calculation, after the storm in Shumi's small world subsided, she should have woken up by now. The fact that he had completely lost his cultivation just released his complete control over the small world, and she could come out. Now that her cultivation has recovered, she can't get out. He glared fiercely at the rapidly approaching scarlet figure behind him, a grin of crazy revenge stretched across his lips. You bastard! You feel great chasing me, don't you? You like licking daggers, don't you? Fine. Then I'll show you what absolute suppression is. In a flash, Shen Xinghe suddenly reached into his arms and pulled out the super Qianquan bag embroidered with intricate cloud patterns. Spiritual power was injected into the bag, and some strange and excited roared. Come out! My love! Buzz! A dazzling and brilliant light suddenly burst out from the mouth of the Qianquan bag. The light was not scorching, but instead had a chilling chill that froze the soul. The space seemed to be cut open by an invisible sharp blade. The next moment, a cold and extraordinary figure, like the mysterious moon from the sky descending to the mortal world, appeared out of thin air in front of Shen Xinghe. It's Jun Weishue. She seemed to have just woken up from a deep sleep, with a hint of sleepiness on her beautiful face, and her waterfall-like black hair hung down on her shoulders in a slightly messy manner. She raised her right hand slightly, and her slender fingers gracefully covered her cherry lips, and she yawned slightly, with a bit of cuteness. The pair of eyes that could outshine the stars slowly opened. At first, they were a little hazy, like a cold pond shrouded in mist. Husband Jun Weishue's voice was cold and pleasant, with a hint of hoarseness from just waking up and a strong sense of anger. She turned her head slightly and looked at Shen Xinghe, who was in a dishevel and panting beside her. Her eyes instantly turned into tenderness and a hint of grievance. You're such a bad person, you left me alone in that empty little world, it's so boring, are you in such a hurry to get out? Her gentle tone, the whispered complaints between lovers, formed an absurd yet heart-wrenching contrast with the tense and murderous escape scene at this moment. And just as Jun Weishue was lazily complaining, the red-robed monk has already caught up with him. All he had eyes for was Shen Xinghe, the easy prey, and he was momentarily stunned by the stunning woman who suddenly appeared. Boy, sure. You've got a new face, come and die for me. The red-robed monk sneered, a murderous light flashing in his eyes. He stretched out the 5 fingers of his right hand, and in an instant, a ball of extremely violent destructive energy wrapped in scarlet evil spirits and golden arcs of electricity condensed in his palm. The air was compressed to the point of exploding under the weight. His figure was as fast as lightning, and with the force of thunder, he slammed down fiercely in the direction of Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishue. I want to crush these two people along with this space. Faced with this terrifying blow that was enough to flatten a hill to the ground, Jun Weishue didn't even raise his eyelids. She still kept looking sideways at Shen Xinghe, and the devastating attack behind her was just a disturbing breeze. Just at the moment when the opponent's palm, wind, and body, and the violent energy were about to explode. Her right hand, which was covering her lips as she yawned, casually stretched out a jade-like finger as thin as a spring onion towards the scarlet figure rushing towards her aggressively from behind. There is a hint of cold light at the fingertips, barely perceptible. Time seems to freeze at this moment. There was no earth-shattering roar, no raging waves of energy collision. There was only an extremely slight pop sound, like a bubble bursting. Then, the red-robed monk who rushed over with overwhelming murderous intent and momentum, along with the violent scarlet ball of thunder in his palm and the pair of ferocious and mighty black-blue thunder wings behind him, the whole person was like a skin bag filled with blood plasma, which was burst from the inside by an invisible force. Bang! It exploded with a loud bang. A rapidly spreading crimson mist filled with a strong smell of blood was formed. The violent energy shockwave seemed to hit an invisible, indestructible ice wall at the moment of its spread, lifting only a few strands of Jun Weishua's scattered hair and the hem of her moon-white skirt before disappearing into thin air. Between heaven and earth, the only sound left was the faint sound of blood mist falling to the ground. Jun Weishua then slowly retracted the finger that looked fragile but contained the power to destroy the world, as if he had just done something insignificant. She turned her gaze back to the stunned Shen Xinghe, whose body was splattered with tiny drops of blood. A gentle and satisfied smile, enough to eclipse the heavens and the earth, blossomed on her beautiful face. "Husband, look, these flies that disturbed my sleep are finally gone. You ran away secretly without Schwer. Schwer is so sad. Do you want to give me some compensation, husband?" Chapter 74. Ha ha ha. Shen Xinghe took a step back. "Schwer, I. The strong smell of blood has not completely dissipated and lingers at the tip of the nose." Shen Xinghe stood stiffly, looking at Jun Weishua's gentle smile that was enough to captivate everyone. Listening to her soft words that were cold but contained a hint of resentment, I felt a chill even deeper than when I faced the red-robed monk, spreading from my tailbone all the way to the top of my head. Husband Jun Weishua took light steps, her moon-white skirt brushing against the blood-stained grass leaves, as if she was stepping on a filthy blooming ice lotus. She came in front of Shen Xinghe, slightly raised her captivating face, her clear eyes were filled with ripples of grievance, and her long eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings. "You sneaked out and left Schwer alone in that cold little world. Schwer's heart is broken." She stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently poked Shen Xinghe's stiff chest, with a hint of coolness on her fingertips. "Husband, if you don't give Schwer some compensation, she will be very sad." The voice was soft and sticky, like a frosty blade coated with honey, precisely piercing Shen Xinghe's fragile nerves. This. Shen Xinghe's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and cold sweat oozed out of his forehead uncontrollably. He tried to force a soothing smile, but it was uglier than crying. "Schwer, listen to my explanation. I didn't mean it. I really have no choice. I have to come out to deal with something important." I swear he spoke quickly, trying to divert attention with important matters. "I won't listen. I won't listen." Jun Weishua suddenly pouted her beautiful cherry lips and stomped her feet like a grumpy little girl. The cold murderous intent in her heart was instantly replaced by a coquettish possessiveness. She stretched out her arms, pretending to hug Shen Xinghe, and her cold voice was filled with undeniable coquettishness. "Let's save the explanation for later. Schwer wants to make it up to you now. Husband, come back with me. Let's go back to our little world." Her eyes were burning. Shen Xinghe only felt a clear phantom pain coming from deep in his lower back, originating from deep in his bone marrow. He was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He subconsciously took a step back, and his voice changed tone. No, that's not right. Schwer. This kind of thing can't be treated lightly. And an idea suddenly flashed in his mind, and he touched Jun Weishua's still flat belly, his tone full of concern. "Oh right. Schwer. You're pregnant now, so you need to rest and recuperate. It's windy outside, and there's a lot of bad energy, which is bad for the fetus. Go back and rest." Jun Weishua lowered her head, and gently caressed her belly with her soft hands. A maternal glow instantly blossomed on her face, and her voice became even more gentle. Don't worry, my dear, with Schwer's spiritual power protecting us, this tiny bit of evil spirit won't harm our child in the slightest. She raised her head and looked at Shen Xinghe with eyes full of expectation and a hint of imperceptible cunning. Gudong Shen Xinghe clearly heard the sound of himself swallowing his saliva, and the sound was particularly loud in the dead silence of the mountains. It's over. This excuse can't stop me at all. He subconsciously raised his hand and pressed hard on his lower back, which had been ravaged and was now making silent protests, as if he could hear some poor organ inside wailing, "Danger!" He forced out a dry smile and tried to make a final effort. Spiritual power is good for protection, but after all, this is a newborn baby, so you need to be extra careful. Resting is the best policy. Don't overwork yourself. He spoke the last few words with great earnestness, as if he was the one who cared most about the health of the fetus. However, his pale face and the lingering fear deep in his eyes completely betrayed him. Jun Weishua's eyesight was so sharp that she immediately caught sight of the drop of cold sweat that was slowly sliding down Shen Xinghe's forehead, gleaming in the sunlight. She uttered a soft "ha," with just the right amount of confusion and concern showing on her beautiful face. She took another step forward, ignoring Shen Xinghe's imperceptible shudder, and stretched out her ice-cold jade-like fingertips, gently and slowly brushing across his sweaty forehead. The fingertips carried a trace of weak spiritual power, which instantly evaporated the drop of cold sweat. "Husband." Jun Weishua's voice suddenly lowered, like the whispering of lovers, with a fatal temptation and unquestionable strength. She stood on tiptoe, and her warm, sweet breath brushed across Shen Xinghe's ear like a feather. Every word struck his tense nerves clearly. "Why are you sweating so much? What are you afraid of?" She paused, feeling Shen Xinghe's instantly stiff body and accelerated heartbeat. The curve of her lips became more charming, like a blooming poppy, and the breath she exhaled became even hotter. "Husband, don't worry." That voice was like a spell, with a heart-pounding sweetness and an irresistible desire to control. "Schwer will be very gentle." And her lips were almost touching Shen Xinghe's earlobe, and in a whisper that only the two of them could hear, she slowly uttered the promise that frightened Shen Xinghe to death. "Schwer, I will also give my husband good spiritual power." She pronounced the word cross lightly and charmingly, with a slightly rising ending tone. With endless charming reverie, she accurately opened the terrifying door of hard work and nourishment deep in Shen Xinghe's memory. "Shen Xinghe, inner thoughts, my life is over. My kidney is in danger system. Help! Ah ha ha." Chapter 75. He. Ding. Friendly reminder, this system's energy pool has entered Sage mode and currently does not provide any elixir exchange services. He host, you're on your own. Also, don't always rely on me. The true path lies in the host becoming stronger himself. "I fuck you," Shen Xinghe roared in despair in his heart, his face instantly turning from white to blue, and then from blue to black. "You damn system. You absolutely did that on purpose. You played dead when I needed life-saving pills. And you pushed your own ideas on me when I didn't want them. Was your core code kicked by a donkey before it left the factory? You're crazy." Sizzling sound of electricity, an emotionless mechanical humming, "La la la, can't hear, la la la, can't see, la la la." The system completely activated the cold violence mode and pretended to be dead, leaving Shen Xinghe alone to face this gentle killing game that was even more terrifying than the pursuit in the Huagang realm. He turned his eyes stiffly and looked at Jun Weishua, who was close to him. On that beautiful face, the coquettishness and expectation that had just arisen due to the topic of compensation were now slowly settling into a deeper and more heart-pounding scrutiny. Her eyes that could see through people's hearts were staring at him without blinking, her red lips were slightly pursed, and there was a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. "Run. You must run. If you don't run now, your kidney will be gone." Alarm bells rang wildly in Shen Xinghe's heart, and every cell in his body was screaming to escape. Just as his muscles tensed and he was about to desperately launch the 7-star steps again, a cold, smooth, and boneless jade hand reached out silently like a spirit snake and accurately picked up the super Qiankuan bag embroidered with intricate cloud patterns hanging around his waist. Jun Weishua held the bag in her palm, and her fingertips gently stroked the mysterious patterns flowing on it, which even she could not fully decipher. Her gaze slowly moved from Shen Xinghe's sweaty face to the small sachet, and a hint of genuine surprise and strong interest flashed in her clear eyes. Husband, her voice was still soft. Schwer is a little curious, your storage bag seems extraordinary. She raised her eyes and locked her gaze on Shen Xinghe again. Schwer has lived for so long and seen countless rare treasures and magical storage instruments, but she's never seen anything this mystical. Not only can it accommodate living beings, it even creates its own little world with such power. I'm afraid even immortal relics are no more than this, right? She tilted her head slightly, with pure curiosity on her beautiful face, but her body naturally leaned forward, with an unavoidable sense of oppression, and her long black hair almost brushed against Shen Xinghe's stiff jaw. Husband, tell Schwer, her voice lowered even lower, with a hint of seductive sweetness, where on earth did you get this divine object? Shen Xinghe's heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. His mind went blank, and all thoughts of running away were shattered at this moment by the huge sense of crisis. This Shen Xinghe's throat was dry, his tongue was tied, and his eyes wandered around in panic, not daring to look into Jun Weishua's eyes that could see through everything. Oh. This, yes. He slapped his thigh suddenly, pretending to understand something, and his voice rose due to nervousness. It was me. I was traveling a few days ago. In a corner of some ancient ruins by accident. I found it completely by accident. Seriously. It was definitely a steal. Good luck. He laughed dryly a few times, trying to use an exaggerated tone to cover up his extreme guilt. Jun Weishua didn't speak immediately, but just looked at him quietly, with the inquiry in her beautiful eyes becoming more and more intense. She parted her red lips slightly and uttered a playful and obviously disbelieving nasal sound, dash? The tail sound was dragged out very long, scratching Shen Xinghe's tense nerves. The invisible pressure pressed down like a mountain. Shen Xinghe felt that breathing had become difficult. He forced himself to maintain an expression that was almost on the verge of collapse, squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and tried to get away with it with sweet words. Really? Schwer. My beautiful wife. When has your husband ever lied to you? I swear on your peerless beauty. I definitely picked it up. It's absolutely true. Jun Weishua's gaze lingered for a moment between the exaggerated smile on his face and the cold sweat that kept oozing from his forehead. Finally, the sharp edge seemed to subside a little and turned into a smile again. She did not continue to ask about the storage bag. Instead, she lowered her head with interest and played with the small sachet again. Seeing that Jun Weishua's attention was on this super Qianquan bag, Shen Xinghe's thought of running away came to his mind again. However, as soon as this thought arose, it was like being poured over by a basin of ice water. The Dharma realm. That was the Dharma realm. In front of her, run? Where to run? I'm afraid that as soon as I think about it, I'll be taken back. By then the consequences will be unimaginable. He seemed to have seen the tragic scene of himself being dragged back to the small world to be compensated forever, and the phantom pain in his lower back became more intense. Cold sweat slid down his temples. Shen Xinghe suppressed the urge to run away, his brain working at an unprecedented speed. He had to change the subject. I must find something that can make her put aside compensation and storage bag for a while. A thought came to mind. He took a deep breath, and tried hard to put on an extremely sincere and indulgent smile, his voice carrying a hint of deliberate excitement. Ah! That's right. Schwer. Didn't you always say that you wanted to see what the world your husband lives in is like? Did you want to experience the life of the mortal world? Look! What a great opportunity now! We're right outside. How about your husband take you for a good stroll right now? Let me show you some worldly delicacies and see some earthly sights, how about that? Jun Weishua's fingers that were playing with the Qianquan bag paused slightly. She slowly raised her head, a thoughtful look on her beautiful face. She stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently stroked her smooth chin with the tip of her thumb. This slightly childish action seemed to her to have a unique charm. The pair of eyes that seemed to contain stars moved around Shen Xinghe's face full of expectation, and then fell back to his still pale face and body posture that faintly revealed resistance. After a moment, a brighter, yet more meaningful smile bloomed on her lips. Okay, she dragged out her words, her voice as clear and sweet as icicles mixed with honey, but it made Shen Xinghe's heart skip a beat. My husband is willing to take Schwer to see the world, so of course Schwer is happy. She paused, leaning forward again, her eyes that seemed to be able to absorb people's souls staring directly at Shen Xinghe. She opened her red lips slightly and added word by word with incomparable clarity. But husband, you must remember. Oh, she deliberately emphasized the word remember and gently tapped Shen Xinghe's chest with her fingertips. Don't forget you have to compensate Schwer. This is what your husband promised Schwer, right? Her eyes were as gentle as water, but with an unquestionable reminder and a hint of cunning. Shen Xinghe only felt that the string that had just loosened a little was instantly tightened to the limit again. His scalp was numb, and he could only bite the bullet and cough a few times to hide his guilt. Ahem, of course. Compensation. Definitely compensation. Don't worry, Schwer, he agreed vaguely, just hoping to get through this difficult time first. Really, a bright light suddenly burst out in Jun Weishua's eyes, like a little girl who got her favorite candy, without any aura of a powerful person in the Dharma realm. She even jumped lightly on the spot with joy, her moonwhite skirt fluttering in the wind. Like an elf who had strayed into the mortal world, she opened her arms and cheered. My husband is the best. Long live my husband. The cheers were clear and melodious, echoing across the mountains and fields. However, to Shen Xinghe's ears, it was like a devil's voice urging his death, making his eyes go dark, as if he had already seen his tragic future where he was destined to work so hard that his kidneys would be broken. He tried hard to maintain a doting smile on his stiff face, but in his heart he was wailing. Long live the Lord, what the hell, I'm afraid I won't survive this night. Chapter 76, Meet the Child of Destiny again. Shen Xinghe had tried hard to maintain a doting smile on his face, putting all his anxieties behind him. He took a deep breath, and his left hand naturally took Jun Weishua's slightly cool but boneless hand. The moment their fingers were intertwined, he could feel the undisguised attachment and joy transmitted from her fingertips. Let's go, Schwer, I'll show you this world. Shen Xinghe laughed loudly, trying to dispel the haze in his heart. He put his right hand together like a sword, a faint light shone on his fingertips, and shouted softly, sword raised. The long sword with a cold glow floated in front of the two of them, making a clear buzzing sound. Shen Xinghe put his arms around Jun Weishua's slender waist, tapped his toes lightly, and the two of them landed on the sword as lightly as a couple of gods. Fly! Ha ha! Jun Weishua seemed to have forgotten everything in an instant, and let out a clear and pleasant laugh like a little girl who went out to play for the first time. With arms open, she felt the gust of wind blowing towards her. Her black hair and moonwhite sleeves fluttered freely in the wind, and her beautiful face was filled with pure, untainted happiness. Ha ha! Shen Xinghe was also infected by her emotions. He put aside his worries temporarily, urged his flying sword, turned into a stream of light, and shuttled freely under the blue sky. Mountains and rivers rush past at your feet, and the white clouds seem to be within reach. When flying over a lake as clear as a mirror, Shen Xinghe became playful. The tip of his sword sank slightly as he darted past the shimmering surface of the lake. Crash! The sharp sword energy instantly cut through the mirror-smooth water surface, stirring up two huge crystal-clear water curtains that were several feet high. The sunlight shines through the water droplets, reflecting colorful rainbow light, as if building a short rainbow bridge for the two of them. Ah! Jun Weishua cried out softly, with a coquettish smile, and subconsciously raised her hands. Her wide sleeves spread out like butterfly wings, blocking in front of her. The crystal water curtain seemed to hit an invisible barrier 3 feet in front of her sleeve and automatically slid to both sides without wetting her at all. She lowered her sleeves, revealing a pair of watery eyes filled with smiles and anger, and gently hit Shen Xinghe, husband. You are so mean. Shen Xinghe laughed heartily, and the haze in his heart seemed to be washed away a little by the clear lake water. The two of them flew their swords all the way, letting out silver bell-like laughter, as if they were the only two left in the world, and even time became gentle and slow. After an unknown amount of time, a bustling outline appeared on the horizon. There are numerous buildings and dense population. It is the country of Lanhua. The flying sword slowly lowered its altitude, and Shen Xinghe keenly noticed that compared with the last time he came here, the Lanhua kingdom seemed to be more prosperous at this moment. Shen Xinghe suppressed the sword light and put away the sword in a relatively quiet alley. He still held Jun Weishue's hand tightly. "Swear, we're here, Lanyue country," he said gently. Jun Weishue looked around curiously at everything in front of her. The bluestone pavement, the shops with carved beams and painted buildings, the shouting vendors, the dazzling array of goods, all of this was full of novelty to her. A bright and pure smile bloomed on her face, and her eyes, which were big enough to outshine the stars, reflected the fireworks of the world. At this moment, her whole world consisted of only the person holding her hand. The time is quiet and beautiful. She was like a spirit bird that had just entered the mortal world, pulling Shen Xinghe through the bustling streets. Sometimes he stopped in front of a stall selling exquisite magical instruments, and sometimes he was attracted by the spiritual fruits emitting an enticing sweet fragrance. She picked up a bunch of crystal clear, sugar-coated spiritual fruits and took a bite curiously. The sweet taste made her squint her eyes happily. Suddenly, she stopped in front of a stall selling women's accessories, her eyes drawn to a hairpin. The hairpin is carved entirely from warm jade, and the head of the hairpin is inlaid with a teardrop-shaped sapphire as pure as the sky, which reflects a dreamy luster in the sunlight. She looked back, her eyes gleaming with the light of a child discovering something new, and pointed at the hairpin, her voice filled with joy. "Husband, come here. Look at this." "What is this?" "It's so beautiful." Shen Xinghe walked to her side, looked at the sapphire hairpin, and then looked at Jun Weishue's expectant eyes, and his heart felt slightly warm. He picked up the hairpin, which was soft to the touch, and the sapphire was clear and flawless. "This is a hairpin, swear. It's a piece of jewelry that women use to tie their hair." His voice was gentle. He gently raised his hand, gathered up the slightly messy strands of Jun Weishue's hair, and carefully inserted the sapphire hairpin into her cloud-like bun. His movements were gentle, and his fingertips accidentally brushed across her delicate earlobe. Jun Weishue raised her face slightly and let him move. Her clear eyes stared at Shen Xinghe without blinking and with great sincerity, engraving his figure into her heart. Behind the stall, an old monk with white hair and a kind smile saw this, stroked his beard, and praised sincerely. "Sir, I presume this angelic figure must be your wife, right? TSK, what a match made in heaven. This Tears of the Sea hairpin seems tailor-made for this fairy. What a perfect match. Tears of the Sea heart." When Jun Weishue heard this name and felt Shen Xinghe's focused actions and the boss's praise, two touching blushes quietly appeared on her beautiful cheeks, like peach blossoms blooming in the snow, adding a bit of beauty. Shen Xinghe looked at the hairpin shining brightly in her black hair, which made her face look even more beautiful and elegant. He also praised sincerely, "Swear, you are so beautiful." The blush on Jun Weishue's face deepened. She lowered her head slightly, but the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise. The satisfaction and sweetness almost overflowed from her eyes. Shen Xinghe paid the spirit stone, took her hand, and continued strolling on the bustling streets of Lanyue Kingdom. The golden light of the setting sun fell on the two of them, casting long, cuddling shadows. However, this peaceful warmth did not last long. When Shen Xinghe's eyes casually swept across a crowded stall in front of him selling spiritual herbs and elixirs, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Among the crowd, there was a figure wearing ordinary monk robes. The son of destiny, Su Lai. He was facing away from them, carefully selecting a spiritual herb from the stall, completely unaware of the sudden focus of gazes behind him, which had a completely different meaning. Chapter 77 Luck Value. The luck value of Su Lai, the host's son of destiny, seems to have increased from 10,000 to 50,000. You can no longer kill him directly. Oh my god! Shen Xinghe's pupils trembled violently. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Destiny child so terrifying. How long has it been? Even a legendary pilot couldn't take off this fast? 50,000 points? Did they cheat so hard that the server crashed? He stared intently at the cold and arrogant figure in the crowd, and the already disgusting aura of destiny emanating from the other person. At this moment, in his perception, it was like a blazing flame, hot and majestic, almost stinging his soul. "Schwerer, please wait a moment. I'm going to visit an old friend." Shen Xinghe let go of Jun Weishua's hand, forced an extremely stiff and somewhat ferocious smile on his face, and spoke in a low voice. Without waiting for Jun Weishua's response, she was attracted by a colorful bird not far away. He was like a beast eyeing its prey. He pushed through the crowd and strode towards the stall. He walked straight behind Su Lai without any hesitation. His right hand was like an iron clamp, with an irresistible force. With a snap, he placed it heavily on Su Lai's slightly thin shoulder. This is not only a greeting, but also a provocation and temptation. Su Lai's body tensed instantly, like a frightened cheetah. He turned his head suddenly, and his eyes, with cold scrutiny and a hint of offended anger, locked onto Shen Xinghe. Fellow Taoist, Su Lai's voice was like a drop of ice, clear, cold, and without a trace of warmth. What do you want to do? In his left hand, he was holding a spiritual plant that was about a foot long, lush and green, with twisted vines and exuding a strong vitality of plants. It was one of the main ingredients for refining the healing medicine spring heart pill, a 100-wood vine. He was obviously negotiating in a low voice with the stall owner, and it seemed that they had not reached an agreement on the price. Shen Xinghe ignored Su Lai's almost freezing gaze, and raised the corner of his mouth with a playful arc. He deliberately glanced at the baimu vine in his hand, and spoke with a condescending insight. Nothing, just passing by. I just saw that you are so interested in this 100-wood vine. He deliberately dragged out his words, his eyes teasing. Could it be that you want to refine the spring heart pill that heals injuries and prolongs life? As soon as these words came out, Su Lai's pupils shrank slightly. His fingers holding the baimu tang tightened slightly, and his knuckles turned white. My heart was in turmoil. How could he know? What was this person trying to do? He pursed his lips tightly and did not answer, but in his cold eyes, vigilance and hostility instantly reached their peak. How discerning was Shen Xinghe? He had long seen that Su Lai was short of money, and that he had been haggling with the stall owner repeatedly, clearly lacking spirit stones. He sneered in his heart, no longer looking at Su Lai, but facing the stall owner who was watching a show. His voice suddenly rose, with the arrogance of a wealthy man. Boss! I want this 100-wood vine. He casually threw a bag of spirit stones that was at least 30% higher than Su Lai's previous offer, landing it precisely in front of the stall owner. At this price, no need to change. All right. This gentleman is straightforward. The stall owner's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the bag of spirit stones. His face was full of smiles. He swiftly packed up the green vine and handed it to Shen Xinghe in a flattering manner. Here you go. This vine is of excellent quality. I wish you great success in refining the elixir. Su Lai's face turned ashen at this moment. He stared at Shen Xinghe intently. He suppressed the urge to act violently, turned around abruptly, and wanted to leave. However, would Shen Xinghe let him get his wish? Just as Su Lai turned around, Shen Xinghe, who had just taken Bai Mutang's hand, grabbed Su Lai's wrist forcefully. The force was so great that Su Lai was caught off guard and his body suddenly stopped. Hey! Brother, don't leave so quickly. Shen Xinghe wore a falsely enthusiastic smile, but his voice was undeniably forceful. Even if the deal doesn't work out, I still have my righteousness. Look, Bai Mutang is in my hands, but I'm a warm-hearted person. He ignored the resistance from Su Lai's wrist and the glare in his eyes that was almost about to spit fire, took a step closer, lowered his voice, and spoke in a bewitching tone. How about this? Give me the other ingredients for refining the spring heart pill and I'll help you refine it. I guarantee the pill will be a success. And it'll be of top quality. How do you say it? Su Lai shook his hands violently, trying to break free, but found that Shen Xinghe's hands were like iron hoops, motionless. He was filled with doubt and uncertainty, his eyes as sharp as a knife, trying to find flaws in Shen Xinghe's face, which seemed honest but full of calculation. Help me refine the elixir? This person's behavior is strange. First, he paid a high price to take what I need, and now he's pretending to be nice. What kind of poison is he up to? Why should I believe you? Believe it or not. Shen Xinghe shrugged, looking indifferent, but the strength of his grip on Su Lai's wrist did not decrease at all. However, I really can't think of any reason to harm you. We don't even know each other. He shook the jade box containing the Bai Mutang in his hand. Since you have spirit stones, why don't you just buy a ready-made spring heart pill? Why bother with all this? Su Lai stared at Shen Xinghe's eyes, trying to find a lie. Shen Xinghe had already prepared a plan in his mind, and his face immediately changed into an expression of helplessness and proud. Good question. Because he straightened his back, although his lower back was still aching, and tried to act like a master alchemist. I'm an alchemist. My master has ordered that the way to make pills is to practice. Unless necessary, I cannot delegate to others, and I cannot rely on purchasing finished pills from outside. So, he pointed at Su Lai and said, your materials are perfect for me to borrow. I can use them as a practice. It saves me from having to look for them myself. Isn't that the best of both worlds? His words sounded reasonable and well-reasoned, and his eyes were open, as if he really was a good Taoist friend who was passionate about alchemy and willing to help others. Chapter 78 Xiaobai. At this moment of delicate stalemate, a delicate orchid-like fragrance quietly spread, accompanied by the pleasant sound of rings and pendants tapping. Jun Weishua walked over gracefully, holding in her hand a newly bought, exquisitely shaped glass wind chime. The sunlight refracted through the glass, creating a colorful halo, which set off her peerless beauty and added a bit of ethereal air to her. She seemed unaware of the tense atmosphere before her, and just looked curiously at Shen Xinghe and Su Lai whom he had captured. Shen Xinghe's telepathic voice instantly penetrated Jun Weishua's sea of consciousness. Schwer. Quick! Cooperate with me. Now you will play the role of my master. Show some Dharma realm aura. A trace of confusion flashed across Jun Weishua's eyes, which were bright enough to make the stars pale in comparison, but after seeing the scene before him, he didn't ask any more questions. She gently put down the glass wind chime, and the lazy and casual aura around her instantly subsided, replaced by a supreme majesty that was as profound and majestic as a mountain, overlooking all living beings. The moonlight white-sleeved fairy skirt moved without wind, and an invisible yet vast pressure like the sea pressed down on Su Lai. Su Lai felt his breath suddenly stop. It was as if a huge mountain had crashed down on him. He suddenly looked up at Jun Weishua. That beautiful face was now like a sculpture of ice and jade. His eyes were indifferent, without any emotion. There was only a sense of absolute power that came from the level of life and made the soul tremble. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and even his fingers trembled slightly due to this terrifying pressure. Look, Shen Xinghe spoke at the right time, his voice carrying a deliberately relaxed tone. He pointed at Jun Weishua and said to Su Lai, his tone full of frankness and confidence. This is the master I just mentioned. I believe that with your spiritual perception, you should be able to sense the depth of his thoughts. If my master and I really have any evil intentions towards you. He paused, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes swept across the bustling streets around him. In this Lanyue Kingdom territory, do we need to play all these roundabout tricks with you? Wouldn't it be easier if we just took action directly? Su Lai's heart was shaken. Dharma realm. This was definitely a terrifying existence above the Dharma realm. The strongest person in Lanyue country is only at the Tianluan realm. In front of this fairy, he is probably not even as good as an ant. If the other party really wanted to harm him, there was really no need to go to such lengths. This reason dispelled the last trace of doubt in his heart. Under immense pressure, Su Lai forced himself to calm down and bowed deeply to Jun Weishua, his posture extremely humble, his voice filled with unprecedented respect and a barely perceptible tremor. Junior Su Lai, I pay my respects to you, senior. Jun Weishua's cold and indifferent eyes turned slightly and fell on Su Lai. Her red lips parted slightly, and the words that came out carried a chilling chill, senior? The trailing tone dragged on, as if imbued with an endless chill. Am I very old? No, senior is as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. Shen Xinghe's telepathic voice once again entered Jun Weishua's ears, with a hint of eager coaxing and promises. Schwerer. Show some kindness. Cooperate with me and use your charm appropriately. Tonight I will double your compensation to you. A faint smile flashed across Jun Weishua's icy face, almost imperceptibly, as if the glacier had just melted. She looked at Su Lai's face, which had turned pale with nervousness, and suddenly stretched out her jade-like fingers as white as spring onions. The crystal-clear fingertips had a slightly cool touch, and in an extremely frivolous and yet absolutely controlling manner, she gently lifted Su Lai's chin with the tip of her thumb. Little thing Jun Weishua's voice was still cold, but with a hint of elusive playfulness. He's a talker. Su Lai was forced to raise his head slightly and meet Jun Weishua's eyes closely, which seemed to contain stars but were now filled with scrutiny and amusement. An unprecedented feeling, a mixture of enormous pressure, astonishment, humiliation, and a trace of the young man's irresistible throbbing, instantly ran through the body like an electric current. His cold and arrogant face was quickly covered with a hot blush at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading from the roots of his ears to his neck. The boy's shyness and emotions, under this absolute power gap and sudden ambiguous contact, are like tender buds under the light snow in early spring, and cannot be hidden at all. I encountered a top-level succubus right after leaving the novice village. How do I deal with it? Jun Weishua seemed very satisfied with Su Lai's reaction. She slowly withdrew her fingers, and the invisible pressure subsided a little. Her tone was full of unquestionable command. In that case, please hand over all your alchemy materials to this useless disciple of mine. She turned her gaze to Shen Xinghe with a hint of the majesty of a master. Let him refine it. When it's done, you two can split it equally. Jun Weishua said in a flat tone. How could Su Lai dare to question anything? The immense pressure and worry about Bai Hu's injury overwhelmed everything. He nodded almost subconsciously, his voice dry. Yes, Junior obeys your command. A triumphant smile finally appeared on Shen Xinghe's lips, and his eyes flashed with a plan light. He let go of Su Lai's hand and was about to strike while the iron was hot to take the materials. Just then, a strange wind blew up without warning, picking up a few fallen leaves on the street corner. The air was filled with a fragrance as clear as mountain snow lotus, with a hint of wildness. A figure appeared silently beside Su Lai. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by this figure. It was a woman, or rather, a white fox in disguise with an unparalleled beauty. Her skin was not ordinary white, but was carved from the purest frost and snow. It was so delicate that there was not a single pore, and it glowed with a soft and cool halo under the golden light of the setting sun. Her silver hair was like a waterfall. It was not a rigid silver color, but had a moonlight-like luster. It fell softly to her waist, which was just enough to be held in one hand. A few strands of hair fluttered in the wind, as if carrying stardust. Her facial features were so exquisite that they looked like the work of a god. A pair of narrow fox eyes, with a natural upward arc at the end of the eyes that is charming and captivating. The eyes are deep, and the pupils are pure ice blue. As her eyes moved, there was both the sharpness of seeing through people's hearts and a hint of lazy charm. Under the high nose bridge, the lips are as red as a newly opened cherry, and the corners of the mouth are slightly raised, with a hint of smile, which adds a lot of charm and mystery. She has a graceful figure and a light body. A plain white robe wrapped around her slender curves. The cuffs and hem of the skirt were embroidered with delicate cloud and snowflake patterns using light blue ice silk thread, swaying gently with her movements. A silver silk ribbon was tied around her waist. However, when her ice blue eyes turned to Su Lai, the coldness melted instantly, and her eyes flickered with undisguised dependence, concern, and a hint of. It is indescribably smart and playful, like a little fox that retracts its claws and shows its softness only to its owner. She moved lightly and silently towards Su Lai, her movements graceful and elegant, with a natural rhythm. She slightly raised her face, which was enough to captivate everyone. Her ice blue eyes were filled with worry. Her voice was like ice beads falling on a jade plate, crisp and pleasant, with a hint of natural tenderness. Oh nar. Su Lai looked at the white fox beauty in front of him, and the embarrassment on his face caused by Jun Weishua was quickly replaced by deep concern. He subconsciously reached out his hand, his movements natural and gentle, and gently rubbed the soft silver hair on her head. His stern features softened at this moment like the warm sunshine of early spring, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement and relief. Xiao Bai, your injury is finally healed. In this situation, Shen Xinghe's evil smile appeared again. Chapter 79 Spring Heart Pill. Su Lai's house. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the window lattice, casting mottled light and shadows in the small room. The air was filled with the scent of old wood mixed with a hint of herbs. The room was extremely simply furnished, with a table, a chair, a couch, and a rather awkward object in the corner. A spiritual chicken doll made of some rough spiritual material, with puffed hair and an arrogant attitude with a middle-parted hairstyle? Shen Xinghe's gaze stayed on the brother chicken doll for 0.1 second, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. An extremely bizarre thought, a mixture of absurdity and favorable, flashed through my mind. Holy shit. A hater is right next to me? How dare they smear my brother? From now on, I will show you what nightmares are like. But the corner of his mouth curled up into a more kind and meaningful smile. Su Lai did not notice Shen Xinghe's abnormality at that moment. He walked to the center of the room and solemnly took out an ancient alchemy furnace that was half a person's height. The alchemy furnace is bronze in color, with simple fire-gathering runes engraved on its surface. Although it is not top-notch, it can be considered of decent quality. By the way, Su Lai turned around and bowed to Shen Xinghe, his tone carrying a hint of deliberately maintained calmness. I haven't asked you yet, fellow Taoist, what is your name? His eyes swept across Shen Xinghe, and then very subtly passed over Jun Weishui, who was standing quietly beside him with a temperament as cold as frost. Yi Chen. Shen Xinghe casually reported an alias with a smile on his face. Su Lai. Su Lai also gave his name and pointed at the alchemy furnace. Fellow Taoist Yi, the materials are here. We can begin. He placed a storage bag on the table, which contained several spiritual materials needed to refine the spring heart pill, including the baimu vine that Shen Xinghe had bought at a high price. His eyes were fixed on Shen Xinghe, with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible expectation. Shen Xinghe picked up the storage bag and scanned it with his spiritual sense, confirming it was correct. He walked over to the alchemy furnace, but didn't start immediately. Instead, he slowly adjusted his sleeves, his posture calm and composed, as if he was about to perform an elegant performance instead of alchemy. No problem. Shen Xinghe chuckled and turned his gaze to Su Lai and the cold and beautiful white fox girl beside him, Xiao Bai, who was looking at the alchemy furnace curiously with her ice blue eyes. He deliberately prolonged his tone, with a hint of teasing. Friend Su, I forgot to ask on the street just now, this stunningly beautiful fairy is she? Su Lai's body stiffened imperceptibly, a trace of panic flashed across his eyes, and he said quickly. Oh, this is my sister, Xiao Bai. She is feeling a little unwell and needs to rest. He tried to block Xiao Bai with his body, his tone was obviously concealing. However, before he finished speaking, Xiao Bai, who had been quietly nestling beside him, tilted her head slightly, and her silver hair slid down her shoulders. Her eyes, pure as an icy lake, looked at Su Lai, then looked at Shen Xinghe with a hint of innocence and confusion. She parted her red lips slightly and murmured softly in a voice as gentle as the sound of broken ice, which only a few people around her could hear. Master Xiao Bai is not my sister. The smile on Shen Xinghe's face instantly became brighter and more evil. He raised his eyebrows, his eyes as sharp as a knife, piercing Su Lai. Oh dash? Not my sister. He dragged out the last syllable, each word carrying a playful, penetrating tone. Friend Su, you're not being honest enough. A man of honor, yet you don't even dare to acknowledge the identity of the beautiful woman beside you? TSK. Su Lai's expression changed instantly. His face turned red and he was speechless for a moment. He could only glare at Xiao Bai fiercely. Xiao Bai seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing. He shrank his neck timidly and hid behind Su Lai again, revealing only a pair of watery, innocent ice-blue eyes. Shen Xinghe stopped pursuing the target and turned back to the alchemy furnace. The playful smile on his face instantly faded, and his eyes became focused and deep. Watch carefully, fellow Taoist Su. Shen Xinghe let out a low cry, slowly raised his right hand, and stretched out his 5 fingers. Boom! A ball of deep black blue abyss fire rose from his palm. Molanuan sea fire. Hiss. Su Lai took a deep breath and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He stared at the dark blue flame that was burning quietly in Shen Xinghe's palm, yet contained the power to destroy the world. The blood color on his face faded instantly, leaving only extreme shock and disbelief. Strange fire. It turned out to be the legendary strange fire of heaven and earth. Su Lai's mind felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer. This Lan Yuan sea fire, the aura was so terrifying and ancient, how could he possibly subdue it? The huge shock made his mind go blank. Immediately, an indescribable jealousy arose. Why? Why does he have such a stunningly elegant Dharma realm master by his side? Why is he so rich? Why does he even possess the heavenly and earthly flame, a weapon even the mighty could only dream of? The look in Su Lai's eyes when he looked at Shen Xinghe seemed full of unwillingness. Jun Weishue was in the corner. She looked at Shen Xinghe's focused profile with a deeper look in her eyes. Shen Xinghe ignored Su Lai's gaze that was almost spitting fire. As soon as he thought about it, the Malanuan sea fire, like a living snake, suddenly drilled into the fire mouth under the furnace. Buzz. The ancient alchemy furnace emitted a dull hum, and the runes on the furnace wall were instantly lit up by the dark blue flame, emitting a dark halo. The entire alchemy furnace seemed to come alive, emitting a heavy aura like the deep sea abyss. Alchemy officially begins. Shen Xinghe's technique is skillful and smooth. He did not use any fancy fire control techniques, but simply input the cold and extremely pure energy of the Malanuan sea fire into the alchemy furnace steadily and evenly. He put each spiritual material into the furnace accurately. When the Baimu vine fell into the furnace, it did not turn into ashes immediately. Instead, wrapped in the dark blue flames, it slowly stretched out like a sleeping jade, and the green juice was extracted from it strand by strand, exuding a rich breath of life. When the red sunflower was thrown in, it instantly exploded into a ball of blazing red light, but was quickly wrapped and tamed by the dark blue flame, and the violent fire energy was stripped away and refined bit by bit. Ice heartgrass, condensed dew fruit, various spiritual materials with conflicting and complementary properties, under the domineering and precise control of Lan Yuan Manhwa, were melted, decomposed and purified respectively. Inside the furnace, the dark blue flame rolled and surged silently like the deep sea water, wrapping and fusing the essence of various medicinal liquids. There was no earth-shaking momentum, only a deep sea-like silence and efficiency. A strange medicinal fragrance gradually spread, light at first, then becoming rich and mellow, refreshing, as if containing the original power of life. Shen Xinghe was fully focused, his consciousness was like the most sophisticated probe, sensing the changes in the medicinal liquid in the furnace at all times. Occasionally, he would flick his fingers, and a faint wave of spiritual energy would accurately shoot into the furnace, adjusting the temperature or guiding the fusion of the medicinal properties. Throughout the entire process, he looked calm and didn't seem to be struggling at all, as if refining the fourth-grade elixir was a piece of cake for him. Su Lai was watching from the side, his heart shaken and shocked. Time passes in concentration. About half an hour later, the dark blue flame surging within the furnace suddenly shrank inwards, like a deep-sea whirlpool returning to calm. Deep in the furnace, a warm green light like the warm spring sun suddenly lit up. Buzz. The alchemy furnace made a clear and long sound, and the lid was pushed open by a gentle force. In an instant, the rich aroma of medicine filled the entire room like an explosion. It is refreshing, as if you are in an early spring forest where everything comes back to life. 4 pills, the size of longan, round in body and the color of fine jade, are quietly suspended above the furnace mouth. On the surface of the pill, 3 clear golden lines seem to be formed by nature, flowing slowly and emitting majestic and pure life energy. The 4th-grade elixir, Chuanshin pill, is now a success. Quality, the best choice. Shen Xinghe raised his hand, and 3 emerald green pills fell into his palm, as smooth as jade. He picked one up and casually threw it to Su Lai, who was already stunned beside him. The corner of his mouth once again curled up that signature smile that was a bit cynical and meaningful. Well, fellow Daoist Su, I'm glad to have fulfilled your mission. We agreed to split the money half and half. He glanced at Xiaobai behind Su Lai. I hope I can heal my sister's injury. Su Lai subconsciously took the warm pill, feeling the surging vitality in it, then looked at the other two and Shen Xinghe's hand and the kind smile on his face, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. Chapter 80 Love Gu. Su Lai's eyes lingered on the pill again and again, and his fingertips moved slightly. There was undisguised doubt and struggle in his eyes, the guy in front of him who called himself Yi Chen. His actions are really too weird. First he paid a high price to seize the vine, then he took the initiative to refine the elixir, and now he is so generous. The pie that falls from the sky often comes with a poisonous hook. Shen Xinghe took in Su Lai's hesitation, and the kind-hearted smile on his lips remained unchanged, but a hint of imperceptible sarcasm flashed across the depths of his eyes. He suddenly stretched out 2 fingers, picked up a pill very casually, and put it into his mouth without hesitation under Su Lai's astonished gaze. The pill melted in his mouth, transforming into a gentle and pure warm current of life, instantly nourishing his body, even relieving the dull pain in his lower back. He even smacked his lips exaggeratedly, showing an expression of enjoyment. The medicinal power is mellow, the fragrance of the pill is pure, and the quality is superior, Shen Xinghe commented seriously, as if he was tasting a delicacy. Then, he looked at Su Lai with an extremely frank look in his eyes and a hint of urging in his tone. "Friend Su, you've seen the pills. I ate them myself, so how could they be fake? This fairy's injuries are serious, why don't you let her take them quickly?" His eyes swept meaningfully over Xiao Bai, who looked a little weak, behind Su Lai. Su Lai was left speechless by Shen Xinghe's sudden decision to test the medicine on himself. Looking at the Dharma Realm Master Jun Weishue, who was standing quietly beside him with an aura as deep and unfathomable as the abyss, the huge pressure was like a real shackle. He gritted his teeth, and the doubts in his heart were temporarily suppressed by his concern for Xiao Bai's injuries. Forget it. If this person really wanted to poison, given his master's strength, why would he go through so much trouble? He took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, quickly took a green pill from Shen Xinghe's palm, and turned to face Xiao Bai. There was complete trust in Xiao Bai's ice-blue eyes, and her cherry-red mouth slightly opened. Su Lai carefully put the pill into her mouth. As the pill entered her mouth, Xiao Bai let out a comfortable moan from her throat, and a gentle emerald green light instantly emanated from her body. Her originally pale cheeks quickly regained their rosy color, and her breathing became steady and strong at a visible speed. The drug was working immediately. Shen Xinghe looked at this scene, and the smile on the corner of his mouth finally blossomed completely, like a mandala quietly blooming in the darkness, full of the pleasure of success and a hint of cold cruelty. Ha 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 ha. Done. It turned out that at the last moment of refining the 4 spring heart pills, Shen Xinghe had already used an extremely secret method to integrate a trace of the colorless, odorless, invisible and intangible love goo origin into the core of the pill patterns of 2 of them. This goo is called Shanshin. Once it enters the body, it will be like a thread of love wrapped around the bones, silently corroding the soul, making the person who is poisoned feel an irresistible closeness, dependence, and even a twisted love for the person who poisoned it. This was his secondary purpose for going to great lengths to get close to Su Lai and actively refining the elixir. Using the name of healing to control the soul. Seeing that Xiao Bai was in much better condition after taking the pill, Su Lai's face showed a look of relief. He carefully put the only remaining spring heart pill in his hand back into the storage ring, his movements filled with a hint of cautious cherishment. In any case, a 4th-grade holy medicine for healing is worth a lot of money. Just as the pill was about to sink into the ripples in the storage ring space, Shen Xinghe's left index finger, which was behind his back, hooked lightly and subtly, as if plucking an invisible string. Buzz! A spiritual power fluctuation so weak that it was almost imperceptible instantly penetrated the space and accurately pierced into the pill that Su Lai had put away. At the core of the Danwen, the dormant and imperceptible origin of the love goo melted away silently like a snowflake thrown into a raging fire. The whole process was as fast as a big elbow strike, and it happened at the moment Su Lai took back the pill. Even Jun Weishue, who was close by, did not notice it at all. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Yi, for generously gifting me the elixir and saving my sister." Su Lai turned around and bowed solemnly to Shen Xinghe. His tone was complicated, showing gratitude, but also lingering vigilance and a hint of unwillingness. Shen Xinghe came back to his senses, his smile still sincere, and waved his hand. "Fellow Daoist Su, you're too polite. This spring heart pill also owes a lot to the materials you provided. It can't be considered a gift, just a fair trade." Su Lai nodded, as if he didn't want to argue any further. He changed the subject and asked tentatively, "Fellow Daoist Yi and Master have come to Lanyue country. I believe they are also here for the Lanyue secret realm, right?" Lanyu's secret realm. Shen Xinghe showed a hint of confusion at the right moment and looked at Jun Weishue. Jun Weishue nodded slightly in cooperation, maintaining the dignity of a master. What is that place? Please enlighten me, fellow Daoist Su. Su Lai's eyes flashed with understanding, and he explained. The Lanyue's secret realm is a place of inheritance left by the first emperor of Lanyue country. It opens once every 10 years. It is rumored that it contains the lifelong accumulation and inheritance of that peak Dharma realm expert. Unfortunately. He shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. For millennia, countless geniuses have entered this realm, but no one has truly been able to touch the core inheritance. Over time, it has become useless. Oh? The inheritance of the peak of the Dharma realm. A hint of interest flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes, and he touched his chin and asked. No one has achieved it in 1,000 years? Why is that? Could it be that the test set by the first emperor was too abnormal? That's possible. Su Lai pondered and said, also, there are powerful restrictions on the entrance to the secret realm. Those with cultivation above the transformation realm cannot enter. Perhaps it's precisely because the upper limit of those entering is stuck below the Hua Gang realm that no one has ever been able to unlock the restrictions that require a higher level of cultivation and obtain the true inheritance. I see. Shen Xinghe showed a look of sudden realization and asked, when will this secret realm be opened? Tomorrow, at dawn, the Falling Star Valley behind the Lanyue Imperial City will open. Su Lai replied. Okay. Thank you, fellow Daoist Su, for sharing this secret. Shen Xinghe bowed, smiling brightly. I'm going to go see it tomorrow. I won't bother you today. Goodbye. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. He took Jun Weishue with him, turned around and left the cabin neatly. There was a soft sound of the door closing. It was not until the breath of Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishue completely disappeared from the range of perception that Su Lai's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and fine cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. Facing the pressure from that Dharma realm master just now was truly too painful. He immediately turned around and looked at Xiaobai, whose breath had recovered and was even better than before, but his eyes were still extremely solemn. Xiaobai. Su Lai's voice was hurried and undeniably harsh. Quick! Force out the pill you just took. A hint of surprise and confusion flashed across Xiaobai's ice blue eyes, but out of absolute trust and obedience to her master, she did not hesitate at all. She sat cross-legged, her spiritual energies circulating throughout her body. Su Lai directly pressed a palm on her smooth back, sending a gentle push through her body. Xiaobai groaned, her cherry lips slightly parted. Puff! The emerald green and round chuanshin pill that had not yet fully dissolved, along with a trace of medicinal liquid, was forced out of her body by the powerful spiritual power. The pill rolled to the ground, still emitting a rich medicinal fragrance and breath of life. Master Xiaobai's face was pale, his breathing was a little disordered, and he looked at Su Lai in confusion. Su Lai grabbed the pill on the ground, and quickly took out his own pill from the storage ring. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and he checked it repeatedly. He even used a trace of his original spiritual power to roughly invade the inside of the pill to explore. Nothing. Nothing. The pill's structure was complete, its medicinal power pure and powerful. Besides the rich life energy, there was no abnormal aura, mark, or hidden toxin. Both pills were like this. How is it possible? Su Lai frowned, his expression uncertain. He carefully crushed both pills into powder, and the powder fell between his fingers, still pure and flawless, without any abnormality. Could it be that I really was judging others by my own standards? A strong sense of self-doubt washed over me. But immediately, a stronger feeling of uneasiness wrapped around his heart. No. No way. Su Lai shook his head violently, his eyes filled with fear and determination. We must be on guard against others. Yi Chen's behavior is strange, and his master is even more unfathomable. I always feel uneasy and my eyelids are twitching. We can't stay here for long. He pulled up the still weak Xiaobai, speaking in a hurried and serious tone. Let's go. Xiaobai. Let's leave Lanyue City right now. The farther away from that master and disciple, the better. He pulled Xiaobai, like a frightened bird, hurriedly packed up his things, pushed open the door, and his figure quickly disappeared into the deepening dusk. What Sulai didn't see was that when he hurriedly pulled Xiaobai away, Xiaobai's eyes, as pure as an ice lake, quietly flashed with an extremely obscure, indescribable confusion and a trace of inexplicable attachment to a figure who had just left in the twilight. The invisible and intangible emotion binding goo that had long been integrated into the depths of her soul had silently entangled her heart and soul like a quietly growing vine. The thread of fate was woven more tightly and fatally by Shen Xinghe amidst Sulai's self-righteous caution. Chapter 81 Leftovers. Dusk is falling and the lights are coming on. The hustle and bustle in the monk area of Lanyue Kingdom did not stop, but instead became even more agitated because of the secret realm that was about to open. Shen Xinghe held Jun Weishua's hand and casually walked into an inn that looked quite elegant, Junlai Ju. The inn lobby was brightly lit and bustling with people, filled with the aroma of wine and meat and the noise of monks chatting loudly. The waiters were running around, and the shopkeeper was clattering his abacus behind the counter. Shen Xinghe walked straight to the counter and casually tapped the smooth countertop with his fingers. His voice was lazily and unquestionably. "Boss, please give us one of the best rooms." The shopkeeper raised his head and saw that Shen Xinghe had an extraordinary demeanor, mainly because the person next to him, Jun Weishua, who was aloof and had an aura of keeping strangers away, was too eye-catching. Immediately he put on a flattering smile. "Hello, sir. You two are truly honored guests. Room 52, Tianzi, is quiet, elegant, and full of spiritual energy. You are guaranteed to be satisfied." He deftly took out a jade talisman key. "Send some of their specialties and warm up 2 pots of the best drunken immortal wine and bring them to the room." Shen Xinghe casually threw out a bag of heavy spirit stones, which landed accurately in front of the shopkeeper, making a crisp collision sound. "All right. Sir, please go upstairs and wait for a moment. The food and drinks will be here soon." The shopkeeper held the bag of spirit stones, grinning from ear to ear, and bowed quickly to lead the way. Just as Shen Xinghe took the jade talisman and prepared to take Jun Weishua upstairs, the door of the inn was suddenly pushed open by a force that smelled of alcohol and arrogance. A young man wearing an elegant white Taoist robe with cloud patterns, a beautiful jade hanging from his waist, and a golden crown on his head, staggered in, surrounded by a group of impressive guards. His face was slightly red and his eyes were blurry, and he was obviously about 70% drunk. "Boss. Same old rules. The best private room. The best wine." The young man burped, his voice carrying the arrogance typical of a child from an aristocratic family. However, his drunken eyes casually swept across the lobby, and when he passed Jun Weishua, who was about to go upstairs, it was as if he was frozen in place by a spell, and froze in an instant. That face that captivated everyone, that cold, solitary and untainted temperament, was like the dark moon from the sky falling into the mortal world, instantly igniting all his drunkenness and lust. He just felt his mouth dry and his heart pounding as if he had been struck by lightning, and he even forgot to breathe. "Hiss, what a beautiful fairy," he murmured in despair, his eyes filled with undisguised greed and salivation. He pushed away the guards in front of him, and rushed to the stairs with unsteady but anxious steps, just in front of Jun Weishua. This fairy, he tried hard to force out a smile that he thought was suave, but his eyes were like sticky grease, wandering freely on Jun Weishua's body, and his voice was frivolous and drunken. "I am the son of the Marquis of Jingguo Mansion in Lanyue Kingdom, Lin Yanxiu. May I know the fairy's name? Would you do me the honor of sharing a drink with me? In this Lanyue city, I will surely let the fairy enjoy every bit of glory." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and actually wanted to grab Jun Weishua's wrist. Shen Xinghe paused, his eyes instantly turning cold, like an ice-cold pond. He did not get angry immediately, but the corners of his mouth curled up in an extremely cold arc, as if he was looking at a dead person. Jun Weishua didn't even look at the so-called prince of the state. At the moment when that hand, reeking of alcohol and filthy desire, was about to touch her sleeve, her eyes, which seemed to contain 10,000 years of ice, just glanced indifferently in the direction of Lin Yanxiu. There was no fluctuation of spiritual power, no earth-shaking momentum. Nausea. The 2 cold words were like ice beads falling to the ground. The next moment, the frivolous smile on Lin Yanxiu's face suddenly froze. His outstretched hand stopped in midair, his eyes flashing with extreme fear. He didn't even have time to let out a full scream. Laugh. He turned to ash. In less than a breath. Only a very thin wisp of green smoke with a burnt smell was left on the spot, rising up and then dissipating in the turbid air of the inn. Not even a trace of ash or a drop of blood was left. The entire lobby of Yunleju was instantly plunged into a dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. All the noise, the clinking of cups, the chatter and laughter came to an abrupt end. Countless gazes seemed frozen, fixed on the ethereal yet terrifying woman at the stairwell. The air froze into solid ice. Little Marquis. Prince. The group of guards brought by Lin Yanqiu were like ducks with their necks strangled. Their screams of fear were stuck in their throats, their bodies were shaking like sieves, and they looked in disbelief at the place where their master had disappeared in an instant. Who are you? How dare you commit a crime in Lanyue country? Kill my Marquis's son. At the moment when the dead silence was broken by the guard's horror, a roar filled with raging rage and terrifying pressure suddenly exploded above Yunlai residence, like thunder in the sky. The whole inn was shaking. An old figure exuding the terrifying aura of the peak of the Tianluan realm, like an angry dragon tearing through space, wrapped in a violent storm of spiritual power, instantly appeared in the center of the inn lobby. The powerful pressure was like a real tsunami, instantly pressing the guards to the ground, unable to move. The man who came had his hair and beard standing up, and his eyes were wide open with anger. He was one of the guardians of the royal family of Lanyue Kingdom, and also the elders serving in the Marquis Xinghe mansion, Lin Xinghe. He sensed the prince's jade token shattering, and instantly tore through space to rush over. Who is it? Lin Xinghe's hair and beard were standing on end, and his majestic spiritual sense swept through the entire inn like a raging wave, and the terrifying murderous intent almost condensed into substance. His eyes were like lightning, instantly locking onto the extraordinary man and woman at the stairwell. Especially the woman in the moon-white dress with a cool temperament. However, just as his murderous gaze was about to burst forth, and his roar was about to escape his lips, his sight suddenly caught the young man standing next to the terrifying woman, who was looking at him with a calm expression and even a hint of amusement, Shen Xinghe. Boom! Lin Xinghe only felt a chill rushing from his tailbone straight to the top of his head, like a cold spring from the underworld instantly pouring down his head. The anger and murderous intent in his heart were frozen instantly as if a basin of 10,000-year-old black ice was poured on him. His old face, twisted by rage, froze in an instant, and the expression changed from extreme anger to extreme fear and disbelief. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, and his body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. It was him? The evil star who wiped the Ji family off the map of Lanyue country with a single wave of his hand. That day, above the Ji family mansion, a terrifying figure that was like a demon descending to the earth and crushing those in the Tianluan realm like ants instantly overlapped with the seemingly lazy young man in front of him. The memory of fear that penetrated deep into his bones was gnawing at his soul. Senior Lin Xinghe's voice completely changed its tone. The previous angry roar turned into a trembling greeting with extreme flattery and fear. The terrifying aura on him disappeared in an instant, his waist bent to 90 degrees, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead like a waterfall, dripping onto the smooth floor. He didn't even dare to look at Jun Weishue again. All his attention was focused on Shen Xinghe, and his voice was filled with tears. Senior, you are so honored to be here. I am Lin Xinghe, a humble servant of Lanyue Kingdom. I wonder what orders you may have for me. But I wonder if there is anything foolish enough to have offended you and this fairy. As he spoke, he glanced at the place where Lin Yanqiu disappeared. Not only did he not have the slightest thought of revenge in his heart, but he wanted to whip that damn prince's corpse 10,000 times. Why mess with this evil star when there are so many people to mess with? He quickly added, his tone full of flattery and eagerness to distance himself from the matter. If there is anyone or anything in Lanyue Kingdom that makes Senior unhappy. Senior, just one word. I know. The entire Lanyue royal family. We will do our utmost to clear all obstacles for you. Kill. Kill him without a trace. He almost shouted, fearing that his statement was not positive enough. Shen Xinghe looked at the guardian in front of him, who was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. The playful smile on his face deepened. He waved his hand casually, his voice calm and calm. "It's okay." These 3 words sounded like the sound of nature to Lin Jinyue's ears. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. The back of his robe was already soaked with cold sweat. He quickly bent down even lower, almost touching the ground, his voice trembling with the feeling of having just survived a disaster. "Yes. Yes. Senior, please be magnanimous. I will take my leave. I won't disturb you anymore." After saying this, he felt as if his butt was on fire. He didn't dare to look at Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishue again, and he didn't care about the guards who were lying limp on the ground. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot in an instant, as if he had never appeared. The entire lobby was still deathly silent. The shopkeeper stood behind the counter, and the jade talisman key in his hand fell to the ground with a click. His mouth was open, his eyes were as big as bells, the blood had drained from his face, his body was shaking like a leaf in the autumn wind, and his mind was blank. The son of the Marquis of Jinhua in his shop turned into smoke with just one look? The royal guardian, the worshipper at the peak of the Tianluan realm, was like a mouse seeing a cat, so scared that he almost peed his pants? That young man, that fairy. The shopkeeper felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, his vision went dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. Shen Xinghe seemed not to notice all this. He bent down to pick up the jade talisman key on the ground and smiled gently at Jun Weishue. "Schwerer, let's go. The room is ready. Your husband will make it up to you." Jun Weishue nodded slightly, and a blush appeared on her cold smile. The 2 of them walked hand in hand, as if strolling in the garden, and stepped onto the stairs leading to room 52 of Tianzi. All that was left was a dead silence in the room and a group of onlookers who looked like they were petrified and their souls had left their bodies. Chapter 82. In room number 52, the heavy door blocked out the noise and silence downstairs. The soft moonlight filtered through the carved window lattices, casting a hazy silver glow over the room. The air still lingered with the delicate scent of new wood and incense. Exquisite food and wine were neatly placed on the round rosewood table in the center of the room, emitting an enticing aroma. The boy who brought the food almost came in on tiptoe, keeping his head down the whole time and not daring to breathe. After putting down the tray, he quickly retreated like a frightened rabbit. From beginning to end, she didn't dare to look up at Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishue. The scene in the lobby just now, which was like the descent of gods and demons, had obviously been deeply engraved in his soul. Shen Xinghe didn't care about it at all. He pulled Jun Weishue to sit down at the table. On the table were several plates of Lanyue country's special delicacies, and a pot of warmed Zhuotian wine was emitting a mellow aroma. He picked up the warm white jade wine pot and poured the wine into 2 small jade cups. The aroma of the wine instantly filled the room, carrying a hint of sweet temptation. "Schwerer." Shen Xinghe gently pushed one of the cups in front of Jun Weishue with a gentle smile on his face, trying to dispel the unpleasant episode just now. "Come, try this drunken immortal wine from Lanyue country. It's said to taste very good." He picked up his own cup and pretended to take a sip. Jun Weishue's eyes, as clear as an icy lake, looked curiously at the amber liquid swaying in the cup. She stretched out her slender jade fingers and picked up the jade cup gracefully. Then, under Shen Xinghe's slightly astonished gaze, she actually imitated the heroic swordsman in her memory, slightly raised her swan-like graceful neck, and drank the wine in the glass. Cough. Cough, cough. Spicy. Scorching. Like swallowing a ball of boiling magma. The overwhelming force of the alcohol instantly burned from my throat all the way to my stomach. Jun Weishue's beautiful face turned red in an instant. She suddenly put down the wineglass, opened her lips slightly, and subconsciously stuck out her small tongue. She breathed rapidly, like a fish out of water. Those eyes that were always cool and indifferent were now filled with physiological moisture, and there were even a few tiny tears on the long eyelashes. She raised her hand somewhat embarrassedly and fanned her lips rapidly with her wide sleeves, trying to dispel the burning feeling. So hot. Husband. What is this? Her voice was a little hoarse from coughing and full of grievance, and she looked at Shen Xinghe accusingly. Shen Xinghe was stunned at first, then he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into hearty laughter. He laughed so hard that tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. It seemed as if the frustration and tension he had been holding back for days were finally released at this moment. Silly schwer. This wine needs to be savored slowly. How can you just drink it in one gulp? Ha ha ha. Looking at Jun Weishua's cute and innocent look with tears in her eyes, and her angry and annoyed look, Shen Xinghe just thought she was so cute. He suppressed his smile and quickly picked up the jade chopsticks, picked up a piece of crystal-clear spirit fish meat covered with thick sauce, blew it carefully, and handed it to Jun Weishua's lips, with a coaxing tone. Come on, eat some food to calm your nerves. This snow-scale fish is very tender and not spicy. Jun Weishue glared at him angrily, but still obediently opened her cherry lips and put the fish into her mouth. However, her eyes instantly widened. The fish was incredibly tender and melt in your mouth, but immediately following was a more intense and lingering spicy sensation. It was like countless tiny needles dancing on the tip of my tongue. The spicy aftertaste, mixed with the spicy taste of the wine, instantly ignited her already sensitive taste buds. So hot. So spicy. Jun Weishue suddenly covered her mouth, her ice blue eyes were filled with moisture, as if she was about to cry in the next second. She felt like her lips and tongue were about to burn. The burning sensation spread all the way down her esophagus, turning her fair skin an alluring pink. Husband. She suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful cheeks were dyed with two gorgeous red blushes due to shame and spiciness, like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Those watery eyes were now full of accusations and dangerous signals, staring straight at Shen Xinghe, who was still laughing. You do this on purpose? Shen Xinghe looked at her hot, irritating, and charming appearance and found it extremely amusing. He was completely unaware of the danger and continued to laugh heartily, even teasing. Ha ha ha. It's unfair, schwer. This fish is a little spicy, but I didn't expect you to be so intolerant of spicy food. Ha ha ha. His laughter was particularly loud in the silent room, filled with the joy of seeking death without realizing it. At the moment when he was laughing the most happily and his waist was bent down. A figure with the fragrance of orchids and a biting chill, like an enraged ice phoenix, pounced on them in an instant. Shen Xinghe's laughter stopped abruptly, his eyes blurred, and he was thrown heavily onto the soft and wide brocade couch behind him by an overwhelming force. Jun Weishue's white skirt was like a blooming snow lotus, covering the entire bed. She looked down at Shen Xinghe, who was pinned down beneath her. The rage ignited by the spiciness in the depths of her ice-blue eyes had now completely transformed into a more dangerous and blazing flame. It was the shame and anger after being teased, the determination to compensate, and even more so, a kind of aggressive possessiveness that had been suppressed for a long time. No warning at all. She suddenly leaned over, with irresistible force, and accurately grabbed Shen Xinghe's lips, which were slightly open in surprise. Ugh! Shen Xinghe only felt a soft mixture of clear fragrance and a hint of alcohol that instantly blocked his breathing. The kiss was not gentle and affectionate, but rather carried a punishing, domineering, and unquestionable plundering feeling. Her tongue was deft and powerful, prying open his teeth and conquering his mouth, as if to repay double for the remaining spiciness and the teasing just now. The feeling of suffocation instantly gripped Shen Xinghe. He subconsciously wanted to struggle, but his hands were firmly pinned to his sides by Jun Weishue's seemingly weak arms, which were actually like fine steel chains. He could only stare wide-eyed in vain, feeling the deep kiss filled with anger that almost sucked his soul away. It was unknown how long it had been, but just when Shen Xinghe felt he was about to faint from lack of oxygen, Jun Weishue suddenly raised his head. Her beautiful face was flushed with a captivating blush, as if she was drunk, but also as if she was in love. A few strands of silver thread stuck to her moist and swollen lips and the corners of Shen Xinghe's mouth. Her ice-blue eyes were now as deep as a whirlpool. She extended her tongue and licked her slightly swollen lower lip. His eyes fixed on Shen Xinghe's chest, which was heaving violently due to lack of oxygen, and his dazed face, and his voice was hoarse with a gasp. Husband compensation begins now. Shen Xinghe was like a fish out of water, greedily breathing in the air. His chest was heaving violently, his mind was blank, and he just managed to utter one word with difficulty: wait. However, the word wait has not yet been fully uttered. This time, she seemed determined not to give him any chance to breathe or quibble. The moonlight shifted quietly, as if it couldn't bear to look directly at the long and destined hard night that was about to come. Chapter 83: Magical Power? The faint morning light filtered through the window lattice and gently sprinkled on the messy quilt. The storm that lasted for several hours finally subsided, and the room was filled with an aroma mixed with the fragrance of orchids, a hint of alcohol, and strong hormones. A few playful rays of light happened to fall on Jun Weishue's beautiful profile. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly like butterfly wings and slowly opened. Those ice-blue eyes were initially filled with a hint of laziness and haziness. The captivating blush that remained from last night had not yet completely faded, like the morning glow on the first snow, adding a bit of breathtaking charm to her cold face. She tilted her head slightly and her eyes fell on Shen Xinghe, who was still sleeping beside her. His brows were slightly furrowed, his breathing was even and slightly heavy, his handsome face was obviously tired, and there was even a faint blue shadow under his eyes, indicating the hard work of last night. The corners of Jun Weishue's lips involuntarily curved into a satisfied and gentle arc. She stretched out her slender hand, with a slightly cool touch on her fingertips, and gently brushed across the well-defined outline of Shen Xinghe's chest muscles like a feather, feeling the strength and warmth contained underneath. Her movements were filled with silent possession and appreciation. Her fingertips slowly moved upwards, brushing across his tightly pursed lips, his high nose bridge, his slightly furrowed brows. Every inch revealed satisfaction. At this moment, Shen Xinghe's eyelids moved, and then he opened them with some difficulty, his eyes still filled with sleepiness and confusion. He subconsciously raised his hand to rub his sore eyes, his voice hoarse from the morning. It should be last night. Shuer? Are you awake? Jun Weishue responded softly, her ice-blue eyes filled with a gentle smile. I'm so sleepy. Shen Xinghe muttered, his body subconsciously trying to curl up in the warm quilt, but it triggered a hidden pain somewhere, making him gasp and frown even tighter. Seeing Shen Xinghe's exhausted appearance, a barely perceptible trace of guilt and apology flashed in Jun Weishue's eyes. She leaned down, her warm breath brushing Shen Xinghe's ear, her voice carrying a rare hint of softness and annoyance. Husband, I'm sorry, it was Shuer's fault last night. I shouldn't have stayed up so long. She paused, gently tapped Shen Xinghe's lower abdomen with her fingertips, and her voice became a little lower, with a hint of embarrassment. Also, I shouldn't have absorbed so much of my husband's spiritual energy, causing him to fall asleep after only 3 hours. At the end of her words, 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks again. Shen Xinghe only felt a chill rising from his tailbone, and he became more awake in an instant. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling, and tried to squeeze out a generous smile, his voice dry. No, it's okay. Next time be more careful. Next time, don't suck my spiritual energy anymore. I really can't bear it. His tone was full of sincere pleading. If I had known earlier, Jun Weishue's eyes flashed with regret, with a little girl's coquettishness. I should have prepared some spiritual medicine for my husband to restore his vitality in advance. No need. Really no need. Shen Xinghe sat up almost reflexively, his movements so fast that they strained his sore muscles, causing him to grimace and quickly wave his hands in refusal. I have strong recovery ability. I just need to meditate for a while. No need for elixirs. His eyes were vague, with obvious fear. Are you kidding me? If she were to prepare another magic medicine, who knows if it would be an even more terrifying tonic meal. Last night's compensation that was so domineering, full of tricks, and also included the spiritual energy-sucking compensation, and that book 108 Complete Guides to Divine Kung Fu Postures that some damn bastard had stuffed into her mouth. His weathered old waist had already begun to whine as if it was on the verge of collapse. Now, when he saw Jun Weishue approaching, he felt a dull pain deep in his lower back as a conditioned reflex. His hurried movement to get up lifted the corner of the quilt. Snap! A booklet with an old cover, extremely bold and explicit paintings, and rich pictures and text suddenly slipped from the scattered quilt and fell on the bed between the two of them. On the cover, the words 108 Complete Guide to Magical Postures were gilded, gleaming with a dazzling and ambiguous light in the morning light. They were also accompanied by some blushing simple illustrations. The moment Shen Xinghe's eyes touched the booklet, he froze as if bitten by a poisonous snake. A chill rushed from the soles of my feet to my head, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on my back. The feeling of torn waist muscles and the exhaustion from having my spiritual power drained from those highly difficult and anti-human magic postures last night came like a surging tide. Jun Weishue followed Shen Xinghe's frightened gaze, and when she saw the booklet, there was no trace of embarrassment on her beautiful face, but instead a hint of interest in her smile. She even stretched out her jade finger and gently pushed the booklet towards Shen Xinghe. Husband, look at this, her voice was sweet and seductive. Meditate. Restores spiritual power. Business is important. Shen Xinghe's voice suddenly rose, with unquestionable determination, and a barely perceptible tremor. He almost rolled and crawled out of bed, and sat cross-legged on the floor with stiff movements, his 5 hearts facing the sky, his eyes closed, concentrating, and frantically circulating his remaining spiritual power. I tried to use cultivation to dispel the psychological shadow brought by the nightmare picture book. No matter how you look at the back, you can see the embarrassment of fleeing in panic. Jun Weishue looked at him, who was practicing desperately as if facing a formidable enemy, and could not help but chuckle with her hands covering her lips. Her ice-blue eyes were full of mischief and satisfaction. She leaned lazily against the head of the bed, admiring for a long time the heroic figure of her husband who was trying hard to recover. About half an hour later, the weak spiritual power fluctuations around Shen Xinghe finally stabilized. Although it was still far from its peak, at least the feeling of being drained and exhausted was alleviated a lot. He let out a long breath, opened his eyes, and his gaze became sharp again, although there was still a trace of fatigue and fear deep in his eyes. He stood up suddenly, trying to ignore the protest from his waist while doing so, and forced an excited look on his face. He said loudly to Jun Weishue, who was still lazily leaning against the headboard of the bed. "All right. My spiritual power is almost recovered. Schwer, it's getting late, it's time to set off for Lanyue's secret realm." "Great. Let's go." Jun Weishue's eyes instantly lit up with excitement when he heard that. She lightly turned over and got out of bed, and her moonwhite skirt fluttered down like flowing clouds. However, just as she was about to step towards Shen Xinghe, her eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of the Book 108 Complete Guide to Magical Postures lying quietly on the bed. She paused slightly. Then, under the gaze of Shen Xinghe, who suddenly became nervous and had his pupils slightly shrunken, Jun Weishue stretched out her slender hand very naturally, even with a hint of secret joy, and a faint light flashed at her fingertips. He quietly put the secret book of magical skills that made Shen Xinghe tremble with fear into his own storage space. After doing all this, she raised her head and smiled at Shen Xinghe, a smile that was so bright and beautiful that it made Shen Xinghe's lower back ache. "Let's go, husband. Let's go treasure hunting in the secret realm." Shen Xinghe. He resisted the urge to hold his waist, forced out an expectant smile, and pushed open the door first. Chapter 84: Lanyue's Secret Realm. The valley entrance was already bustling with people, hundreds of monks gathered in a black mass, and the air was filled with a mixture of excitement, tension, and greed. The Lanyue's Secret Realm, which opens once every 10 years, is about to open, and no one wants to miss this possible opportunity. Shen Xinghe's figure appeared silently at the edge of the crowd. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes like the most accurate probe, slowly sweeping over the crowd of people. The vast majority of the people were cultivators at the Yuanfu realm. They all looked excited, rubbing their hands together, their eyes flashing with desire for opportunities. Around them, there were more than a dozen figures standing sparsely, with obviously more powerful auras. Most of them were in the early or middle stage of Tianluan realm, and they should be the protectors of some children from aristocratic families. Among them, the one with the most powerful aura was an old man in the late Tianluan realm, wearing a black python robe and closing his eyes to meditate. "But none of them can beat my wife." Shen Xinghe's gaze wandered among the crowd for a moment, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a playful and cold arc. "No." The son of destiny named Su Lai and the cold and beautiful white fox beside him did not appear here. An almost inaudible chuckle escaped from Shen Xinghe's lips. Su Lai, do you think you can get away?" He slowly raised his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers. In the palm of his hand, a faint red light suddenly lit up, quickly condensed and squirmed, and finally turned into a strange poisonous insect that was only the size of a fingernail, red as blood, and had a hideous appearance. The poisonous insect had 2 heads, entangled with each other, emitting an evil and secret connecting wave. Twin goo. Run, run as much as you can. Shen Xinghe stared at the blood parasite beating in his palm, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more evil. As long as the heart-binding love poison still lingers deep within that little fox of yours, no matter where you are, in my eyes, you are as clear as the lines on the palm of my hand, and nothing can escape my gaze. He clasped his 5 fingers together, and the blood parasite instantly disappeared into his palm, as if it had never appeared. The heart-pounding evil spirit also dissipated. No rush. Shen Xinghe collected his thoughts and turned his gaze back to the entrance to the secret realm that was shrouded in ancient restrictions and flickered with light. Let's first see whether this fragment of destiny is really hidden in the burial place of the first Emperor Lan Yu. Just as the clamor at the valley entrance reached its peak and everyone was eagerly waiting. Buzz. 3 powerful spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly descended, instantly drowning out all the noise. The crowd seemed to be separated by invisible hands, automatically making way for a passage. I saw 3 figures walking in the air and landing steadily on a protruding boulder at the front of the valley entrance. The person in the middle is none other than the current queen of Lanyue Kingdom, Jiang Shiyu. Beside her were 2 old men in gray robes with ancient faces, 2 guardian elders at the peak of the Tianluan realm. Jiang Shiyu's cold eyes slowly scanned the dark crowd below with scrutiny and majesty. However, when her gaze passed the edge of the crowd and fell upon the figure in a green shirt standing with his hands behind his back, his temperament lazy yet unfathomable. Jiang Shiyu's pupils suddenly contracted. An unconcealable look of shock and disbelief flashed across her graceful and beautiful face. Is it him? That Sha Xing Sr. Her heart sank suddenly and almost missed a beat, and that feeling reappeared. The Lanyue secret realm is certainly important, but the inheritance within it is, at best, the remains of the peak Dharma realm. To him, it's like chicken ribs. Why would such a person condescend to appear here? Huge doubts and a trace of indescribable fear instantly gripped the young queen's mind. She forced herself to suppress her surging emotions, but her gaze involuntarily lingered on Shen Xinghe for a moment longer, her eyes filled with awe and confusion. Shen Xinghe naturally noticed Jiang Shiyu's momentary loss of composure. His expression remained unchanged, but the playful curve at the corner of his mouth seemed to deepen a little, and he snapped his fingers in the direction of the queen. Then Jiang Shiyu's emotions became even stronger, and her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Oh, it's a heart-beating feeling, and it's also the result of his physical strength. Jiang Shiyu forced herself to remain calm, her eyes full of majesty as she slowly scanned the entire audience. However, when the corner of her eyes involuntarily drifted towards the figure in green at the edge of the crowd, her heart suddenly jumped. Shen Xinghe, this unfathomable evil star, was now meeting her gaze with a smile and without any hesitation. The gaze was calm, yet it seemed to contain a bottomless abyss, with a penetrating power that could see through people's hearts. Jiang Shiyu could only clearly feel the slight trembling of her fingertips and the beating of her heart beneath the phoenix robe. She didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and quickly looked away like a frightened deer. She tried to maintain the dignity of a queen on her beautiful face, but the fleeting panic could not escape Shen Xinghe's sharp eyes. The playful curve at the corner of Shen Xinghe's mouth deepened a little, like a hunter looking at prey that fell into a trap but was still unaware of it. He did not make any other movements, just stood quietly with his hands behind his back. Jiang Shiyu took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress her surging emotions. She straightened her back, and her clear and majestic voice, infused with spiritual energy, echoed clearly in every corner of the falling star valley, like the cry of a phoenix in the sky. My fellow Taoists, her voice carried the undeniable dignity of an emperor. The Lanyue secret realm, which opens only once every 10 years, is a legacy left by our ancestors and a blessing to all mankind. You have gathered here to seek opportunities. This emperor is pleased to see it come to fruition. Her voice paused slightly, and her eyes became extremely sharp. She swept over those powerful guardians, and her voice suddenly turned cold, carrying a stern warning. Of course. The secret realm has its own rules. Those above the Hua Gang realm are subject to strict restrictions. This is the iron rule of our ancestors. Those who violate it, she paused for a moment, her words filled with chilling murderous intent, will be annihilated, both body and soul. There is absolutely no hope. I hope you take care of yourselves. The last 4 words made their faces change slightly. They restrained their breath and dared not have the slightest thought of overstepping the line. After the warning, Jiang Shiyu said no more. She exchanged a glance with the 2 guardian elders beside her, and the 3 of them took a step forward at the same time. Buzz. 3 streams of spiritual power as vast as the sea instantly burst out from their bodies. The 3 forces intertwined and merged in the air, turning into a dazzling 3-colored light beam, which slammed fiercely into the forbidden core at the valley entrance, which seemed to be nothingness but was actually a space-distorting area. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the valley. Space seemed to be ripped apart by a tremendous force. From that void, a blinding light suddenly erupted. A huge vortex composed of countless mysterious runes slowly emerged. The center of the vortex was deep and dark, emitting an ancient, vast, and heart-pounding suction. The entrance to Lanyue's secret realm is open. It's open. Go! The opportunity is right in front of you. Hurry! Don't let anyone get the upper hand. After a brief moment of dead silence, there was a frenzied roar like a tsunami. The long-simmering greed and desire were instantly ignited. Hundreds of Yuanfu realm cultivators were like a group of sharks that smelled blood. Their spiritual power flashed and turned into colorful streams of light. Everyone rushed towards the deep whirlpool entrance, scrambling and pushing each other. The scene instantly became extremely chaotic. Shen Xinghe still stood there, looking coldly at the torrent rushing towards the entrance like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, his eyes calm and without any ripples. He waited until the most turbulent crowd subsided before he turned around leisurely. Jun Weishue stood quietly not far behind him, her moon-white skirt fluttering in the breeze at the valley entrance, cold and elegant, totally out of tune with the frenzied chaos around her. Those ice-blue eyes were always focused on him alone. Shen Xinghe walked up to her, his voice gentle and soothing. "Shuer, the secret realm has a cultivation limit, please wait here for a moment." He raised his hand and very naturally brushed away a strand of silver hair that was messed up by the wind from her forehead. "I'll be back soon, looking for that so-called opportunity. Jun Weishue nodded slightly, no emotion visible on her beautiful face, but in the depths of her eyes that were staring at him, there was a very faint, barely perceptible soft light that flashed. She didn't say anything extra, just responded softly. "Well, husband, be careful." Shen Xinghe smiled slightly and no longer hesitated. He tapped his toes lightly, floated up leisurely, and flew towards the entrance of the deep and rotating secret realm at a steady pace. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked calm and composed. His figure finally disappeared into the deep darkness. The light at the entrance of the vortex slowly converged and finally turned into a thin line and disappeared. At the entrance of Falling Star Valley, only the silence after the hustle and bustle remained, and the moonwhite figure that stood alone and quietly waiting. Jiang Shiyu looked at the entrance where Shen Xinghe had disappeared, and then looked at Jun Weishue, who was standing still like an ice lotus. The uneasy premonition in her heart became stronger. This senior evil star has entered the secret realm, and I'm afraid it will cause huge waves inside. Chapter 85, Reappearance of Strange Fire. After passing through the deep and rotating entrance to the secret realm, and after a brief feeling of weightlessness and spatial distortion, Shen Xinghe's feet stepped on solid ground. There is absolute darkness before my eyes. It swallowed up all light and sound, as if you were in the belly of an ancient beast. The air was cold and dead, with a smell of dust from a 1,000-year-old tomb that penetrated my nostrils. Shen Xinghe raised his right hand casually, clenching his 5 fingers. Puff! A deep, dark, inky blue flame suddenly leaped out from his palm. Molten abyss sea fire. As his mind moved slightly, the dark blue flame suddenly expanded. The cold light instantly illuminated the darkness here and dispelled the shadows within a radius of dozens of feet. The light revealed the rough, gravelly ground beneath their feet, and a narrow tunnel ahead that meandered downwards, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. The stone walls on both sides of the tunnel were slippery and cold, with dark water droplets condensing on them. Shen Xinghe held the dark flame in his palm, like a lighthouse in the darkness, and took a step forward, stepping into the tunnel slowly and steadily. The light of the Malanuan sea fire illuminated his calm profile, casting a swaying, deep shadow behind him. The tunnel was silent, with only the sound of his footsteps and the low whimpering of the burning flames, like the undercurrent of the deep sea. The tunnel wasn't long. After walking for about half an incense stick of time, the road ahead suddenly opened up. The light of the dark blue flame spread out instantly, illuminating an unusually wide underground space. The air here is no longer so dull, but instead carries a hint of ancient and strange energy fluctuations. The faint light source did not come from Shen Xinghe's strange fire, but from the dome of this huge cave and the surrounding rock walls themselves. The dome, several dozen feet high, was inlaid with countless exotic crystals of varying sizes, emitting a soft, milky white glow, casting a hazy and mysterious light on the entire space. Even more astonishing was the surrounding rock walls. The huge, nearly vertical rock wall was not formed naturally, but was covered with dense, layered ancient spells. These spells are not carved, but rather imprinted directly into the deep of the rock by some powerful force. The rune lines are twisted, complex, and mysterious, flashing with an extremely faint dark golden luster that flickers like breathing. They are connected to each other, forming huge and obscure patterns, covering the entire rock wall and extending into the dark depths beyond the reach of sight. The air was filled with an invisible pressure derived from these spells, ancient, vast, and carrying a hint of heart-pounding power of law. Shen Xinghe's gaze was like the most precise probe, slowly sweeping across these spell-engraved rock walls that contained vast information. This is definitely not the work of an ordinary Dharma realm cultivator. Just as he was immersed in the mystery of this ancient spell. Buzz click. An extremely slight sound, like the movement of a mechanism or the friction of rocks, instantly broke the absolute silence of the cave. The source of the sound seemed to be in a shadowy corner of this huge space. Shen Xinghe's eyes glared, and he instantly collected his thoughts. He deliberately suppressed the light of the Molan Yuan sea fire in his palm to the lowest level, illuminating only the area below his feet. He restrained his aura to the extreme, his steps were silent, and he followed the subtle sound and sneaked towards the source of the sound silently. After passing several huge stalactite columns, a faint blue light, different from the glow of the spell and more cold and deep, could be seen in front. Shen Xinghe held his breath and pressed his body against a cold stone pillar, leaving only one eye exposed. His sharp gaze penetrated the mist in front of him, which was filled with strange energy fluctuations, and looked towards the center of the light source. It was an ancient altar located in the corner of the cave, built with some kind of inky black stone. The altar was pyramid-shaped and covered with traces of erosion over the years. On top of the altar, there is not a statue of a god, but a huge, hideous, and twisted goat skull. In the empty eye sockets of the sheep skull, two faint blue phosphorescent flames flickered, emitting a sinister and eerie aura. And between the horns of that ferocious sheep head, a flame is burning quietly. The flame had a strange shape. It was not an ordinary leaping flame, but a lotus floating in the void and slowly rotating. The ashes extinguished the dark lotus fire. Shen Xinghe's pupils suddenly contracted the moment he saw the flames clearly. Dark purple lotus petals stretched out layer by layer in the void, each petal was as thin as a cicada's wing, and the edges were flowing with gray-white flame patterns like the residual heat of ashes. What is even more frightening is that any tiny dust particles that come close to the range of its light are instantly frozen into clear ice crystals without any sound. Then in the next moment, it was annihilated silently, turning into stardust finer than dust, and completely dissipated. At the core of the flame, half a lotus core, as black as ink, hovered. It seemed as if the core wasn't a physical entity, but rather a condensation of solidified darkness and shattered time. Shen Xinghe only stared from afar, and from the depths of his soul, countless tiny, dense, teeth-grinding crackling sounds seemed to echo. It was the horrifying echo of space being frozen and time silently crumbling and annihilating in flames. When this dark lotus fully blooms, the area within 100 miles will be plunged into absolute silence and darkness. Everything around it will be completely devoured by the dark purple flame core, leaving only the dark light of destruction. At this moment, a figure was standing under the altar. The man was wearing a tight black nightgown and his face was covered with an expressionless bronze mask that only revealed his eyes. The eyes beneath the mask were fixed on the embers extinguishing lotus fire between the horns of the sheep skull, their eyes filled with fanatical greed and determination to obtain. He carefully took out an object from his arms, as if it were a pilgrim's cup. The object was shaped like a miniature bronze tripod, and its surface was also engraved with complex runes, emitting an ancient and obscure fluctuation that originated from the surrounding spellcasting rock walls. Ha ha ha! The bronze-masked figure suppressed his ecstasy and let out a low, hoarse laugh that was particularly piercing in front of the silent altar. The embers of dark lotus fire. It's truly the legendary divine object. It's worth all the effort I put into sneaking in here. He held the small bronze tripod in both hands, raised it high, and aimed the mouth of the tripod at the dark lotus flame on the top of the altar. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. God help me! With the Shen Xinghe fire suppression cauldron bestowed by my master, this divine fire is destined to be mine. Chapter 86 Fire Emblem. Deep in the shadow of the cold stone pillar, Shen Xinghe held his breath and concentrated. He withdrew the dim light of Malanuan's sea fire, and his gaze penetrated the strangely chilling energy mist that filled the air in front of him, and locked firmly on the bronze-masked man in front of the altar. The masked man was seen holding in his hands the small bronze tripod that exuded an ancient and obscure aura, the Shen Xinghe Ding. In the name of Shen Xinghe, I received the spirit of Yolian. The bronze-masked figure chanted a strange prayer in a hoarse voice that was deliberately subdued but could not conceal his excitement. 10,000 years of silence and annihilation will return to my hands. Take it. He suddenly raised the small bronze tripod high, pointing the mouth of the tripod at the dark lotus flame on the top of the altar, and the runes on the tripod suddenly lit up with a dark blue light. A powerful suction force specifically designed for strange fires enveloped the ember's dark lotus fire. Shen Xinghe hid in the shadows, watching this scene. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes and complained madly in his heart. Where did this idiot come from? Can the lines get any more ridiculous? Collecting a strange fire is like a cult sacrifice. And 10,000 years of silence returned to my hands? Holy shit! Did someone kick his head? My hands are itching. I really want to rush out right now, slap his shabby mask off with a big slap, and then smash his pretentious broken tripod. Forget it, let's just watch how this idiot gets away with it and treat it as a monkey show. Shen Xinghe adjusted his posture and prepared to continue enjoying this free middle school performance. However, the moment his center of gravity shifted slightly. Crack! An extremely slight sound, but as crisp as thunder in the dead silent cave, suddenly came from under his feet. Shen Xinghe's hairs instantly stood on end. He cried out inwardly, "Oh no!" He looked down and saw a palm-sized piece of black gravel under his feet. It had fallen off at some point and was hidden under the slippery moss. He had unconsciously stepped on it and crushed it to pieces. Who? The bronze-masked figure in front of the altar suddenly froze. The movement of raising the small tripod stopped instantly. He turned his head suddenly, and those fanatical eyes were instantly replaced by shock, anger, and extreme vigilance. His eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, swept accurately towards the stone pillar where Shen Xinghe was hiding. Get up! The masked man shouted harshly, his voice filled with disturbed rage. He didn't even care about the ashes-destroying lotus fire above his head. He lowered his body slightly, taking a defensive and attack-ready posture, and moved towards Shen Xinghe step by step. At this critical moment, when Shen Xinghe was about to be exposed, something strange happened suddenly. At the top of the altar, the embers extinguishing lotus fire between the two horns seemed to be stimulated by something. The dark purple lotus petals, which had been rotating slowly and relatively calmly, suddenly expanded violently as if given life. The gray-white ember extinguishing flame patterns flowing along the edges of the lotus petals suddenly expanded. Buzz. Space groaned under the weight. Light twisted and collapsed crazily around the dark lotus fire. The hideous sheep skull on the altar bore the brunt of the impact, instantly covered by a layer of clear blue ice crystals. Towards the direction where Shen Xinghe is hiding. The dark lotus fire seemed to possess some kind of vague spirituality, and it sensed it. I sensed the existence hidden in the darkness, whose aura was even deeper and whose soul fluctuations were even more alluring. Compared with the noisy ant in front of it, that existence is the target that deserves its attention more. The dark purple destructive light tore through the silence and darkness, carrying the chill of freezing time and space and endless resentment, and shot towards the unsuspecting Shen Xinghe. Chapter 87. If you show off, I'll let you fly. In the shadow of the cold stone pillar, Shen Xinghe clung to the slippery rock wall like a gecko, even his breathing stagnated. Shen Xinghe's heart was beating like a drum, praying that the vigilant masked man would not really come over. The corner of his eye was fixed on the masked man's movements, watching him slowly approach with fear and suspicion, and every step seemed to step on his nerves. "Don't come over here, please don't come over here." Just as the masked man was about to step into Shen Xinghe's hiding place and glanced sharply, an indescribable extreme chill appeared silently on the right side of his body. Shen Xinghe's hairs instantly stood on end. A huge sense of crisis, born from his life's instinct, was like a drenching cold water on his head. He suddenly turned his head. The pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He saw a dark purple flame that was smaller than a fist but had an extremely clear shape, the ashes of the dark lotus fire that was just on the top of the altar, emitting an aura of annihilation, now quietly floating beside him, less than half a foot away. The cold lotus petals slowly unfolded, the gray-white ember lines flowed silently, and the dark lotus core at the core was like a solidified dark abyss, emitting a terrifying suction force. The light in the space where it was located was distorted, and even the surface of the rock beside him instantly condensed into a layer of clear blue ice crystals, which then silently disappeared into tiny stardust. Oh damn! Shen Xinghe's mind buzzed, and he nearly crashed. This couldn't be right. How did this thing just come here on its own? Wasn't it being subdued by that stupid masked man? Just as he was horrified and his mind went blank. Buzz! The spiritual pattern on his right arm suddenly became hot, and the shape of the spiritual pattern was twisted and complicated. It was the fire-devouring spiritual pattern that he had refined in his body. As if sensing the fatal temptation of a being of the same origin but higher level, the fire-devouring spirit pattern burst out with a greedy suction force. The nearby ashes of destruction dark lotus fire also sensed the overbearing call from its own kind. The lotus petals trembled slightly, and without any resistance, it turned into a dark purple stream of light, and with a whoosh, it took the initiative to plunge into the scorching fire-eating spirit pattern on Shen Xinghe's right arm. Laugh! An indescribable feeling instantly swept over Shen Xinghe's body. He groaned, and the two extreme energies of cold and heat intertwined and merged crazily. The sleeve of his right arm turned to ashes in an instant, and on the surface of his skin, next to the originally dark red fire-devouring spiritual pattern, there suddenly appeared a dark purple spiritual pattern that was deeper, more mysterious, and slowly flowing like a living thing. The edge of the purple pattern is dotted with gray-white spots of extinguished light, emitting a heart-pounding aura of desolation. In an instant, an unprecedented amount of energy containing the power of destruction and rebirth filled his limbs and bones. I found a treasure. The huge surprise instantly overwhelmed the severe pain. Shen Xinghe almost couldn't help laughing out loud. This was simply pie in the sky. No, it was a drop of divine fire. We can't stay here for long. The wind is blowing. Shen Xinghe's thoughts raced. He suppressed his ecstasy, restrained his breath, tapped the ground with his toes, and like an arrow shot from a bow, he was about to flee in the opposite direction of the masked man, into the dark depths of the cave. However, stop! A roar filled with shock, anger, violence, and disbelief sounded behind him like thunder. The bronze-masked man also obviously sensed the instant disappearance of the dark lotus fire aura and the weak energy fluctuations that erupted from Shen Xinghe's side. A black shadow wrapped in a fierce gust of wind instantly tore through the mist and blocked Shen Xinghe like a ghost. The eyes under the mask were now bloodshot, staring at Shen Xinghe like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. Tao! Fellow Taoist, the masked man's voice was like sandpaper scraping against each other, each word drenched in cold murderous intent. He extended a black-gloved hand and pointed it directly at Shen Xinghe. Where's that strange fire that just escaped? Shen Xinghe paused, his face instantly filled with a harmless bewilderment. He even scratched his head cooperatively, his eyes clear and innocent. Strange fire? What strange fire? Fellow Taoist, what are you talking about? I was hiding here just now and didn't see anything. He spread out his hands, indicating that he was empty. Pretend. Keep pretending. The masked man laughed in anger, his voice suddenly rising and carrying a biting chill. "Besides you and me, there's no one else here. That strange fire aura disappeared right here. If you didn't take it away, could it have grown legs and run away?" "Oh, fellow Daoist, you are really wronging me." Shen Xinghe looked wronged, and his acting skills were worthy of an Oscar winner. "Look at my level of cultivation, a mere Yuanfu realm. Do I think I can instantly subdue such a terrifying strange fire? The coldness of that thing just now almost froze me to death. I didn't even have time to hide." He took a sudden step forward. "You just said the thing that was so cold just now? You really have seen it? Tell me. Where is it?" Shen Xinghe's heart skipped a beat. "Oh no. I let it slip." The masked man caught the flicker in his eyes and became even more certain of his mistake. Rage and greed completely overwhelmed his rationality. "Fuck you!" The masked man couldn't hold it in any longer and started cursing, his saliva almost spraying on Shen Xinghe's face. "How can you be so selfish and shameless? Bah! I was the first to discover that strange fire. I spent countless efforts on it. I was so close to getting it. It must be you, a despicable villain, who stole it with some trick. Hand it over to me now." The innocence on Shen Xinghe's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold sneer. "Selfish? Ha, what you said is really ridiculous." He faced the murderous gaze of the masked man without showing any weakness, his voice sonorous and powerful. "The strange fire of heaven and earth is originally an ownerless thing. Born from heaven and earth, it returns to heaven and earth. Whoever has the ability to subdue it will have the opportunity. It has been like this since ancient times." "What? You gestured a few times with a broken cauldron and that strange fire becomes yours? What a joke! Have you never seen the underworld? You! Did I give you face?" The masked man was choked and speechless for a moment, his anger almost bursting through his head. "Stop talking nonsense!" Spiritual energy surged violently around the masked man. The bronze tripod appeared in his hand again, the mouth of the tripod pointed at Shen Xinghe, a faint light flickered. "Hand it over. Otherwise die." "No," Shen Xinghe said firmly, his eyes turning cold. On his right arm, the newly acquired dark purple spiritual pattern heated up slightly, and a cold and domineering power was stirring. "Good. Good. Good." The masked man laughed in anger, saying the word "good" 3 times in a row, and his murderous intent spread like a substance. "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Then don't blame me for being cruel. Do you dare to fight me?" Show off. Shen Xinghe's mouth curled into an extremely arrogant and provocative arc, his eyes gleaming. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The moment the last word falls. Mars power punch. Shen Xinghe roared, striking first. He had no intention of giving the other party any chance to prepare. The 7 star steps were instantly activated, leaving a faint afterimage in its place. He seemed to teleport, instantly crossing the distance of several feet between the two people and appearing directly in front of the bronze-masked man. He clenched his right fist. There was no flash of light, but the moment his fist blasted out, the newly acquired dark purple embers of destruction spiritual mark on his right arm suddenly lit up. A terrifying energy that combines the depth of the Molan Abyss sea fire, the extreme coldness of the Jinmi Yolian fire, and the domineering devouring power of the fire-devouring spirit pattern itself, erupted like a dormant volcano. Wherever the fist wind passed, the air wailed as it could not bear the weight. Space seemed to be frozen, and seemed to be silently annihilated. The light in front of the fist was strangely distorted and collapsed. Suddenly, a spring breeze comes one night. Shen Xinghe's arrogant roar, accompanied by this devastating punch, resounded throughout the cave. "Pretend to be awesome and I'll make you fly." Boom! The violent fist force containing the power of 2 strange fires hit the bronze-masked man's hastily raised arms and the Xianin fire-suppressing cauldron solidly and without any fuss. Snap! A teeth-grinding sound of breaking was heard. Puff! The masked man was struck by a high-speed iceberg. His protective aura shattered instantly. The bronze mask was covered in spiderweb-like cracks from the immense force. His eyes bulged, filled with extreme horror and disbelief. He spat out a mouthful of tomato juice. He flew backwards violently. Bang! Rumble! His body crashed into a thick stalactite pillar in the distance like a cannonball. The solid stone pillar broke with a loud bang. The rubble collapsed with a loud bang, instantly engulfing him. Only a mess of smoke and dust and deathly silence remained. Shen Xinghe slowly retracted his fist, blew away the non-existent dust on it, looked at the pile of ruins, and curled his lips. When you sit up in shock from your dying illness, I'm going to slap you to death. Chapter 88 Prison takes off. Smoke and dust filled the air, and rubble rolled down. Shen Xinghe did not relax his vigilance, his eyes fixed on the pile of stalactite ruins that buried the bronze-masked man. The dark purple embers of destruction spiritual pattern on his right arm was slightly hot, and the molten abyss sea fire was flowing silently in his palm, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. However, boom! A roar filled with violence and humiliation, like the roar of a wounded beast, suddenly exploded from the depths of the ruins. Immediately afterwards, a violent and ferocious spiritual power erupted like a hurricane. Crash! The huge rubble pressing down on top was violently blown away as if by an invisible giant hand. Amidst the scattered smoke and dust, a disheveled but menacing figure suddenly soared into the sky and fell heavily back to the ground. It's the bronze-masked man. At this moment, he was in a state of extreme disgrace. His nightgown was torn in many places and stained with dust and blood. The bronze mask on his face, which had originally fit tightly together, was now covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the edges had even broken into pieces, revealing the pale and twisted corners of his mouth and a pair of red eyes burning with rage. Under the mask, he stared at Shen Xinghe intently, the hatred and murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into substance. "You're so fucking annoying," he roared, his voice distorted by anger and carrying a strong smell of blood. "You took my things. Give it back to me with 2 fucking punches. Do you really think I'm made of mud?" He shook his body violently, and the remaining gravel and dust fell to the ground. With a clenched fist of his right hand in the air, a long spear that was completely black with a cold and murderous aura wrapped around the tip appeared out of thin air. Runes circulated on the spear, emitting the powerful pressure unique to a mid-grade earth-level magic weapon. The spear tip pointed directly at Shen Xinghe, and the fierce killing intent was instantly locked. Kid Sang Biao's voice was as cold as an ultimatum. "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the embers of the Dark Lotus flame. I can ignore those 2 punches you just gave me." Even. His eyes flickered, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. "I can take you to find the true core inheritance of this secret realm. Otherwise." The spiritual power around him exploded, the spear hummed, and a dazzling cold light condensed at the tip of the spear. "This place today is where you will be buried." Faced with this naked threat of death and powerful pressure, Shen Xinghe was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked up and burst into an extremely arrogant and harsh laugh as if he had heard a huge joke. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed in the empty cave, full of undisguised sarcasm. "Sang Biao? That name suits you quite well." But his laughter stopped abruptly, his eyes instantly turned cold and playful, and a hint of extreme contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Just you? You are worthy of saying I will definitely kill me? Do you think you can beat me?" Ha Sang Biao laughed in anger, shaking his spear, and the tip of the spear flickered with cold light. "Then let's try it. Let's see who is harder, your mouth or my spear." "Try it." Shen Xinghe shook his head with a look of regret, his tone filled with sincere exhortation. "Brother Sang Biao, why don't you listen to advice? Try it? What are you trying to do? You'll die if you try. Do you understand? I'm doing this for your own good." "So much nonsense." Dai Sang Biao was completely enraged, his rationality consumed by the raging rage. He didn't want to listen to any more nonsense from Shen Xinghe. His arms tensed with muscles, and he was about to thrust out a spear with all his strength. At this critical moment, when the spear tip was about to break through the air, Shen Xinghe suddenly raised his right hand, pointing his index finger straight at a dark corner of the cave dome behind Sang Biao. His face instantly changed to one of extreme shock, as if he had witnessed some incredible takeoff phenomenon. His voice rose an octave, full of urgency and warning. "Wait! Look! Brother Sang Biao. Look over there. Lao Da is taking off. Sang Biao's thrust suddenly froze. He was subconsciously stunned by Shen Xinghe's sudden and extremely realistic expression of horror and pointing. What are you looking at? Is there a more powerful guardian beast? Or is there someone else hiding something? Greed and suspicion overwhelmed anger at this moment. Almost instinctively, he turned his head and looked in the direction of Shen Xinghe's finger. His eyes were as fast as lightning, instantly sweeping towards the dim dome. There is nothing except the rock walls inlaid with glowing crystals and hanging stalactites. Got fooled. The moment this thought flashed through Sang Biao's mind like lightning, a chill instantly shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He turned his head sharply. However, it was too late. In the split second when he turned his head away and his vigilance dropped to the lowest level. 7 star steps, stepping on the dough. Shen Xinghe shouted in his heart. Then he immediately took a mysterious step. There was no earth-shaking sound, only an extremely subtle spatial fluctuation that flashed by. At the original spot, only an extremely faint afterimage, like rippling water waves, was left, slowly dissipating. Shen Xinghe's true form, like a ghost that had already merged into the shadows, silently transformed into a blurry streak of light, shooting towards the darker and more complex passage deep in the cave in the opposite direction of Sang Biao. His speed was astonishingly fast. I'll fuck your ancestors. Sang Biao turned back, only to see the slowly fading afterimage and the fleeting corner of a green shirt at the entrance of the distant passage. A huge sense of humiliation instantly burned through his body like a poisonous fire. He understood instantly. What? Look over there. What? The prison is taking off, even though he didn't understand the term. It was all a delaying tactic by this despicable villain. Just to distract him. How dare you play tricks on me? A roar filled with endless resentment, anger, and frustration, like the most shrill roar of a wounded beast, suddenly erupted from Sang Biao's throat. The sound waves rolled, shaking the gravel on the top of the cave to fall. The bronze mask on his face could no longer withstand this extreme anger and shattered with a crack, revealing a face extremely distorted by rage, a hideous and terrifying face. His eyes were as red as blood, staring intently at the entrance of the passage where Shen Xinghe disappeared. Shen Xinghe. I, Sang Biao, swear here. I will kill you by the hand of heaven and earth. I will take back the strange fire. I will grind you to dust and turn you into ashes. The bloody oath echoed wildly in the cave, carrying with it a hatred that could not be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 seas. The only response he got was a few extremely arrogant, extremely annoying, and strange bird-like cries coming from the depths of the cave, getting farther and farther away. Lulula brother Sang Biao, your sword is not sharp and your horse is too skinny, you are not worthy to fight me. See you later, we'll talk when you catch up with me. Ha ha ha. Sang Biao was so angry that he was shaking all over. A mouthful of blood rushed up his throat again, and he forced himself to swallow it. There was only crazy murderous intent left in his eyes. He no longer cared about anything else, picked up the spear, and with a rage that could burn everything, he chased after Shen Xinghe in the direction he disappeared, like a madman. A desperate chase in a dark and mysterious place begins again. Chapter 89 Taigo. In the secret passage, Shen Xinghe's figure flickered like a ghost. He pushed the 7 star steps to the extreme, and every time he touched the ground, it caused faint ripples in space. His figure shuttled at high speed among the rugged stalagmites and thick stalactite columns, leaving a trail of afterimages. The roar and murderous intent behind him were chasing closely. Little bastard! Stop right there! You're trying to steal my strange fire. You're trying to play tricks on me. I'm going to skin you alive and drain your tendons, then light your soul on fire. Sang Biao's roar was like the roar of a wounded beast, echoing wildly in the empty passage, filled with hatred that could not be washed away even by pouring all the water in the world. His eyes were bloodshot, his spiritual power burst out without reservation, his speed was pushed to the limit, he held on tightly to the breath left by Shen Xinghe, and every time he stepped on the ground, gravel fell down. As Shen Xinghe fled for his life, he felt the murderous intent behind him getting closer and closer, as if it were tangible, but a very evil and enjoyable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This feeling of having your opponent in the palm of your hand, making them frustrated but helpless is so cool. Just as he passed a corner, the passage ahead suddenly opened up, and faint voices and fluctuations of spiritual energy could be heard. Shen Xinghe's eyes flashed with brilliance. An extremely sinister and venomous scheme to divert disaster instantly formed in his mind. Brother Sang Biao, I'll give you a big gift, he sneered in his heart. He clenched his right hand fiercely. Space fluctuated imperceptibly, and a pitch-black spear with a cold gleam at its tip, it was the mid-grade earth-grade spear in Sang Biao's hand, appeared out of thin air in his palm. It was he who had just taken advantage of the moment when Sang Biao was knocked away and was in a state of agitation, and used an extremely secret method of capturing objects. In front is a relatively spacious stone hall. 7 or 8 monks were gathered around a stone wall that was flickering with a faint forbidden light, trying to crack it. One of them was a young cultivator with the lowest cultivation level, only in the late Tongqiao realm, with his back to the entrance, completely defenseless. Shen Xinghe's eyes were as cold as a knife, without the slightest hesitation. Just as he was about to rush out of the passage and be exposed to the sight of everyone in the stone hall. Call out. The black spear, infused with a trace of Shen Xinghe's pure spiritual power, suddenly flew out of his hand like a long dormant poisonous snake. It transformed into a black lightning that tore through the air, and with a piercing scream, it shot towards the Tongqiao realm monk who had his back to him at lightning speed and with incredible precision. Phew! The dull sound of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh and blood sounded particularly clear in the relatively quiet stone hall. The young monk's body suddenly stiffened, and he looked down in disbelief at the black gun tip dripping with blood that pierced through his chest. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before the life in his eyes quickly dimmed and his body fell forward limply. Brother! A shrill scream suddenly erupted from the mouth of a burly, rough-faced middle-aged man standing nearby. His eyes were bloodshot as he watched his brother being shot through the heart right in front of him. The immense grief and raging anger instantly devoured his sanity. He suddenly looked up, his eyes, as red as blood and filled with endless murderous intent, were like 2 red-hot irons, accurately locking onto Shen Xinghe, who had just thrown out the spear and was now standing at the entrance of the passage. You beast! I want you to pay with your life. The burly man was like a raging lion, his body emitting a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. The other cultivators in the stone hall were so frightened by this sudden change and terrifying murderous intent that they retreated in panic. However, just as the burly man's soul-shattering gaze was about to lock onto Shen Xinghe's true form and the violent attack was about to be launched, a sneer of success appeared on Shen Xinghe's lips, and his hands had already formed a mysterious and complex seal in front of him. The ultimate escape technique, Earth Escape. He growled in his heart. Swish! Shen Xinghe's figure seemed to sink into the water, becoming blurry and transparent in an instant. The hard rock ground beneath his feet rippled like water waves. The next second, his entire body seemed to melt, sinking into the ground without any hindrance. Only a barely perceptible ripple remained in the area, which quickly subsided. The burly man's fatal blow missed, leaving only a charred crater in the rocky ground where Shen Xinghe disappeared. The target disappeared, leaving the burly man with nowhere to vent his anger. He roared even more violently. And at this moment, you little bastard! I'm going to kill you! In the passage, Sang Biao's roar, full of resentment and violence, came from far away and rushed into the stone hall like a speeding locomotive. He looked like a madman at the moment. His bronze mask had long been shattered, revealing a hideous and distorted face. There was only murderous intent towards Shen Xinghe in his eyes, and he didn't notice the tragic situation in the stone hall or the burly man's anger that was enough to burn the sky. The burly man suddenly turned his head, and his red eyes instantly locked onto Sang Biao, who had just rushed in and was still shouting, "Tear into pieces!" A long spear. He recognized Sang Biao's spear. And the words, "I will kill you." All the clues connected instantly. Rage completely overwhelmed reason. Good. Very good. The burly man's voice became hoarse and distorted due to extreme anger, like the roar of a devil from hell. Your accomplices killed my brother right in front of me. You want to chop him into pieces? Sang Biao. Haisha, will make your life worse than death today. Extract your soul and refine your spirit. Ah! The last word turned into an earth-shattering roar. Haisha stopped talking nonsense, and his hands instantly formed dozens of dazzling hand seals like a butterfly flying through flowers. A gloomy, evil, and terrifying atmosphere filled with endless resentment suddenly spread. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and a huge soul flag, completely black and as if condensed from countless suffering souls, appeared out of thin air. On the banner, countless twisted and painful ghost faces appeared and disappeared, emitting silent wails. All souls shall perish. Die for me. Haisha roared loudly, tightly grasped the soul flag with both hands, and swung it fiercely in the direction of Sangbiao. Woohoo! It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. From the soul banner, countless jet-black spiritual torrents, emitting a dense, deadly silence and devouring power, surged like the bursting of the sticks, accompanied by countless shrill soul screams, overwhelming the bewildered Sangbiao who had just stood firm. That power is extremely evil, not only targeting the body, but also the soul. Sangbiao only felt a terrifying suction force coming, and his 3 souls and 7 spirits seemed to be pulled out of his body and thrown into the endless soul flag. What the hell is that? Sangbiao was terrified. He had no idea what was happening, but the deadly sense of crisis made him burst out with all his strength in an instant. He roared, and suddenly pressed his thumb and middle finger together. Spiritual energy flowed through his fingertips like golden threads, firmly protecting his spiritual platform and sea of consciousness, stabilizing his shaky soul. At the same time, he unhesitatingly summoned the ancient Xianyin fire-suppressing cauldron. The Ding Zenshan. Buzz. The small bronze tripod swelled up in the wind and turned into a giant tripod phantom about 10 feet high. The mouth of the tripod faced downward, emitting a thick dark yellow light, blocking Sangbiao like a mountain. Boom! The dark and evil soul flag's spiritual power torrent slammed fiercely into the shadow of the Xianyuan giant tripod. A deafening roar erupted. A violent energy shockwave instantly swept across the entire stone hall. Debris flew everywhere like a cannonball. The surrounding monks were terrified and used their magic weapons to protect themselves, retreating in panic. The dark yellow light and the pitch-black deathly aura intertwined crazily. The shadow of the giant tripod shook violently, and the light flickered. It's not over yet. Seeing that his attack had failed, Haisha's eyes became even more furious. He bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the soul banner. Soul sacrifice, netherworld dragon bite. Above the soul banner, the countless twisted ghost faces let out even more shrill screams and merged in an instant. A huge black bone dragon, formed entirely from pure soul power and endless resentment, roared and broke free from the banner. A faint green soul fire burned in the bone dragon's empty eye sockets, emitting a chilling chill that could freeze the soul and a terrifying aura that could devour everything. It opened its huge dragon mouth composed of countless soul-like sharp teeth, and with the power to destroy the world, it bit Sangbiao, who was struggling to support the Xianyuan giant tripod. Sangbiao's face changed drastically. He saw the corpse pierced by the spear, saw Haisha's crazy and hateful eyes, and also saw his own black spear that had caused trouble. He understood instantly. Fuck him, Sangbiao cursed bitterly in his heart, feeling so frustrated that he almost vomited blood. But he had no time to explain at the moment. Faced with the netherworld bone dragon that was powerful enough to shatter his soul, he could only madly inject all his spiritual power into the Xianyin fire suppression cauldron. Stop it! The huge Xianyuan cauldron shone brightly, and the runes on the cauldron body spun wildly, pouring out heavy spiritual power like a waterfall, trying to resist the destructive dragon bite that fell from the sky. Boom! An even more terrifying collision erupted within the stone hall. A surge of energy raged like a tsunami. The entire secret realm seemed to tremble slightly under this blow. The instigator of all this, Shen Xinghe, had already used the earth escape technique to escape to a hidden crevice several miles away. He felt the violent energy fluctuations coming from afar, and Sangbiao's faintly audible, extremely suppressed roar, and an extremely vicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fight, fight. The more lively the fight, the better. Brother Sangbiao, you must enjoy this great gift. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 90, Piao. Shen Xinghe hid in the cold crevice of the stone, with a malicious smile on his face after he tricked Sangbiao. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Damn! I almost forgot about the important matter, Shen Xinghe cursed softly, and the playful look in his eyes was instantly replaced by solemnity. The fragment of destiny. That's the main goal. Playing a chase game with that idiot Sangbiao, I almost missed the big opportunity. He quickly collected his thoughts and ignored the noise in the distance. With a thought, the blue shirt stained with dust and a little blood disappeared instantly, replaced by an inconspicuous gray-brown coarse linen shirt. At the same time, a mask covered his face, 1,000 faces hidden. 7 star steps, shadow. Shen Xinghe let out a low shout and stepped out of the mysterious trajectory. His whole body turned into a vague stream of light that almost assimilated with the shadows. He no longer took the main passages where conflicts might break out, but like a ghost, he followed the shadows of the rock walls and stone pillars, rushing silently towards the core of the secret realm and the area with the most obscure energy fluctuations. I don't know how long it took, but after passing through countless forks in the road and broken walls covered with ancient runes, the road ahead suddenly opened up. A huge, bottomless abyss stretched before them. Across the abyss, only a solitary suspension bridge made of rotten black wood and thick iron chains connected the two banks. The bridge was in a dilapidated state, with many wooden planks missing or broken. The few remaining ones were covered with moss and cracks, and made a teeth-grinding creaking sound in the cold wind blowing from nowhere, as if it would completely collapse at any moment. Beneath the abyss, there is an endless surging, thick black fog like ink, emitting a heart-pounding coldness and deathly silence. At this end of the suspension bridge, at the bridgehead, a figure stood there quietly. She had her back to the direction Shen Xinghe was coming from, and she was wearing a long dress as bright as blood, which looked particularly glaring and strange in the dark environment. Her long hair was like a waterfall, as black as ink, falling all the way to her waist, motionless. She just stood there quietly, as if she had existed there since time immemorial, blending in with the decaying suspension bridge and the swirling black fog, exuding an indescribable sense of death and ominousness. Shen Xinghe's speeding figure suddenly stopped. It was as if his neck was strangled by an invisible ice line. A chill instantly rushed from the tailbone to the top of the head, and the scalp felt numb. Damn it, he subconsciously held his breath, his heart began beating uncontrollably, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his palms. This can't be a ghost. Countless scenes from classic horror movies that he had seen in his previous life flashed through his mind. Red clothes, long hair, abyss, ancient bridge, all the elements are there. He swallowed hard, and the sound of his Adam's apple rolling was particularly clear in the dead silence. On his right arm, the newly acquired dark purple embers of destruction spiritual mark grew slightly hot, as if it had also sensed the unusual and strange aura ahead. No! The fragment of destiny might be on the other side. Don't be cowardly. Besides, I'm a monk now, I'm not afraid of anything. Shen Xinghe forced himself to cheer up and tried to suppress the fear that came from biological instinct. He took a deep breath and his eyes became sharp, but the knuckles of his hand holding the hilt turned slightly white from excessive force. Zheng! A clear sword sound rang out. He held the flowing light-breaking sky sword tightly in his hand, a faint cold light flowing through the sword, like the only light source in the darkness. He walked towards the strange red shadow at the bridgehead step by step, extremely slowly and cautiously. Every step he took was cautious, as if he was walking on thin ice, for fear of awakening some sleeping evil creature. The closer we got, the thicker the dead silence grew. The air seemed frozen, carrying a stale, cold smell like that emanating from the depths of a 1,000-year-old tomb. Shen Xinghe's mind was extremely tense, and his mind began to race uncontrollably. Will she suddenly turn around and be faceless? Or a face full of rotten pus? Or bleeding from all 7 orifices? Will she float in front of me in an instant? The immense psychological pressure made him like a frightened bird. Every few steps, he couldn't help but look back at the dark passage behind him, to confirm whether there was anything following him silently. Then he quickly turned his head as if he was scalded, staring at the red shadow in front of him that seemed to be solidified. Cold sweat had soaked through his underwear and was sticking to his back. He even felt his bladder twitching slightly, and a wet and hot feeling came from the protective measures in a certain private part. His diaper was soaked, just kidding. Finally, he resisted the urge to run away, and moved step by step to a place less than 3 feet away from the red shadow. He could even see the subtle wrinkles on the other person's red skirt and the strange feeling of her long, inky hair motionless in the dead silence. Just then. Call. A thick, indissoluble, gray-white fog with a biting chill gushed out as if from the abyss, instantly submerging the entire bridgehead area. His vision was instantly taken away. His consciousness seemed to be suppressed by this strange fog, and he could only perceive an area less than a foot around him. Who? What the hell? Shen Xinghe was horrified, his hair standing on end. A huge fear instantly gripped him. Almost instinctively, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, he swung the sword in his hand frantically. Swish! 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 Several sharp icy sword energies, with piercing screams, slashed forward indiscriminately. The sword energy tore through the thick fog, making a chi-chi sound, but it was like a drop in the ocean, without hitting any entity. Get out! Stop playing tricks! Shen Xinghe's voice was a little distorted due to extreme nervousness, and he roared in a fierce but weak manner. Let me tell you. I'm not afraid of threats. If you dare mess around again, I'll chop you up with one sword and make you unable to even float. He swung his sword randomly and frantically mobilized his spiritual power to try to dispel the strange fog. The faint light of the Molanuan sea fire appeared faintly in the palm of his hand, barely pushing back the thick fog in a small area around him. Finally, under the impact of his unconstrained spiritual power, the thick fog in front of him was briefly split open into a gap. Shen Xinghe widened his eyes and looked towards the bridgehead through the gap. Empty. That ghostly red shadow disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. An indescribable sense of weirdness and a deeper chill instantly enveloped Shen Xinghe. His hand holding the sword was trembling slightly, and his back was completely soaked with cold sweat. Gone, gone, he muttered to himself, his fear not only not easing, but actually reaching its peak. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Just as he was in doubt and focused on the empty bridge ahead, a bone-chilling breath filled with a strong smell of decay gently brushed across the back of his neck. Shen Xinghe's body instantly stiffened, as if frozen by the coldest black ice. It was as if his blood had stopped flowing at that moment. At this moment, all the hairs on his body stood on end. An indescribable shudder that came from the deepest part of the soul instantly swept through the whole body like an electric current. He moved extremely slowly, like a rusty machine, bit by bit twisting his stiff neck and looking behind him. That dazzling scarlet dress. Long black hair cascading down like a waterfall. And a face hidden in the shadow of long hair, unclear, yet emitting endless deathly silence and coldness. She just stood quietly and silently behind him. So close. Chapter 91 Phantom. IF. A shrill, out-of-tune scream, like a rooster being strangled by the neck, suddenly erupted from Shen Xinghe's throat. Extreme fear instantly transformed into the instinct for survival. He didn't care about his majestic demeanor at all, his body was like an arrow shot from a strong bow, and he rolled and crawled forward in a miserable manner. His back slammed hard against a cold stalagmite, the excruciating pain bringing him back to consciousness for a moment. He leaned against the stalagmite, panting heavily, his heart pounding so hard it threatened to burst through his chest. In the palm of his right hand, the deep and dark light of the Molan Abyss sea fire flickered wildly, like a frightened deep-sea beast, about to break out of the body and burn this strange evil to ashes. At the moment when the soul-freezing blue flame was about to burst out, a voice that was charming yet tinged with a hint of coldness, like a whisper between lovers, sounded in his ears without warning, with a playful tone that made his scalp tingle. "Oh my dear, please don't be so cruel. Treating a weak woman like this is so heartless." Shen Xinghe felt as if he was doused with ice water. He suddenly looked up at the place where the woman in red had just stood. Empty. There was only the surging gray-white fog, flowing slowly as if mockingly. "Who the hell are you?" Shen Xinghe roared loudly. He clenched the flowing light-breaking sky sword tightly, and the sword body made a low humming sound due to the infusion of spiritual power. "Stop playing tricks here. If you don't show up, I'll burn you to ashes with this strange fire, leaving nothing behind." Hee, the charming laughter sounded again, like the swaying of silver bells, but with a chill that penetrated deep into the bones. Young master has a really bad temper, he wants to burn me to death at the slightest provocation. I'm so scared. Before he finished speaking, the fog in front of Shen Xinghe was slowly cleared away as if by an invisible hand. A figure floated out gracefully from it. It's the woman in red. At this moment, she no longer had her back to him, nor did she look as still and silent as before. The blood-colored long skirt outlines a breathtaking and graceful curve, and the long black hair like a waterfall flutters gently without wind. A face, breathtakingly beautiful, yet breathtakingly weird. Her skin was as pale as snow, but her lips were as red as blood. She had a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, which seemed to contain a myriad of charms in her eyes, yet were as cold and ruthless as a deep pool. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of her mouth, which carried deadly temptation and danger. She was barefoot, suspended in the air a few inches above the ground, like a weightless ghost, floating towards Shen Xinghe. The air was filled with a strange fragrance that was sweet to the point of being sickening, yet mixed with a faint smell of decay. Hee, she let out a bone-chilling laugh, and instantly floated to a distance of less than a foot in front of Shen Xinghe. The cold and smooth, slender jade fingers like a poisonous snake, with a hint of teasing, touched Shen Xinghe's tense jawline in a very frivolous manner. Young master, her voice was like poison wrapped in honey, and her breath was like orchid, with a cold fragrance. Why are you still wearing such a troublesome mask? Her enchanting peach blossom eyes looked at the thousand faces covering Shen Xinghe's face with interest, and she applied a little pressure with her fingertips, as if to remove the disguise. Take it off, let me take a good look. Is your face as fierce and handsome as your personality? The icy touch was like a maggot attached to the bone, carrying a chill that blasphemed the soul. Shen Xinghe felt a surge of evil fire mixed with a huge sense of nausea rushing straight to his head. Get out of here! He roared like a wounded beast. His body once again burst out with extreme strength and suddenly retreated backwards. At the same time, he fiercely wiped away the Melanuan sea fire that had been brewing in his right palm for a long time, and it directly covered the sword body of the Liuguang Pokong sword. Laugh. A deep, dark blue flame instantly clung to the icy blade. A perfect blend of chill and sharpness, the blade emitted a low, trembling roar like the roar of a deep-sea beast. The surrounding temperature plummeted, even the swirling mist seemed frozen. Playing tricks. Die right now. Shen Xinghe's eyes were filled with rage, and without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the long sword, blazing with dark blue flames, with both hands. He thrust all his might into the face of the charming woman in red, smiling like a flower, and slashed with it sideways. Burning sea, breaking sky slash. A terrifying sword energy, condensed to the utmost and swirling with destructive dark blue flames, ripped through the air with a piercing scream. With a chilling chill that froze the soul and a domineering force that burned everything, it instantly slashed towards the red-clad beauty. Wherever the sword light passed, even space was left with a distorted ice mark. Seeing that terrifying sword energy that was enough to severely injure even a cultivator in the heavenly will realm was about to split the enchanting figure in two. The enchanting smile on the face of the charming woman in red did not change at all. She didn't even try to dodge. Puff! The sword energy penetrated her body without any hindrance. However, the imagined scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not appear. The figure of the charming woman in red, like a reflection in the water, swayed strangely at the moment of being pierced by the sword energy, and then turned into a ball of pink smoke with a rich and sweet fragrance, and scattered in all directions. The sword energy penetrated the smoke and slashed fiercely on the hard rock wall behind, leaving behind a huge sword mark several feet deep and covered with dark blue ice crystals. Hee, the charming laughter, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, once again sounded without warning, close to Shen Xinghe's ears. With endless teasing and mockery. Young master, your sword doesn't seem to be able to hit me. Shen Xinghe's hairs instantly stood on end. An indescribable feeling of cold and numbness, like countless tiny ice needles, spread from the back of his neck where the icy breath had touched him, to his entire body in an instant. He wanted to twist around. He wanted to swing his sword. He wanted to unleash the embers of dark lotus fire. But his body seemed to be cast in 10,000 years of black ice. He couldn't even move a finger. All the spiritual power and strength seemed to be completely frozen and sealed by the cold and dead silence that penetrated into the bone marrow. Only his eyeballs could move with difficulty, and his pupils reflected the ghostly, silent and moving scarlet skirt that was clinging to his back. Fear, like an icy tide, instantly flooded his consciousness. Chapter 92 Double Fire. Shen Xinghe's body seemed to be frozen by black ice. Every inch of his muscles and every strand of his spiritual power were tightly restrained by the biting coldness that clung to his back. He could only stand there frozen, watching and feeling the cold and enchanting body wrapping around him from behind. A slender arm yet imbued with terrifying strength wrapped around his waist and abdomen, and 10 cold and smooth fingers intertwined in front of his chest. A cold breath with a sweet and rotten smell, like the tongue of a poisonous snake, licked his earlobe and drilled into his ear canal, causing a physiological shudder. A lazy and satisfied nasal sound, with a bone-eroding charm, sounded in his ears. The sound was so close that it seemed to vibrate directly inside his skull. Young master's spiritual power is truly unexpectedly pure. The cold lips brushed against the stiff skin on the side of his neck, giving him a creepy sensation. Such pure yuan yang power, I love it so much. Shen Xinghe's eyes were bloodshot. He could clearly feel that the pure spiritual power he had cultivated with great effort and stored in the sea of qi in his dantian was being madly sucked away by a cold and overbearing suction force, just like a flood bursting through a dam. The feeling was more painful than having a knife scraping my bone marrow, as if my soul was being pulled out of my body. A feeling of impending death caused his cold sweat to instantly soak through his undershirt, clinging to his cold skin, which was trembling slightly due to the loss of spiritual power. He clenched his teeth so tightly that they were almost bleeding, but he couldn't make a sound. He could only roar madly in his heart, "Asshole! Let me go!" Just as his consciousness began to blur due to the rapid loss of spiritual energy, and when he felt waves of empty and cramping pain in his dantian. Buzz! On his right arm, the dormant dark purple fire-devouring spirit pattern suddenly burst out with a dazzling scarlet light. It was like a dormant beast being completely enraged. A primal, brutal, and all-consuming will suddenly awakened. Roar! The roar from the abyss explodes at the soul level. There was no need for Shen Xinghe's will to urge it at all. The deep and dark blue light of the Molan abyss sea fire that froze everything, and the violent and blazing red flame of the Jin Neolian fire that burned the world to ashes, were all there. Just like two ancient vicious dragons that had been suppressed for too long and finally broke free from their shackles, they rushed out from the self-devouring fire spirit pattern with overwhelming anger. Boom! The terrifying energy of the strange fire exploded instantly. Extreme cold and extreme heat, two completely opposite yet equally overbearing forces, formed a devastating energy storm centered on Shen Xinghe's body. Ugh! The alluring smile on the face of the red-dressed woman clinging to Shen Xinghe's back froze instantly, replaced by an expression of unbelievable horror and deep-seated pain. She let out a shrill, distorted scream. The dark blue ice flame that was powerful enough to freeze the soul instantly froze her arms around Shen Xinghe into pale ice crystals. And the red flames that burned everything burned fiercely along the parts of her body that touched Shen Xinghe. Her blood-red long skirt was instantly charred and disintegrated by the interweaving of the two fires. The strange spirit that was proud of its ability to erode spiritual energy and was immune to physical attacks was actually as fragile as if it had encountered its nemesis in the face of the absolute power of this original strange fire. Chi-chi-chi. The air was filled with the horrible smell of burning and freezing mixed with the teeth-grinding sound of flesh being scorched. The pink protective mist surrounding the red-dressed beauty was instantly evaporated, revealing rapidly spreading traces of charring and ice cracks on the pale skin underneath. Her charming face was now distorted by the pain, and her eyes were filled with fear and resentment. Damn it, she let out a roar filled with pain and unwillingness, no longer caring about absorbing spiritual power. The instinct of survival overrides everything. She suddenly let go of Shen Xinghe, and her body flew backwards as if hit by a sledgehammer, leaving a cloud of thick blood-red smoke in her place to try to block the pursuit of the strange fire. Call! The two-colored strange fire seemed to have its own spirit. After severely damaging the enemy and forcing it to retreat, it did not pursue it, but quickly restrained its violent aura. It transformed into two gentle streams of light and wrapped around the fire-devouring spirit pattern on Shen Xinghe's right arm. The light gradually faded, leaving only a slightly hot mark on the skin. Plop! Almost at the same time as the strange fire returned, Shen Xinghe's control of his body also suddenly returned. The icy force receded like a tide. The overwhelming feeling of exhaustion and emptiness after his spiritual power was forcibly extracted made his legs go weak. He fell to one knee on the ground, gasping for breath. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead like a stream, dripping onto the cold rocky ground. He breathed in deep gulps of burnt and cold air, his heart beating so wildly that it seemed like it was going to explode in his chest. After several breaths, he finally raised his head with difficulty and looked in the direction where the red-dressed beauty had disappeared. There was only swirling gray fog and a nauseating sweet and fishy smell of burnt food lingering in the air. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed a few times, his voice hoarse, with the weakness of surviving a disaster, but his eyes were surprisingly bright, staring at the spiritual pattern mark on his right arm that was gradually returning to calm. Good fellow, he grinned, revealing a bloodshot smile that was a bit frightened but also full of relief. It's really fucking interesting. So domineering. And he can even protect his master. He couldn't help but pat the dark purple lines with his free hand, his tone filled with gratitude and the ecstasy of having found a treasure. Well done. When we get back and find the rest of the fire, I'll devour it all. After confirming that the strange red shadow had indeed escaped and would not appear again in a short time, Shen Xinghe forced his weak body to sit down cross-legged. He quickly took out a few spiritual power recovery pills from his storage ring, stuffed them into his mouth without even looking at them, and swallowed them whole as if chewing beans. The elixir turned into a warm current and slowly poured into the dry dantian. He closed his eyes and practiced his skills with all his strength, guiding the medicinal power to repair the damage caused by the forced extraction of spiritual power. Time passed in dead silence, with only the sound of his gradually steady breathing and the whimpering of the black fog surging in the abyss. About half an hour later, Shen Xinghe suddenly opened his eyes. Although his face was still a little pale, his eyes had regained their former sharpness, and his spiritual power had recovered by 70% to 80%. He stood up swiftly, stretched his stiff muscles, and cast his eyes like lightning at the rotten black wooden suspension bridge spanning the bottomless abyss. On the other side of the bridge, hidden behind the thicker gray fog, there was the scent of his ultimate goal of this journey, the fragment of destiny. He took a deep breath, suppressed the remaining throbbing in his heart, and his eyes became extremely firm. He walked to the edge of the bridge and looked down at the thick black fog that was surging beneath the bridge, emitting an endless breath of death and coldness. At this moment, the black fog seemed to become more active, with a strange and disturbing dark green glow flowing and rising in it, like some kind of poisonous miasma. Shen Xinghe frowned slightly, a look of solemnity flashing in his eyes. He bent down, picked up a fist-sized, hard, angular stone from his feet, and weighed it in his hand. Safety first, as always. Let's try and see if there are any other creatures on that side. He muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on an ancient, moss-covered boundary marker half buried in the ground near the bridgehead on the opposite bank. Call out. He exerted force with his arm suddenly, and the stone made a sound of breaking through the air, like a bullet fired from a catapult, shooting towards the boundary marker on the opposite bank with incredible precision. The stone cut through the swirling gray fog, leaving a brief trail above the silent abyss. Snap! A crisp crash came from the other side, echoing clearly in the empty abyss. The stone hit the boundary marker accurately, bounced a few times, and rolled to the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was no roar of any mechanism being triggered, no poisonous arrows or hidden weapons being shot, and no strange creatures being alarmed. Only the echo of the falling stones gradually dissipated in the whimpering of the abyss. Shen Xinghe's tense nerves relaxed a little. I think I can go up and take a look now, right? He muttered, his eyes once again sweeping over the thick black fog swirling under the bridge, which was of an eerie dark green color, the vigilance in his eyes not diminishing in the slightest. He no longer hesitated, took a step forward, and stepped firmly onto the rotten, mossy, and cracked black wooden bridge plank. Squeak, squeak. The ancient suspension bridge that was bearing his weight immediately let out a series of heart-pounding groans, and the iron chains began to shake violently, as if they would break at any moment. Shen Xinghe steadied his body, taking each step extremely steadily, lowering his center of gravity, lightly and cautiously. He no longer looked down at the abyssal black fog that could swallow all light. Instead, he looked straight ahead, locked on the opposite bank. But the senses of his whole body were heightened to the extreme, and the fire-devouring spirit pattern on his right arm was slightly warm, ready to deal with any fatal crisis that might arise from any direction. Beneath the abyss, the dark green methane seemed to be rolling even more violently. Chapter 93 After Naiha Bridge. Cough cough cough, the pungent smell rushed straight into his lungs. Shen Xinghe immediately held his breath, raised his hands to cover his mouth and nose tightly, leaving only a pair of eyes that could not hide his surprise. He subconsciously took a half step back, his back pressed tightly against a cold piece of broken wall. He forced himself to remain calm, his eyes scanning the new area shrouded in strange miasma. There were cracked black rocks underfoot and a dead silence in the air. His sight struggled to penetrate the thinner miasma, and his gaze suddenly fixed on a few steps away. An ancient stone tablet half a person's height, covered with mottled moss and dark brown stains, stands at the junction of the bridgehead and the fog. Shen Xinghe's heart sank suddenly. He endured the dizziness brought by the miasma and moved cautiously, approaching the stone tablet step by step. Each step was taken very lightly, for fear of awakening the horror that was sleeping here. Finally, he came to the stone tablet. With the help of the Mo Lan Yuan Sea fire in his palm, which barely dispelled the faint light of miasma half a foot around him, he struggled to identify the ancient seal characters on the stone tablet, which were blurred by the erosion of time but exuded an ominous aura. When the three words, Naiha Bridge, came clearly into view, Shen Xinghe felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. "I damn it," he almost screamed out loud. His pupils suddenly contracted, and cold sweat instantly dripped down from his forehead and temples, dripping along his taut jawline and hitting the cold rock with an almost inaudible thump sound. Naiha Bridge? This couldn't it be the legendary bridge where the soul passes through after death and returns to the underworld? An absurd thought that perfectly matched the gloomy scene before him entered his mind. Could it be that this isn't the core of a secret realm at all but the underworld? A huge fear seized him. He turned his head sharply and looked in the direction he came from. Boom! My heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Behind him, where was the suspension bridge? Where was the abyss? All he could see was an endless, roiling, dark green miasma of terror. The miasma not only blocked his sight, but also seemed to block space, completely trapping him in the tiny space behind the stone tablet and before the fog. There was no escape route. No! Impossible, Shen Xinghe growled, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The instinct for survival overwhelmed the fear of the unknown. He suddenly condensed the two kinds of strange fire. Come out! Call! The dark blue cold flame of the Molan Abyss sea fire and the violet red flame of the Jin Neolian fire instantly intertwined and rose, turning into a two-colored fire dragon, with a domineering momentum to burn everything, slamming into the thick miasma that was like a wall. Sizzle, sizzle. The two-colored strange fire did indeed tear a brief gap in the miasma. The dark blue frost froze the miasma, and the red flame burned it and evaporated it. However, the miasma seemed to have endless vitality, and the surging dark green fog behind it filled in at a faster speed and in a more turbulent manner. The power of the strange fire was useless. It only advanced less than 10 feet before it was completely swallowed, suppressed, and extinguished by the endless poisonous miasma. Damn it, Shen Xinghe's face turned pale. He looked at the miasma wall that was rapidly closing in and becoming even more turbulent, and his heart sank completely. The strange fire was ineffective. The horror of this miasma was far beyond imagination. There was no way forward, no way back. The shadow of despair wrapped around his heart. Just when his mind was shaken and he was about to be crushed by this desperate situation. Buzz. Ahead, in the deeper darkness shrouded by miasma, a hazy, dim light suddenly appeared. The halo was not bright, and was even a little erratic, but it tore open a strange passage in this endless dark green miasma of death and despair. The source of the halo seemed to be not far ahead. Shen Xinghe's pupils shrank and he clenched the sword in his hand. The cold touch of the sword's hilt forced him to calm down. Is it a trap? Or the only way to survive? He had no choice. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the surging blood and energy, Shen Xinghe's eyes became extremely sharp. He no longer looked at the hopeless miasma wall behind him. He poured his remaining spiritual power into his body, tightly gripped the sword, and took one step at a time, with extreme vigilance, towards the direction of the dim halo, stepping into the deeper fog.
The miasma thinned at the edge of the dim halo.
Shen Xinghe took each step very slowly, his sword tip lowered, ready to strike at any moment. His senses were heightened to the extreme, capturing any abnormal fluctuations in the air.
Finally, he walked out of the area with the thickest miasma and came to the core area of the halo.
Before my eyes was a small, relatively clean stone platform. In the center of the platform, the source of the dim light was clearly a skeleton sitting cross-legged. The bones were white and grim, glowing an old ivory color in the dim light. The clothing on the skeleton had long since decayed away, leaving only a few tattered pieces of cloth clinging to the bones. It maintained a strange posture, with its head slightly lowered and its empty eye sockets seemed to be staring at the ground in front of it.
The whole scene exudes an indescribable sense of desolation, loneliness, and weirdness.
And before the skeleton's knees, a long sword with its sheath lay quietly. The scabbard is simple, covered with dark patterns and also covered with thick dust, but it cannot conceal the extraordinary material itself. Shen Xinghe stopped at the edge of the stone platform, still several feet away from the skeleton. He held his breath, his sharp eyes sweeping over the skeleton, the sword, and every inch of the ground around him. There were no traces of mechanisms, no energy fluctuations, only deathly silence. He slowly raised his flowing light-breaking sky sword, its tip pointing towards the skeleton. His spiritual energy quietly circulated, ready to strike.
Call out.
A condensed icy sword energy shot out from the tip of the sword and hit the skeleton's shoulder blade with incredible precision.
Snap.
The crisp sound of bones breaking was particularly harsh in the dead silence. The shoulder blade that was hit broke with a sound, and a small piece of bone fell to the ground.
The skeleton's posture was disrupted, and it swayed slightly, its head drooping even lower. However, other than that, there was no movement.
None of the expected mechanisms activated, no vengeful spirits revived, and there wasn't even a slight breeze. Shen Xinghe waited for another 10 breaths to confirm that there was nothing unusual. He then slowly put away his sword, but his vigilance remained unchanged. He approached the skeleton very slowly, step by step, keeping his eyes fixed on it. Finally, he came to the skeleton.
Under close observation, some tiny cracks and dark colors on the skull bones become more distinct, as if telling of long-ago trauma. His eyes fell on the ancient long sword.
Without touching it directly with his hands, Shen Xinghe once again used the tip of the Liuguang Pokong sword to carefully push the sword away from the skeleton's knees. The sword rubbed against the ground, making a slight rustling sound.
Still nothing happened.
It was not until this moment that Shen Xinghe's tense nerves relaxed a little. He took a deep breath, then bent down, stretched out his left hand, and carefully grasped the cold hilt of the long sword. It feels heavy in the hand and cold to the touch, with a sense of vicissitudes of time. He slowly exerted force and lifted the sword.
The scabbard is quite heavy.
Shen Xinghe's eyes were serious, his left hand tightly grasped the scabbard, and his right hand slowly placed on the hilt of the sword, which was also covered with dust. He pressed his thumb against the guard.
Clang!
A clear and long sword cry like a dragon's roar suddenly sounded, echoing in this silent space.
The sword was slowly pulled out.
The sword blade is long and narrow, about 3 fingers wide, and has a strange, restrained green luster all over, like distant mountains after the rain. 2 ancient and vigorous seal characters were engraved on the sword near the guard. The sword was sharp and contained a sharp will to cut through the blue sky.
Xing Yun. And below it, there are 5 smaller words. Love never fades.
An irrepressible light of surprise suddenly burst out from Shen Xinghe's eyes.
Top grade on Earth level. He couldn't help but flick his finger on the sword. Clang!
The clear sword sound rang out again, as if in response. The sword body glowed with green light, and an invisible sharp aura spread out, actually forcing back some of the remaining thin miasma around it.
Good sword. Shen Xinghe couldn't help but give a low compliment.
The depression and fear in his heart were diluted a lot by this unexpected gain. Just as he was admiring the Qingyun sword that he had obtained by chance, he inadvertently glanced at the skeleton whose shoulders were twisted and head drooped due to his sword energy. The skeleton's right hand, which was only left with bones and in a strange and twisted posture, did not seem to be placed randomly.
Its finger bones were pressing down on a folded, yellowed, and torn piece of paper with an extremely slight yet extremely stubborn force. The piece of paper was protected between its legs and the gap between the cold rock. If it hadn't changed its posture at that moment, it would have been almost imperceptible. Shen Xinghe's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. He slowly squatted down, his eyes moving back and forth between the yellowed paper and the empty eye sockets of the skull several times. He stretched out his left hand this time. He carefully avoided the white finger bones and gently pinched a corner of the fragile paper with his fingertips. The paper felt as cold as rock and had an indescribable sense of decay. He held his breath and slowly unfolded the folded paper. In the dim light, the paper was covered with traces of time, and the ink had long since faded and darkened. However, when the first line of words that came into view was fully unfolded, Shen Xinghe felt an indescribable electric current instantly running through his body. It was not neat handwriting, but a hasty, sad, and even desperate scribble, so powerful that it could be seen through the back of the paper. The first few words were written in unusually large letters. To my beloved, the snow has not yet fallen. Chapter 94 Storage Ring. Shen Xinghe slowly sat cross-legged opposite the white skeleton. The dim light fell on the yellowed and fragile letter paper, and also illuminated the empty eye sockets of the skull, as if two silent abysses were watching him, the intruder. He took a deep breath, the air still lingering with the rotten smell of miasma and withered paper. He carefully held the letter that carried endless longing and regret, and his eyes were like the most precise chisel, carving word by word into it. The first half of the handwriting on the letter was filled with a kind of tenderness that was barely concealed despite its effort. Weishue, do you remember the peach blossom forest where we first met? The petals fell in your hair, more beautiful than the morning glow later. I took you to travel across thousands of mountains and taste all the world's treasures. You said you loved the snowfish soup from the northern icefields the most. Its sweet and refreshing taste, brimming with chill, is just like your smile. And that time, we broke into the hidden mist forest just to capture the legendary glass mist taper, which could control the phantom mist and had extraordinary spiritual power. You said its glass-like eyes were so pure that they made one's heart tremble, and you must take it back as our unique token of love. When reading this, the corners of Shen Xinghe's mouth twitched subconsciously, as if he could see through the faded ink and see the sweetness and fearlessness of a pair of lovers accompanying each other in danger. But then, the handwriting suddenly became hurried and messy, even with a hint of regret and fear. But we underestimated that little creature. It was incredibly cunning. Just when we thought we had it, and let our guard down, it erupted in a thick, impenetrable, glass-colored mist. The mist was so strange that it completely destroyed our senses and suppressed our consciousness to the point where we were just like ordinary people. We were trapped inside like headless chickens. When the damn fog finally cleared, there was no trace of it left. I turned the mist forest upside down and dug deep into the ground like crazy. Not a single leaf or stone was spared. But it just disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace. Shen Xinghe could feel the huge sense of loss and unwillingness between the lines. He seemed to see the back of the man who wrote the letter searching frantically in the forest, and the deep frustration of not being able to fulfill his lover's little wish. The mood on the letter changed again, and the handwriting became heavier, with an almost tragic determination. When that catastrophe that swept across the heavens and earth world's end came, I thought everything was over. Everything was withering, and all lives were in ruins, but in that hopeless ruin and chaos, I actually saw it again. That glazed mist taper. It seems to be stained with the aura of catastrophe, and it looks a little different, but I will never mistake those glazed eyes. This time, I paid an unimaginable price and finally captured it. It struggled in my hands, wailing miserably, but I didn't care. Weishue, I finally caught it. I can finally fulfill my promise to you and bring it to you as. The text ends here. Shen Xinghe's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously rubbed his fingers down eagerly, but what his fingertips touched was no longer the rough surface of the paper, but an extremely uneven, torn edge that looked like it had been gnawed by the teeth of a wild beast. Next page. It was ripped off alive. IF. A low roar that was suppressed to the extreme, but filled with endless frustration and anger, suddenly burst out from Shen Xinghe's throat. The veins on his forehead bulged,
and the immersion he had just felt while reading was instantly replaced by a huge feeling of being teased and hanging in the air. He suddenly raised his hand, using almost all his strength to throw the torn piece of letter carrying the unfinished story to the ground. The yellowed papers fell like dead leaves, making a weak rustling sound. Who the hell is so wicked? Shen Xinghe gritted his teeth, his eyes almost spitting fire as he stared at the glaring tear marks on the ground. Tear it up at the critical moment? Do you have any martial ethics? A dog who tears up the book will die a horrible death. He was so angry that his chest heaved violently, and he wished he could eat the person who tore the book alive. At this moment, his eyes, which were scanning the ground in anger, suddenly stopped at the skeleton's drooping right hand, with only white finger bones left, to be precise, the middle finger that was slightly curled up with a stubborn posture. An extremely inconspicuous ring, so dark in color that it almost blends into the finger bone, is quietly placed on the base of the middle finger. If the skeleton's posture had not changed at this moment, the angle had not been exposed, and Shen Xinghe's eyes were sharp due to anger, it would have been almost impossible to detect. The ring had a simple shape, without any complicated patterns. It was made of neither gold nor jade, and was dull and lifeless. But Shen Xinghe's eyes lit up at this moment. Like a hungry wolf seeing flesh and blood. The anger just now was instantly replaced by a huge greed and expectation. Storage ring, he almost blurted it out, his voice trembling with excitement. Without any hesitation, and without caring about respect for the deceased. Shen Xinghe suddenly stretched out his hand, his movements were as fast as lightning, with an unquestionable dominance, he directly pinched the dark ring on his finger bone and pulled it hard. Snap! There was a subtle sound of bones rubbing against each other. The ring was removed, and the skeleton's middle finger bone was broken by his rough movement. A small section of the bone fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Shen Xinghe ignored this. His entire attention was absorbed by the cold, heavy, and inconspicuous ring in his palm. He couldn't wait to pick it up between his thumb and index finger and hold it up to his eyes. The ring face is very small, with an almost imperceptible hole in the middle. Shen Xinghe closed his left eye and narrowed his right eye into a sharp slit. He held his breath and focused all his attention on the tiny hole, trying to peek into the amazing wealth that might be hidden in it. We have the Earth-grade divine weapons, there must be good stuff in here, he muttered to himself, his voice filled with suppressed excitement. Martial arts? Pills? Spirit stones? Or clues about the end of the world and the glazed mist taper? The immense temptation made him hesitate no longer. He immediately mobilized the spiritual energy that had just recovered in his body, concentrated a trace of pure divine consciousness, and with a hint of temptation and toughness, fiercely stabbed into the restriction at the core of the ring. Buzz! On the surface of the ring, an extremely dim light, almost invisible to the naked eye, suddenly flashed by. The expectation on Shen Xinghe's face froze instantly. The divine consciousness and spiritual power he poured in was like hitting an invisible, cold, and thick barrier of 10,000 years of black ice. Not only did it fail to shake it at all, but it was violently bounced back by a powerful and ancient repulsive force. A cold feeling of backlash instantly penetrated into the sea of consciousness along with the divine thought. Ugh! Shen Xinghe groaned, his face turned pale, and the fingers holding the ring trembled slightly. The ring remained motionless. The restriction was indestructible. Damn it! Shen Xinghe looked at the dark ring in his hand, which seemed to be silently mocking him. His face turned extremely ugly, and his teeth chattered. I can't open it. The huge sense of loss and the anger of being frustrated again were like ice water poured over his head, instantly extinguishing his previous excitement. Chapter 95 Blue Beads. Shen Xinghe stared at the motionless storage ring in his hand, and a surge of evil fire rushed to his forehead. His teeth were chattering, and he wished he could throw the broken thing to the ground and crush it to pieces. But in the end, he only let out an extremely suppressed growl from the depths of his throat, like the whimper of a wounded beast. He had no place to vent his anger, so he could only hold it back, which turned into the violent heaving of his chest and the throbbing veins on his forehead. Fuck! He spat fiercely and shook the ring vigorously in his palm as if to vent his anger. The ring remained cold and heavy, unresponsive. No matter how angry he was, Shen Xinghe was not a rash young man after all. He suppressed the irritation in his heart, and a trace of pained yet realistic light flashed in his eyes. Forget it, let's collect it first. A metal ring picked up from a street stall is worth a couple of copper coins. What if one day I get lucky and open it? He comforted himself, but his movements were not slow at all. He quickly stuffed the unopenable treasure into the super Qiankuan bag on his waist. The storage ring disappeared, and Shen Xinghe's gaze fell again on the white skeleton that was knocked crooked by his sword energy and looked even more desolate at this moment. Under the dim light, the skull's empty eye sockets seemed to carry a silent accusation. Tisk, brother, don't blame me, I have no choice. Shen Xinghe curled his lips, his eyes like the most shrewd searcher, and once again carefully scanned the entire body of the skeleton and the small space where it was sitting cross-legged. He even used the tip of the flowing light-breaking sky sword to carefully brush away the scraps of cloth and dust scattered around the skeleton's leg bones, hoping to find some missed treasures. However, nothing was found except cold rocks and signs of decay. How poor Shen Xinghe muttered in disappointment. The surprise he felt when he discovered the Qingyun sword just now was diluted by the continuous return without any results, and a nameless anger surged up again. He looked at the skeleton, which hung its head as if mocking his futility. Bad luck, he cursed softly, and in frustration, he kicked the skeleton's pelvis with his right foot with a bit of force to vent his anger. Crash crack. How could his skeleton, already fragile due to the erosion of time and the impact of the sword energy, withstand such a kick full of spiritual power? There was only a series of teeth-grinding sounds of bones breaking and colliding, and the entire skeleton fell apart in an instant like a toppled tower of building blocks. The white bones rolled to the ground with a crackling sound, and the drooping head rolled several times, and finally stopped right in front of the dusty toe of Shen Xinghe's boots. The empty eye sockets were facing Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe was stunned by the sudden collapse and subconsciously took half a step back. He looked down at the skull at his feet, and just as the thought of "is this too much" arose in his mind, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the unusual luster somewhere among the scattered bones. In the pile of broken and scattered vertebrae, in the center of an inconspicuous vertebra, there was a thumb-sized bead embedded. The bead was not ordinary and round, but had natural facets, and the whole bead showed a deep, pure, dark blue color like the core of a polar glacier. At this moment, it is emitting an extremely weak, yet extremely stable cold light, like a cold star in the darkness. This faint blue light is out of tune with the dim halo around it, carrying a mysterious and powerful energy fluctuation. At this moment, Shen Xinghe's eyes burst into a brighter light than when he discovered the storage ring just now. "Baby," he blurted out, his heart beating wildly. The pure spiritual energy contained in the blue light seemed to resonate with the spiritual energy in his dantian. He subconsciously reached out to grab it. But just as his fingertips were about to touch the dark blue bead, Shen Xinghe's movements seemed to be strangled by an invisible ice line and suddenly stopped. A strong sense of alarm instantly shot up from my tailbone to the back of my head. Cold sweat instantly soaked my back. "No," he growled, and suddenly retracted his hand as if burned. His eyes instantly became sharp as a knife, staring at the bead that was emitting an alluring light. "This place is so weird. This skeleton didn't seem like a good person when he was alive. God knows if there's anything strange about this bead." With the lesson of the red-dressed beauty in front and the Naiha bridge and strange miasma behind, Shen Xinghe's vigilance reached its peak at this moment. He will never be blinded by greed again. The spiritual power at the fingertips instantly condenses. Call out. A sharp icy spiritual power condensed like a needle, with a piercing sound of breaking through the air, shot towards the dark blue spinal bead with incredible precision. Buzz. Just when the spiritual power was about to hit the bead, an extremely thin energy shield appeared on the surface of the bead. Bite. Shen Xinghe's spiritual power hit the light shield, making a crisp sound. The seemingly fragile light shield remained motionless, instead it bounced the probing spiritual power back at an even faster speed, shooting directly at Shen Xinghe's face. Damn, Shen Xinghe was already prepared, and his reaction was as fast as lightning. He suddenly shook his head with an extremely fast upper body. Call. The rebounding spiritual power brushed past his temples, and the strong wind it brought made his cheeks hurt, and a few strands of broken hair fell off. The spiritual power slammed hard into a protruding rock behind it, blasting off a small piece of ice.
Shen Xinghe touched his cheek that was blown by the strong wind in shock. There was no fear in his eyes, but instead a hint of as expected sneer and a sense of relief. That was a close call. That was a close call. He patted his chest, breathed a long sigh of relief, and fine beads of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. This old bastard. He still has a trick up his sleeve even after his death. He almost got me into trouble. He turned his gaze back to the dark blue bead protected by a thin light shield. His eyes became extremely solemn, but also filled with strong interest and desire to crack it. He stroked his chin and paced slowly around the scattered bones and the bead, his mind working rapidly. This restriction is hidden really deeply. I didn't even notice it when I was so close to it just now. It only appeared after being attacked. He carefully observed the rune tracks flowing on the light shield, trying to find a pattern. This rune structure looks complicated, but there seem to be only 3 core nodes. And the arrangement, why does it feel familiar? Like some kind of variation of the most basic triangle soul-fixing formation. A bold idea came to Shen Xinghe's mind. No way? This restriction, could it be that the key to breaking it is incredibly simple? He frowned, with doubts in his mind. This guy went to great lengths to hide the bead in his spine and set up such a subtle trigger-type restriction, and then he used an entry-level formation as the core? This doesn't make sense. Is there a trick? He deduced repeatedly and even tried to simulate several more complicated solutions with his divine sense, but his intuition told him that the simplest one seemed to be the answer. Damn it, fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Let's fight. A hint of determination flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. He no longer hesitated, and the spiritual power on his fingertips condensed again, and then he formed a seal. Finally, he pointed with incredible precision at the 3 seemingly most basic and inconspicuous rune nodes on the light shield. Puff! 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 3 sounds of bubbles bursting. As the last bit fell, the thin light shield trembled slightly like a popped soap bubble, and then dissipated silently into the air without causing a ripple, revealing the bead inside that glowed with a deep blue light. Shen Xinghe was stunned. He maintained the posture of pointing the last finger, his eyes wide open, mouth slightly open, looking at the incredible scene in front of him. Just like that, it broke? The expected shocking explosion, hidden killing moves, spiritual backlash, none of them happened. As simple as his chicken dunk. The huge contrast made him confused for a moment, and a sense of absurdity arose spontaneously. This is fucking. It's true that the most high-end ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. He shook his head to dispel the feeling of unreality and looked at the blue beads so close. Chapter 96, Insect King. Shen Xinghe stretched out his right hand, with his thumb and middle finger facing each other in the air, and a layer of pure and soft spiritual power lingered on his fingertips. Rise! With a light shout from him, the dark blue bead embedded in the broken vertebra was gently lifted up by an invisible force and slowly floated in front of him. As the bead left the body, the pure and extremely condensed spiritual power fluctuations became clearer. Shen Xinghe could even hear an endless tide surging inside the bead. The deep blue light flowed before his eyes, as if it contained a frozen sea of stars. Shen Xinghe sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes filled with shock. The spiritual power compressed in this bead is like a sea of spiritual power. What kind of treasure is this? The strange bead was quietly suspended above Shen Xinghe's palm. He looked at it over and over, carefully inserting spiritual power with his fingertips, trying to decipher its mystery. However, the spiritual structure inside the bead was so exquisite and integrated that with his current knowledge and cultivation, he was completely unable to glimpse its way. "Tsk, I don't understand." Shen Xinghe frowned, studied it for a while, and finally curled his lips helplessly. No matter how good a product is, it is useless if you can't use it. There was a hint of pain in his eyes, but more of it was pragmatism. Forget it, let's keep it for now, it's better than nothing. He stopped hesitating and guided the spiritual power with his fingertips. The mysterious blue bead turned into a stream of light and was neatly put into the super-universe bag, accompanying the storage ring that could not be opened. After doing all this, he subconsciously looked back again. Behind him, the poisonous miasma with a strange dark green color still blocked the retreat route, with no signs of dissipating or weakening.
The whimpering of the abyss and the smell of decay faintly came through the miasma, reminding him that he was in a desperate situation. It seems there is only one way forward. Shen Xinghe's eyes narrowed, he took a deep breath, and suppressed the slight irritation in his heart caused by the unknown. He gripped the flowing light-breaking sky sword again, and a faint cold light flowed through the sword body, like a weak guiding light. He no longer hesitated, and took a step forward, cautiously exploring deeper into the narrow tunnel extending from the dim light. The tunnel is winding and the rock walls are rough and cold, covered with slippery moss and unknown dark fungal spots. Dead silence was the main theme here, with only his deliberately light footsteps and the sound of the wind coming from the distant abyss echoing. Unexpectedly, the expected traps and guardian monsters did not appear at all. The only active creature is a creepy crawly insect. They are about the size of a fingernail, covered with dark purple, shiny and hard shells. Their heads have two pairs of slender, constantly trembling tentacles and a pair of compound eyes that flash with a cold green light. They cling densely to the cracks in the damp rock walls, the roots of moss on the ground, and even hang upside down on the low cave ceiling. They move silently, with only the slight rustling sound of their shells rubbing against each other forming a heart-pounding background noise. As soon as Shen Xinghe stepped into this area, countless pairs of dark green compound eyes focused on him. Shen Xinghe snorted coldly, having no good feelings towards this disgusting thing. His mind moved slightly, and on his right arm, the fire-devouring spiritual pattern flashed red. Call. There is no need to activate the body of the strange fire, just the violent and blazing aura of the origin of the ashes of the dark lotus fire that can burn everything suddenly spreads out. Rustle, rustle. The dense swarm of dark purple insects instantly exploded. The insects closest to Shen Xinghe screamed in terror, their shells trembling violently as they scrambled back frantically, as if they had encountered their natural enemy. The insect swarms farther away also began to disperse, and a vacuum zone was forcibly created 3 feet away from Shen Xinghe. All the insects were crawling on the ground, their tentacles pressed against the rock walls or the ground, trembling, and even their dark green compound eyes dimmed a little, filled with the deepest fear and submission that came from the instinct of life. Shen Xinghe deliberately slowed down his pace, his eyes wandering among the insect swarm, and finally locked onto an unlucky insect that happened to be blocking his path and had no time to completely retreat. The insect seemed to sense a catastrophe, and its 6 thin legs frantically scratched at the wet moss, trying to escape. Shen Xinghe's eyes became fierce, and without the slightest hesitation, he raised his right foot with a cold force like crushing garbage, and then stepped down hard. Phew! There was an extremely uncomfortable, muffled sound of something sticky being crushed. Hiss! This cruel act instantly broke the dead silence of the Zerg swarm suppressed by fear. The largest group of dark purple insects closest to them were driven crazy by the death aura of their own kind. They forgot the terrifying pressure of the strange fire, and scarlet light burst out from their dark green compound eyes. The sharp hissing sounds merged into a sound wave that made your scalp tingle. Recklessly, it pounced towards Shen Xinghe's calf. The densely packed, gleaming mouthparts and thin legs were enough to make anyone with trypophobia collapse instantly. Looking for death, Shen Xinghe's pupils shrank, and murderous intent instantly rose. He didn't even bother to swing his sword. Buzz! A condensed crimson flame, only the size of a palm, but containing the aura of the burning lotus fire's origin, instantly shot out from his right arm and spun violently within a few feet around him. Chi-chi-chi! Like a hot knife cutting through butter. The dozens of frantic insects at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized the moment the crimson light swept past them. Not even a trace of ash remained. The air was filled with the pungent smell of protein being instantly burnt. Rustle, rustle. The sound of the receding tide, even more intense and terrifying than before, echoed. All the insects that had rushed forward, as well as those that were ready to move from behind, were struck hard by invisible hammers, retreating desperately at a speed 10 times faster than when they charged. They prostrated themselves on the ground again, trembling, their dark green compound eyes filled with a fear 100 times deeper than before. The crimson flames were like an insurmountable chasm, completely shocking them. Just as the swarm of insects retreated in fear and crawled again, Shen Xinghe's sharp eyes penetrated the layers of dark purple insect shadows and suddenly fixed on an inconspicuous corner deep in the tunnel, near the bottom of the rock wall. There is a bug, different from the others.
Its body is as big as a baby's fist, several times larger than ordinary insects. The carapace was no longer dark purple, but dark red, with a faint metallic cold glow. Its tentacles were thicker and more powerful, swaying slowly and majestically. The most eye-catching thing is its compound eyes, which are not dark green, but two balls of scarlet light like burning charcoal. At this moment, they are looking at Shen Xinghe coldly through the gaps in the insect swarm. What is more obvious is that a clear vacuum circle has formed around it. The other dark purple bugs consciously stayed away from it, like subjects guarding their king. Shen Xinghe's eyes lit up instantly, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh! He stretched out his tone, with a hint of realization and strong interest. So it's an insect king. Chapter 97 Sang Biao. He no longer paid attention to the crawling ordinary insects, and his eyes were fixed on the dark red insect king. He took a step forward, one at a time, walking slowly and steadily towards the location of the insect king. As he approached, the insect swarm began to stir restlessly again, but intimidated by the terrifying aura of the strange fire, no one dared to step forward to stop him, leaving him a passage that led directly to the insect king. Shen Xinghe stopped less than 3 feet away from the insect king, looking down at this unique insect from above. The insect king seemed to have sensed a huge threat as well. Its dark red shell was slightly tensed, its scarlet compound eyes fixed on Shen Xinghe, its thick tentacles were raised alertly, and its 6 legs covered with sharp barbs were slightly bent, ready to attack or flee at any time. But it did not attack frantically or retreat immediately like ordinary insects. Instead, it displayed a kingly, scrutinizing solemnity. Shen Xinghe watched it with interest, as it looked like it was facing a great enemy but was forcing itself to remain calm. He also glanced at the surrounding insect swarms that were frightened but still protecting the insect king in the center. A bold and interesting idea flashed in his mind like a spark. Interesting, he murmured, a sly glint in his eyes. He didn't resort to force. He simply extended his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, a layer of extremely pure and gentle spiritual energy swirling around his fingertips. It wasn't an attack, but rather the most dexterous tweezers. Come here. With a light shout from him, the spiritual power at his fingertips turned into an invisible silk thread, instantly wrapping around the body of the dark red insect king. He gently but irresistibly lifted it from the ground and steadily grabbed it in front of him. Hiss! The insect swarm instantly erupted in a sharper, more panicked hissing sound. As if they had lost their backbone. All the dark purple bugs were spinning around restlessly, their scarlet compound eyes fixed on the insect king that was captured by Shen Xinghe, filled with fear and helplessness. Shen Xinghe ignored the restlessness of the insect swarm. He pinched the spiritual tweezers, turned around, and began to slowly retreat step by step along the way he came towards the tunnel entrance. Rustle! Rustle! The scalp-numbing friction sound rang out again. Even though the fear of Shen Xinghe runs deep. But when their king was taken away, the entire swarm went completely crazy. They no longer crawled or retreated, but followed Shen Xinghe's retreating footsteps and rushed forward. Shen Xinghe felt the terrifying swarm of insects chasing him from behind, then looked down at the dark red insect king who was bound by spiritual power, struggling on his fingertips, and making low threatening hisses. As expected. Shen Xinghe was like a king controlling the tide of death, moving forward slowly, surrounded by a living carpet formed by a swarm of dark purple insects. The dark red insect king is his scepter. Wherever it passed, even the moss on the rock walls was eaten clean. This huge, fearless swarm of insects has become Shen Xinghe's most perfect pathfinder and scavenger. Any dangerous aura lurking in the shadows instinctively chose to lie dormant or retreat when they sensed the approaching devastating swarm of insects. Shen Xinghe's journey was smoother than ever before. He only needed to devote a little of his attention to maintaining the restraint on the insect king, and he could then leisurely explore deeper into the tunnel. However, this leisure did not last long. At the corner of the tunnel ahead, there was suddenly a burst of hurried and heavy footsteps, accompanied by heavy breathing and angry roars. Boy! Stop right there! A voice that Shen Xinghe was very familiar with and full of exasperation rang out. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, rushed out from the corner like a whirlwind. The one running in front was Sang Biao,
who had been badly tricked by Shen Xinghe and was in a miserable state at the moment. He was dressed in rags, with several new wounds on his body, his face was pale, and his eyes were full of fear and resentment. Sang Biao immediately saw Shen Xinghe walking slowly in front of him, and behind him was a huge swarm of dark purple insects that emitted a terrifying aura. He was stunned at first, and then his eyes burst into ecstasy and viciousness like a drowning man grasping at a straw. "Brother! It's him!" Sang Biao suddenly stopped, pointed at Shen Xinghe, and roared with all his strength. "He was the one who killed your brother. I saw it with my own eyes. He's trying to frame me. Stop chasing me. The real murderer is right here." The burly man chasing Sang Biao suddenly stopped dead in his tracks upon hearing this. His crimson eyes instantly locked onto Shen Xinghe. A violent killing intent surged towards him like a physical force. Bullshit! The burly man didn't believe Sang Biao's nonsense at all. He was sure that Sang Biao had killed his brother, and now he just wanted to tear him into pieces. "You dare to quibble when you are about to die. Pay for my brother's life," he roared, not giving Shen Xinghe any chance to defend himself, or he didn't care about the truth at all. The fingers of his right hand were like a knife, and a concentrated and dazzling blood-colored spiritual power instantly condensed at the fingertips. With a sharp scream that tore through the air, it pierced Sang Biao's back. Sang Biao was so scared that his soul was about to die. He rolled over like a lazy donkey and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. The blood-colored spiritual power flew past his shoulder, tearing his already tattered clothes even wider and blasting a small hole in the rocky ground. Puff! Sang Biao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and when he looked up at Shen Xinghe, all his fear and anger were poured onto Shen Xinghe. "It's all your fault. You damn bastard!" Sang Biao looked like a madman, with only deep hatred for Shen Xinghe in his eyes. He suddenly turned around and made Shen Xinghe his primary target. "I'm going to fight you!" Sang Biao roared like a beast, and the remaining spiritual power in his body burst out recklessly. He kicked the ground hard with both feet. He lunged at Shen Xinghe without hesitation, his sword pointed directly at his throat. He completely ignored the terrifying insect swarm behind him. Shen Xinghe frowned slightly, and a hint of impatience and cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly, looking at Sang Biao's face approaching rapidly, but a hint of almost cruel playfulness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't even bother to draw his sword. Just when the tip of Sang Biao's sword was less than 3 feet away from him, and that ferocious face was clearly visible, Shen Xinghe shook his wrist casually. The dark red insect king, which was bound by his spiritual power thread and hovering in front of him, was thrown towards Sang Biao's face with incredible precision. What the hell is this thing? Sang Biao's mind was full of killing Shen Xinghe. When he saw a dark red unidentified object flying towards him, he subconsciously thought it was a hidden weapon thrown by Shen Xinghe. He had no time to take a closer look, and had no idea what it was. All he had in his heart was violent murderous intent. "Get out of here!" he roared, and without a second thought, he infused the broken sword in his hand with spiritual power. With a whistling sound, he slashed at the flying dark red insect king with a fierce sword, in an attempt to cut it open. Clang! There was a crisp sound like chopping on hard metal. The dark red insect king was slashed away by the powerful sword. A shallow white mark was left on its thick shell, and its body bounced back, landing right in the center of the surging dark purple insect tied behind it. Hiss! This sword was like lighting a powder keg. The entire swarm of insects instantly fell into an unprecedented, hysterical frenzy. Chapter 98, Insect King Switch. The dark red insect king that was struck and flew away rolled several times in the insect swarm before it stabilized its body. Its scarlet compound eyes instantly burst out with a furious light like a lava eruption. The limbs covered with barbs danced wildly, and the thick tentacles vibrated at an extremely complex, rhythmic and angry frequency. It's in command. It is issuing the highest level of killing orders. Target, locked on the sword-wielding human who heard it and blasphemed the king. Wow! The dark purple insect swarm received the order and became completely boiling. They let out the sharp roar of a death storm. A purple torrent with endless saw teeth and mouthparts, carrying a mad will to destroy everything. At a speed 10 times faster than before, they rushed towards Sang Biao like a flood.
In an instant, they completely submerged the path he was moving towards. Sangbiao's forward momentum suddenly stopped. Only then did he see clearly what the hidden weapon he had chopped away was, as well as the terrifying swarm of insects that was rushing towards him like a tsunami. A chill instantly rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. "Get out! Get out of my way!" He was terrified and swung the sword in his hand wildly, trying to chop the insects that flew in front of him. The sword energy was so powerful that it instantly chopped the dozens of insects rushing in the front into pieces. However, this insignificant killing is like a drop in the bucket in the face of the endless swarm of insects. More bugs pounced on him fearlessly. They ignored the sword energy and death, and crawled madly all over Sangbiao's legs, arms, and back. A scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice suddenly rang out. Sangbiao felt countless sharp and cold mouthparts piercing his skin and muscles. He could clearly feel his flesh and blood being eaten away madly. He wanted to mobilize his spiritual power to protect his body, but more insects had already drilled into his mouth, nose, and ears. The horrible paralyzing poison instantly corroded his nerves. No, Sangbiao's eyes were filled with endless fear and despair, and finally his voice was replaced by the crackling sound of insects drilling into his throat. The burly man was also stunned by the hellish scene before him. He watched as Sangbiao was completely overwhelmed by the terrifying dark purple insect tide in just 1 or 2 breaths, letting out an inhuman howl. He could even hear the subtle sound of bones being gnawn, which made his teeth ache. His face turned pale and he subconsciously took a few steps back. The look he gave Shen Xinghe was filled with unprecedented fear and terror. Shen Xinghe had just stood there quietly, watching Sangbiao struggle desperately in the insect swarm with indifference. The dark purple insect swarm surged and piled up crazily. Sangbiao's screams became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared completely. After a while, the insect swarm slowly dispersed like the tide receding. All that was left on the spot was a skeleton of white bones. Not even a scrap of cloth remained. The skeleton maintained the twisted and struggling posture of death, its empty eye sockets staring into the void, telling of endless horror. The dark red insect king crawled majestically to the head of the skeleton, scanned the area with its scarlet compound eyes, and then turned its gaze to Shen Xinghe again. In the tunnel, the only sounds left were the rustling of the insects and the heavy, terrified breathing of the burly man. Shen Xinghe stood there coldly. These bugs are so powerful. Swish! Shen Xinghe moved. His movements were as fast as a ghost and his timing was perfect. Taking advantage of the moment when the insect king had just finished killing and his mind was slightly relaxed, his figure was like a weightless phantom. An extremely exquisite 7-star steps, glimpse of shadow was taken, and a distance of several feet was crossed in an instant. The 5 fingers of his right hand were like eagle claws, grabbing at the insect king with incredible precision. Pure spiritual energy swirled around his fingertips. The scarlet compound eyes of the insect king suddenly burst into a light of shock and anger. The thick tentacles trembled wildly, and the 6 barbed legs suddenly exerted force, trying to eject and escape. But Shen Xinghe is faster. Bang! Shen Xinghe's 5 fingers, like iron pliers, firmly grasped the dark red insect king in his palm again. He felt the metallic shell and the insect king struggled frantically in his palm, making a sharp and piercing hissing sound. The barbs scraped against his protective spiritual power, making a sizzling sound. "Humph, be quiet," Shen Xinghe snorted coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Buzz! At the same time, his right hand condensed the violent power of the origin of the ashes destroying dark lotus fire. Boom! The scorching heat instantly evaporated the moisture in the air, and a terrifying heat wave swept across. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The power of destruction took effect again, frightening them and making them tremble. Then the insect king sent out a red information source. The insect swarm completely exploded. With the madness of destroying the world, they did not rush towards Shen Xinghe, but instead. Target, locked instantly. The burly man who had just recovered from the shock of seeing Sangbiao being eaten to pieces and was now retreating subconsciously with a look of horror on his face. Wow! The dark purple death frenzy was even more ferocious than when it chased Sangbiao before. Ignoring all obstacles, he rushed towards the only target that exuded the breath of living people, the burly man.
The speed was so fast that it even left purple afterimages in the air. The insect king, who was held tightly in Shen Xinghe's palm and struggling madly, had its thick tentacles vibrating wildly at an extremely high-frequency rhythm. An extremely faint dark red light with a marking aura spread out from the insect king's body and precisely enveloped the burly man. This is the highest level mark of death belonging to the king of the Zerg. With this mark, the swarm's target is extremely clear and fanatical. The burly man looked at the swarm of insects rushing towards him, and his soul was scared to death. The ferocity on his face had long been replaced by boundless fear, and he was as pale as paper. He let out a strange cry, without even thinking of resisting, and turned around and ran desperately towards the depths of the tunnel. Run? Can you get away? Shen Xinghe's lips curled up in a cold and playful arc. He flashed his body and activated 7 star steps, stepping on the void. The whole person turned into a blurry afterimage that was floating and moving in the narrow tunnel, following the insect swarm slowly and steadily. What surprised him slightly was that these insects in a state of frenzy were surprisingly fast. They no longer crawl, but instead rely on the elasticity of their shells and the digging force of their barbs to bounce and shuttle wildly between the rock walls, the ground, and the cave ceiling like catapults, forming a high-speed, no dead-angle purple deathstorm. Its speed could barely keep up with the speed of his 7 star steps. It was closely following the burly man who was fleeing in front of it. The burly man felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. The suffocating rustling sound behind me is getting closer and closer. He could even feel the fishy wind from the cold mouthparts touching the back of his neck. The shadow of death had never been so clear. Daoist friend, he ran as fast as he could and screamed in fear with all his strength. Why are you chasing me? I have no grudge against you. Shen Xinghe was floating around behind him like a ghost. No grudges? Your breathing just now disturbed me. That I know. The burly man was almost on the verge of collapse. He felt a pain in his calf and looked down. A dark purple insect had bitten through his trouser leg, and its sharp mouthparts had pierced his flesh. Please have mercy on me. Please let me go. Let you go. Can. Hearing the word yes, the burly man's eyes burst into ecstasy. It's very simple. Lead the way. Take me to the most crowded place in this secret place. The burly man's frantic running steps suddenly stopped, and the blood instantly drained from his face. Crowd's the most crowded place. He instantly understood Shen Xinghe's intention, and a chill froze his bones. Was he planning to use the insect swarm to wipe out everyone in one fell swoop? You are going to. Stop talking nonsense. Shen Xinghe's voice suddenly turned cold. Take me there, and I'll make these little cuties stop. Otherwise, before he could finish his words, he tightened his grip on the insect king's hand slightly. Hiss. The insect king let out a sharp hiss. The swarm of insects following closely behind seemed to be stimulated, and its speed soared again. Several insects that rushed to the front pounced on the burly man's back like arrows and started biting him madly. Ah! I'll take it. I'll take it. The severe pain and fear of death completely defeated the burly man's will. He let out a shrill scream and no longer dared to hesitate. I know. I know where the crowds are. Please make them stop. Stop now. Very good. Shen Xinghe's voice returned to normal, with a hint of satisfaction in it. He who knows the current situation is a hero. Lead the way. As long as you obey me, I will ensure that nothing happens to you. His mind moved slightly, and the spiritual power between his fingers entered the insect king's body. Then the insect king's scarlet compound eyes flashed, and the vibration frequency of his tentacles changed slightly. The insects that were biting the burly man paused for a moment, although they were still clinging to his back tightly and had not pulled out their mouthparts. But the gnawing action stopped, and only a low threatening hiss was emitted. The burly man felt the gnawing on his back stop. Although the severe pain and fear remained, he at least saw hope of life. He didn't dare hesitate any longer. Like a packhorse being whipped, he used all his strength to stumble and run desperately in the direction of the monks gathered in the secret realm. Every step was on the edge of life and death. Chapter 99 Steel. The burly man was like a frightened bird. Under the whip of death, he burst out with unprecedented speed and stumbled desperately through the intricate tunnel. The mouthparts of several dark purple bugs on his back pierced deeply into his flesh. Although they did not bite him anymore, the sharp pain and the constant numbness made him run faster. Shen Xinghe performed the exquisite 7-star steps, his figure appearing and disappearing in the dark tunnel, always maintaining the right distance. Wherever the torrent of insects passed, the moss on the rock walls was eaten away, leaving behind a smooth and cold rock surface. After passing through several forks in the road ahead suddenly opened up. At the end of the tunnel, there was a huge underground cave. The dome of the cave is towering and covered with inverted stalactites, like the fangs of a giant beast. In the center of the cave stands an ancient altar built of some dark red boulders. The altar has a simple shape and exudes an atmosphere of vicissitudes of life. At the four corners of the altar, there is a huge bronze brazier with an animal head, with a dark green flame burning in it. The flames jump, illuminating the entire cave with a pale green. The flickering light and shadows add a bit of weirdness. At this moment, around the altar, there were no less than 20 or 30 monks gathered. They were dressed in different clothes, with mixed auras, and they were all monks at the Tongqiao realm and Yuanfu realm. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the altar. There, a translucent energy shield with complex and mysterious runes rippled across it, firmly blocking the core area of the altar. 7 or 8 cultivators with the most powerful auras were sitting cross-legged in front of the light shield, with their hands forming seals. The spiritual energy in their bodies surged and transformed into light beams of various colors, continuously bombarding the light shield. Every bombardment caused the light shield to vibrate violently, the symbol civilization was extinguished, and a dull roar like thunder was emitted. Fellow Taoists! Try harder! A young Taoist priest wearing a Baghuai Taoist robe named Gang Sa shouted with veins popping out on his forehead. This ancient demon seal is on the verge of collapse. We must unite our forces and achieve this in one decisive battle. Break this seal and uncover the altar's secrets. It all depends on your own ability. Good. Break it. Damn it, I've been working on this for 2 days, I'm going to make it this time. The surrounding monks were excited and responded one after another. Many of them even injected their own spiritual power into the bodies of the main attackers to help them become more powerful. The spiritual energy in the cave was surging, the shouts were intertwined, and the atmosphere was tense and fanatical. Everyone was concentrating on the crumbling ban, their eyes only on the possible treasure behind the altar, completely unaware that a fatal crisis had quietly approached. The burly man rushed out of the tunnel with Shen Xinghe. When he saw the bustling scene of many monks gathered in front of him, there was no joy in his eyes, but deeper fear. He stopped abruptly, staggered forward a few steps due to inertia, and almost fell. He turned his back to Shen Xinghe and the terrifying insect swarm, his voice trembling with extreme fear. My fellow Taoist! In front! It's here! The place with the most people. The altar is here. He pointed to the center of the cave and spoke incoherently. Please. Let me go. I'll get out of here right now. Get away from here. As he begged, he glanced in horror at a relatively secluded narrow branch tunnel leading to the flank of the cave, his body ready to escape. Shen Xinghe's gaze passed over the trembling shoulders of the burly man, swept across the fanatical crowd in the cave, swept across the dark green altar flame, and finally fell on the crumbling runelight shield. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a cynical arc, like the whispering smile of a devil. He didn't even glance at the burly man, but waved his hand casually. Let's go. The burly man seemed to have been pardoned. He rolled and crawled, bursting out with his last strength, and plunged into the side tunnel, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The several insects on his back also silently opened their mouthparts at the slight movement of Shen Xinghe's mind, and silently merged into the torrent that was about to erupt behind them. Shen Xinghe withdrew his gaze and refocused on the center of the cave. He took a deep breath and said, Hey. Let's see if there are any villains like me here. He took a step forward and stood at the shadowy edge of the tunnel exit. Then, he made a move that would haunt all the monks in the cave in countless nightmares in the future. He slowly raised his right hand, which was tightly holding the dark red worm king, and held it high above his head. Little ones!
Dinner is ready. The moment the words fell. Hiss, hiss, hiss.
A sharp sound burst out from the insect king's mouth.
At the same time. Boom.
They swept madly towards all targets around the altar that exuded the breath of life.
The speed is as fast as a lightning storm. Wow, what?
Bugs, bugs.
So many bugs. Oh my god. Where did it come from? Quick! Defend! The monks around the altar were instantly thrown into chaos.
Terrified screams, terrified roars, and the clanging sounds of hastily drawn weapons mixed together. The monks who were trying their best to break the ban were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They were so frightened by this sudden and terrifying change that their spiritual power backfired. Their faces turned pale, and they vomited blood and retreated. At the moment when the chaos and fear reached its peak, a figure slowly walked out from the surging purple tide. Shen Xinghe had a playful smile on his face as he watched the swarm of insects gnawing at everything that stood in his way. He cleared his throat and said in a low voice,
"Ha ha ha.
Fellow Taoists, thank you for your hard work. How dare I trouble you with such rough work as breaking the ban?" He opened his arms, his smile becoming more flamboyant and cruel.
"Now. Welcome your king. Ah. My legs. Get out of here. Get out of here."
The weaker cultivators at the outermost edge didn't even have time to react before the dark purple insect wave instantly engulfed them. Countless sharp and cold mouthparts pierced through the protective aura and penetrated deeply into the skin and flesh. They only had time to let out a short howl before their bodies disappeared violently under the crazy gnawing of the insect swarm, and melted quickly as if they were thrown into strong acid. The flesh was peeled off, and the bones were exposed. The whole process was so fast that it was suffocating.
Form a formation. Quickly form a defensive formation. Gang Saw's mouth twitched.
He then quickly left the scene. Then he quickly made hand gestures with his hands, and the shadow of the Tai Chi diagram with black and white energy flowing in it instantly unfolded in front of him. Several other core breakers were also awakened, suppressing the surging blood and chi caused by the backlash of spiritual power, and resorting to various methods in a hurry. Someone used a protective magic weapon, and the light flashed. Someone activated the talisman, and fire and lightning exploded. Someone was waving a weapon, and sword and knife energy were everywhere. For a moment, the core area of the altar flashed with spiritual light, temporarily resisting the first and most ferocious wave of attack. However, more monks, especially those who were in the direct direction of the insect tide and had relatively ordinary strength, fell into complete despair. They ran around like headless flies, hacking and slashing with their weapons, and the spiritual shield was torn into pieces like paper by the endless bites of insects.
"Run this way. Quick!
Go through the side passage." A sharp-eyed monk saw the entrance to the side tunnel where the burly man had escaped before, and he roared wildly, rushing towards that direction desperately.
The instinct of survival instantly ignited hope.
7 or 8 monks who were closer and had not yet been completely entangled by the insect swarm burst out with all their potential, crawling and following the man, running desperately towards the narrow side tunnel. Their eyes were filled with desire for life, and they didn't even have time to think about whether the tunnel was really safe. The one rushing in the front was the monk who first discovered the tunnel and shouted. His face was filled with ecstasy after surviving a disaster, and he was about to plunge into the place. Buzz! A low but extremely clear buzzing sound sounded at the entrance of the tunnel. A Tai Chi light wall, swirling with black and white energy, instantly sealed the entire tunnel entrance. Atop the light wall, the yin-yang fish slowly spun, emitting a powerful sealing force.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The monks who were rushing in the front were caught off guard and crashed into the iron wall like a buffalo running at high speed. The protective aura shattered in an instant, and the sound of broken bones and tendons could be clearly heard. They screamed and were thrown away by the huge recoil force, falling heavily onto their companions who were chasing them, rolling into a ball.
Master Gang Saw? What are you doing?"
The monk who was hit and spitting blood raised his head and looked at the Tai Chi light wall that exuded a familiar aura in disbelief. Behind the light wall, the guy who was just shouting to form a formation was now standing inside the tunnel with a lewd expression on his face.
Shen Xinghe saw Taoist. Where is he left with even a trace of immortality at this moment?
He maintained the magic formula with both hands, and continuously injected spiritual power into the Tai Chi light wall, strengthening it to be unbreakable.
Wulian Tianzuan. Fellow Taoists, I'm sorry.
The insect swarm is fierce, and you will become part of the opening of the restriction.
Gang saw.
You big bastard! A monk whose leg was broken was pointing at the old Taoist behind the light wall with bloodshot eyes, roaring like crying blood. You shall not die a good death. You are unworthy of being a cultivator. He struggled to get up, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred.
Gang saw. Open the door. Open the door quickly. We are in this together. How could you do this? Please. Master saw.
Let us in. The other monks who were blocked outside the light wall also reacted and slapped the indestructible Tai Chi light wall in despair. The sounds of begging, cursing, and crying were mixed together. However, all they got in response was Gang saw Taoist's increasingly cold and indifferent gaze.
The dark purple death frenzy will not give them time to bargain. No, don't come over here. Ah. My hand. Gang saw. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go.
The desperate curses were instantly drowned out by even more shrill screams. The surging insect tide instantly swallowed up all the monks there. Countless dark purple bugs crawled all over their bodies and drilled into their mouths, noses, and ears. They waved their arms in vain, tearing the bugs off their bodies, and their bodies disappeared in severe pain and fear. Before being completely overwhelmed by the insect swarm, one of the monks used up his last bit of strength and turned his face, filled with resentment and blood, towards the cold figure behind the light wall.
Gang saw. You deserve to die poorly. Inside the wall of light, in the narrow tunnel. Outside the tunnel, there is a cave altar. Shen Xinghe stood in the surging tide of insects, as still as a reef. He coldly admired the feast of death before him, which was directed by him and fueled by the evil of human nature. Watch the wonderful performance of Gang saw Taoist blocking the tunnel and abandoning his companions. The playful curve of his mouth deepened. Isn't he the same as me? Chapter 100. The Steel Taoist.
Inside the cave, the pale green flame of the altar flickered.
It only took a moment.
Around the altar, the 20 or 30 monks who were excited in trying to break the ban just now had already turned into white bones of various shapes on the ground. A swarm of dark purple insects covered it, gnawing at the last bit of flesh and blood, making a rustling sound that made one's scalp tingle.
The entire cave fell into an eerie silence, except for the hissing of insects and the crackling of flames.
Only the rune light shield guarding the core of the altar was still rippling slightly. Taoist Gang saw was watching stealthily in the narrow side tunnel at this moment. He did not go deep into it, but hid at the shadow edge of the tunnel entrance. His eyes were fixed on the center of the cave, the horrific scene composed of bones and swarms of insects.
His gaze penetrated the gaps in the insect swarm and fell accurately on Shen Xinghe.
To be more precise, it fell on Shen Xinghe's right hand, which was still firmly controlling the dark red worm king.
Gang saw's pupils suddenly contracted.
Then, they turned into a cold light of ecstasy, flashing rapidly in his eyes. Controlling insects, his heart was shaken, like a raging storm. This person can actually control such a terrifying insect swarm. This discovery far exceeded his expectations. But then, a thought that fit his plan even better emerged. Well,
God help me.
The flesh and blood of these idiots will save me the trouble of cutting them off one by one myself. The primer needed for this blood sacrifice has been perfectly prepared by this insect swarm.
Shen Xinghe keenly felt that cold gaze.
He slowly turned his head, and his cold eyes instantly collided with Gang saw's obscene and calculating gaze in the shadow of the tunnel.
Eye contact.
Shen Xinghe's heart suddenly skipped a beat for no apparent reason. A sense of disgust that seemed to have no reason rushed straight into his head. That face hidden in the shadows, the greed and viciousness hidden in those obscene eyes, made him feel even more disgusted than when he faced the black fog of the abyss and the charming woman in red. Shen Xinghe's brows twisted into a knot in an instant, and a nameless evil fire burned fiercely in his chest.
Why do I hate him so much?
This old guy, why does he have this vile aura about him that makes him want a beating? He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the insect king's hand, until his knuckles turned white, and he roared madly in his heart. Damn it! I really want to rush over and give him 2 big slaps. Smash his disgusting face into pieces. Just as Shen Xinghe was feeling the turmoil from this sudden strong feeling of disgust. In the shadow of the tunnel, Gang saw Taoist moved. He no longer hid. He suddenly stepped out of the shadows, and he became even more wretched. Then he let out a crazy grin. Boundless sea of blood. Open. A hoarse shout suddenly burst out from his throat. His hands instantly formed dozens of complicated and strange seals with a strong bloody smell. The spiritual energy around him was boiling and surging, carrying an ominous dark red light. Boom! As his last seal fell, he stomped his skinny right foot hard on the ground of the cave. Buzz! The entire cave shook violently. With the altar as the center, the ground that had just been eaten clean by the insect swarm, scattered with white bones and soaked with the blood of monks, suddenly burst out with a blinding blood-red light. Huge, twisted, and bizarre runes emerged from beneath the blood-soaked rocky ground. They instantly connected and intertwined, forming a massive magic circle that covered most of the cave and exuded a monstrous, ominous aura. Call. The moment the magic circle took shape, a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted. On the ground, the sticky blood that had not yet dried up and was still flowing between the bones instantly turned into countless fine bloodlines, frantically converging towards the center of the magic circle. Even the traces of blood and energy that remained on the bones and seeped into the bone marrow after being gnawed by the insects were forcibly extracted. The strong smell of blood in the cave was instantly drained away, and all the essence of life was greedily devoured by this evil magic circle. The core rune of the magic circle was like an ignited blood-red furnace, bursting out with a strange red light. The light grew brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling, dyeing the entire cave with a sticky layer of blood. A terrifying energy that makes the soul tremble, full of destruction and filth, is madly gathering in the center of the magic circle. The moment Taoist Gang Saw stepped out of the shadow and formed the first seal, the strong warning in Shen Xinghe's heart reached its peak. Not good. His pupils suddenly shrank, and without thinking, he pushed the 7-star steps, shadow escaped to the extreme in an instant. Like an arrow shot from a powerful bow, he vanished into a blurry afterimage, narrowly avoiding the edge of the newly emerged blood-colored rune and escaping the range of this evil blood formation. He landed on a protruding rock in the distance, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out of it. His heart was still pounding from the retreat he had just made. He stared intently at the blood-red formation in the center of the cave, emitting a terrifying aura, and at the skinny figure outside the formation, laughing wildly. Damn it! Shen Xinghe couldn't help but curse, his eyes glared, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. A man's sixth sense is right. The first time I saw this old bastard, I knew he was full of bad water. Cheap. Really fucking cheap to the core. At this moment, he finally understood why Taoist Gang Saw had blocked the tunnel and sacrificed those monks before. They were simply the sacrifices and fuel he prepared to activate this evil blood formation. The killing swarm of insects was just completing the slaughter work for him. The blood-colored formation was running wildly. After absorbing a huge amount of blood essence, the destructive energy condensed in the core finally reached its peak. Buzz boom! A terrifying roar that seemed to come from the 9 nether hell. An extremely thick dark red energy beam filled with endless filth and destructive aura, like a magic spear that created the world, burst out from the core of the blood formation. With the terrifying power to tear everything apart and defile everything, it bombarded the rune shield that protected the core of the altar without any fuss. Crack! The ancient demon seal that had been barely broken after a long time of effort and combined the strength of many cultivators was now under the impact of the filthy blood energy that had been condensed from the essence and blood of dozens of cultivators and driven by evil methods. It only lasted for less than a breath before it made an unbearable, heart-wrenching cracking sound. Countless spider-web-like cracks instantly covered the entire light shield. Runes flickered wildly, eventually fading and disintegrating completely. Bang! The transparent glass cover was instantly shattered. The protective barrier was completely destroyed. It turned into scattered energy fragments, instantly swallowed by the aftermath of the foul blood-red light column. The core area of the altar is no longer exposed to the air without any obstruction. An even more ancient and sinister aura slowly spread from the center of the altar. Ha ha! Taoist Gang Sa stood outside the blood formation, watching the restriction being broken and the altar core being revealed, his wretched face completely distorted by extreme ecstasy. He opened his arms, looked up to the sky and let out a hoarse and crazy laugh, with the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. It's done! It's done! The plan of 10,000 years has finally come to fruition today. The secret treasure. It's mine! Ha 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 ha! Shen Xinghe stood in the distance, watching this scene coldly. Looking at Gang Sa's smug face, his eyes were extremely cold. I really want to kick his balls. Chapter 101 Exploding Eggs. In the center of the cave, the evil blood formation driven by the flesh and blood essence of dozens of monks burst out with dark red energy. The thick beam of light was like a giant pestle that split the sky apart, slamming heavily into the ancient demon seal guarding the core of the altar. Snap! The first layer of light shield, which was flashing with mysterious runes, only lasted for a moment before it was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks under the erosion of blood energy and exploded. Buzz! The moment the light shield shattered, the second layer of restriction suddenly lit up. This layer of restriction is more solid, with a darker color, and countless twisted and wandering defensive runes appearing on the surface. The filthy blood column hit it, making a deafening sound of metal clashing. The dark red beam of light and the dark gold runes clashed frantically. The blood formation trembled violently, and the runes on the ground were constantly extinguished, obviously consuming a huge amount of energy. The muscles on Gang Sa's face were tense, and a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes, but more of it was madness. He changed the seals of his hands again, and squeezed out a few drops of blood from his withered fingertips, which turned into bloodlines and shot into the center of the formation. Break it for me, he roared fiercely. The blood formation is blessed with essence and blood, and its light shines brightly. The filthy light column expanded again, and it struck hard with even more violent destructive power. Bang! The second layer of dark gold restriction finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a dull bang, it broke into pieces and turned into light dust that dissipated in the sky. At the moment when the second layer of restriction was broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the core of the altar, the last and innermost layer of nearly transparent light film suddenly lit up. This layer of light film is as thin as a cicada's wing, but it emits a heart-pounding sharp aura. It is not a passive defense, but an active counterattack. Countless rays of light, as thin as cow hair but carrying a terrifying aura that can penetrate the soul, shot out from the light film like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. The target is directly aimed at Gang Sa, who maintains the blood formation. This last layer of restriction is actually an integrated offense and defense, and contains a fatal counterattack. Humph. A trifle. Can't phase me. Gang Sa remained calm, as if he had expected this. He thrust his body forward, and the spiritual energy in his body surged out like a boiling sea of blood. He formed seals with his hands and instantly set up layers of spiritual shields in front of him, flowing with the Tai Chi Yin and Yang energy. Ding 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 ding. A dense, golden ray of light slammed fiercely into the shield, making a sound like rain hitting banana leaves. The shield vibrated violently, rippling continuously on its surface, and even pierced through with countless tiny holes. Gang Sa's face turned pale, with a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He had obviously suffered quite a big impact, but he managed to bear it in the end. Break it for me. His hair and beard stood on end, and he looked like a madman. He injected the remaining power of the blood formation along with most of his own spiritual power into the filthy light column. Boom! Having lost 2 layers of buffering, the last transparent light film could no longer withstand the attack that condensed the essence of the blood formation and the full force of Gang Sa. Finally, like a popped bubble, it made a slight bang and completely dissipated. The band that has protected us for thousands of years has finally been completely broken. Beyond the altar, there was no more obstruction. A huge, ancient, dark palace appeared before our eyes. The palace gate was tightly closed, and an indescribable demon totem was carved on it. A soul-shaking aura of primitive times rushed towards him. Ha 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 ha. Secret treasure. My secret treasure, Gang Saw was so ecstatic that he went crazy. He didn't even bother to heal his injuries, his eyes only focused on the palace gate that was so close to him. Swish. He swung his skinny right hand suddenly, and the huge shadow of the yin-yang bagua diagram that maintained the blood formation instantly shrank and turned into a black and white stream of light that disappeared into his sleeve. At the same time, he stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his withered body burst out with terrifying speed, rushing towards the palace gate with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. He was so fast that he left a trail of afterimages behind him. He wanted to be the first to enter the palace. However, just when the fingertips of Gang Saw Taoist were about to touch the huge palace gate carved with the demon totem, buzz! A blurry figure appeared out of nowhere in front of the gate like a ghost, blocking his way. It's Shen Xinghe. He'd already been poised to strike. The moment Gang Saw Taoist retracted the Bagua map and moved, he'd already predicted its trajectory. He activated 7 star steps, instant shadow, striking first and arriving first. There was no expression on Shen Xinghe's face, only the indifference in his eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. His right leg was like a battering ram filled with power, his muscles were knotted, and his spiritual power was instantly compressed to the extreme in the leg meridians. An extremely ferocious side kick tore through the air, and with the dull sound of wind and thunder, it kicked Gang Saw's slightly leaning crotch with incredible precision and force. Bang, bang. There was a sound like a hammer hitting a drum. The ecstasy on Gang Saw Taoist's face froze in an instant, and was then replaced by extreme pain and unbelievable horror. He only felt an unimaginable force penetrating into his body, and his body flew backwards at a speed faster than when it came, with a shrill howl. Boom! His body slammed like a cannonball onto a huge, moss-covered black rock at the edge of the cave. The rock shattered with a loud bang, and debris flew everywhere. Gang Saw Taoist's body was deeply embedded in the cracks of the rock. He covered his crotch and struggled to get up, but the severe pain and impact made his vision go black. Shen Xinghe slowly retracted his right leg, his movements smooth and cold. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes sweeping across the steel and the distant rock cracks, and finally a cold and mocking arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. You'll have to pay for what you've done, you old bitch. His tone was frivolous, with a biting chill. For the credit of opening the door, I'll graciously accept it. You just take your time. Before he finished speaking, he no longer looked at Gang Saw, whose eyes were filled with resentment. He turned around and pressed his palm against the cold and heavy palace door. You little bastard. You're too arrogant. You have no moral principles. Gang Saw struggled to raise his head from the rubble. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were as vicious as a poison knife. He let out a hoarse roar, I will definitely cut you into pieces. He forcibly suppressed the surging blood and severe pain, and his skinny body burst out with its last potential. A strong blood light rose around him, and he was about to pounce on Shen Xinghe again regardless of everything. Shen Xinghe didn't even turn his head, and his hand pressing on the door didn't move at all. He just used his left foot as the axis and twisted his right foot lightly on the ground seemingly casually. Buzz! An invisible yet vast and terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly descended. Absolutely imprisoned. Shen Xinghe's voice was low and majestic. Boom! A huge mental cage flashing with dark golden runes appeared out of thin air above Gang Saw Taoist's head. With a heavy will to suppress everything, it came crashing down, pinning him and the rubble beneath him to the spot. Puff! Taoist Gang Saw vomited blood again, his body felt like it was nailed to a chopping board, and he couldn't even move a finger. The heavy mental pressure directly acted on his soul, causing his vision to go black and his consciousness to become blurred. Only boundless anger and humiliation were burning wildly in his chest. Ugh, his eyes were bloodshot and an extremely loud roar came from his throat. Don't let me catch you, otherwise I will extract your soul and refine your spirit, grind your bones to ashes. Shen Xinghe ignored the hysterical curses behind him. He exerted slight force on his palm. Crunch! The extremely heavy palace door was slowly pushed open a crack by him with a teeth-grinding sound of friction. A richer, more ancient breath, as if it had been deposited for thousands of years, mixed with the smell of dust, came to my face. Shen Xinghe no longer hesitated, his figure flashed, and the 7-star steps, piercing the gap, was activated, and he slipped in through the gap in an instant. Boom! The heavy door slowly closed behind him, completely isolating Gangsaw's resentful roar and the surging hissing of insects. Inside the door, there was absolute darkness and silence. Shen Xinghe steadied his body and channeled his spiritual power into his eyes. Deep in his pupils, a flash of blue and red light appeared, and he instantly adapted to the darkness. In front of me is a huge palace that is extremely spacious and magnificent. The dome is so high that its top is invisible, hidden in the deep darkness. The ground was covered with cold black boulders, shining enough to reflect one's reflection. And in the deepest part of the hall, facing the entrance, a statue several feet tall, made entirely of some dark metal, stands majestically. The statue was kneeling on one knee with its head lowered, as if paying the highest respect to a certain existence in the void, or as if performing some kind of eternal confession. In both hands, it tightly grasped a huge, ancient, and ferocious-looking black heavy sword, with the tip of the sword deeply embedded in the black rock ground in front of it, supporting its heavy body. The surface of the statue is covered with thick dust, and the details of the face cannot be seen clearly, but the frozen posture reveals a heart-pounding and terrifying power that has been buried by the dust of time. Shen Xinghe stood at the entrance of the empty hall, like an ant looking up at a giant god. He took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and slowly scanned the magnificent and strange hall with sharp eyes. Finally, his gaze was fixed on the huge statue kneeling on one knee, holding a sword. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a step forward, stepping onto the cold and smooth black stone ground, and slowly walked towards the statue, step by step, with extreme caution. In the empty hall, only his lonely and clear footsteps echoed. Chapter 102 I Want It All. Shen Xinghe stepped onto the steps of the palace. The black stone steps were smooth, reflecting his lonely figure. One step, 2 steps, he finally stopped in front of the huge statue kneeling on one knee. The statue is as majestic as a mountain, with its head bowed and a huge sword tightly grasped. Shen Xinghe looked up at the silent giant statue, and his eyes finally fell on the black heavy sword that was deeply inserted into the ground. The sword body is simple, but covered with mysterious patterns, as if it has gone through thousands of years. He stretched out his hand, and with a hint of tentativeness, he gently touched the sword with his fingertips. The moment my fingertips touched the sword, buzz! A strange vibration suddenly came from inside the statue. Immediately afterwards, wisps of black and yellow spiritual energy gushed out from the cracks in the statue. These spiritual energies quickly gathered, twisted, and expanded. In a flash, in front of Shen Xinghe, it condensed into a vague, constantly surging human-shaped soul body. This soul body was a disgusting mixture of black and yellow, as if it was composed of resentment and decay that had accumulated over thousands of years. Its face was completely covered by a hideous ghost mask. The mask was pale, with deep, hollow eye sockets, and 2 fangs extending from the bottom that flashed with cold metallic light. A chilling aura, like an icy tide, instantly spread. Ha 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 ha! A hoarse, dry, bone-like laugh came from under the ghost mask, carrying with it a creepy excitement and greed. Heaven, what a cycle! Every word carried a scent of decay. Finally, I've waited for you. My dear friend, the empty gaze locked onto Shen Xinghe through the mask. I have stood here for 10,000 years, my spirit fading away, waiting for someone destined to inherit my legacy. Are you willing? Shen Xinghe's heart suddenly sank. Under the gaze of the masked figure, an instinctive chill instantly spread throughout his body. His expression remained calm, and he even bowed slightly in a gesture of respect, but deep down inside, a storm was brewing. 1,000 years of withered guard? The soul is about to die? He sneered inwardly, alarm bells ringing. You're kidding. Although this old man's aura is rotten, his greed and hidden malice are almost overflowing. If he really waited for the right person, how many unlucky people would have stumbled upon this place over the years? The inheritance has already been given away. How can it be my turn? A clear thought quickly crossed his mind. Trap. This is definitely a Tienkung. Seeing Shen Xinghe's silence, the soul body thought he was intimidated by the peak inheritance of the Dharma realm, and its voice was filled with a hint of bewitching urgency.
Young friend, don't miss this opportunity. I've observed your remarkable stature, making you the perfect candidate to inherit my 9 nether god-slaying Tao. With this Tao mastered, you can slay gods and immortals, and roam the vast expanse of the universe. What are you still hesitating about? Action is worse than thought.
Shen Xinghe raised his head, his voice filled with just the right amount of respect. Thank you for your kindness, senior.
I am willing to accept your inheritance. Good. Good.
Good. The soul body said good 3 times in a row, and the smile under the ghost mask seemed to be more intense, and the black and yellow soul body fluctuated with excitement.
He who understands the times is a hero. My friend, come forward quickly. Relax your mind, and I will instill all my life's understanding and supreme divine power into you.
He stretched out a hand condensed from black and yellow mist and slowly beckoned towards Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe took a step forward as instructed, but just as the illusory hand of the soul body was about to touch his forehead, Shen Xinghe suddenly raised his right hand and made a wait a minute gesture. Senior, please wait a moment. His voice was clear, with a hint of shame.
The soul body's movements froze instantly, its mask slightly askew, as if it was puzzled.
Young friend, what does this mean? Shen Xinghe showed a pure smile on his face, as if he was a little embarrassed.
Please don't be offended, senior.
There's a custom in my hometown that requires everyone to pay respects to their teacher before accepting a skill.
This ritual cannot be abolished. Please wait a moment while I prepare. Then Shen Xinghe took out the super Qiankuan bag.
A ceremony to become a disciple. The soul scoffed inwardly, but outwardly let out a hushed, relieved sound.
Oh? My friend, you actually have such a thoughtful heart? Rare. Rare.
However, inheritance is a serious matter, and the etiquette can be dealt with later.
First.
Before the soul body finished speaking the words of tolerance,
the innocent smile on Shen Xinghe's face instantly disappeared.
Instead, it was replaced by a cold, all-knowing look and undisguised sarcasm. He suddenly changed the subject and went straight to the point.
Senior, you seem to have made a mistake.
The soul body was startled, and the soul body fluctuations obviously stagnated. Shen Xinghe stared directly into the empty eye sockets of the ghost mask, and spoke every word clearly. According to the rules, it's you who should give the junior the apprenticeship gift.
Not me who should give it to you.
What the soul body surged violently, and the voice suddenly rose, with a hint of offended anger.
My friend, do you want to inherit my legacy?
Or do I want your inheritance? Shen Xinghe refused to give in, with a cold arc on his lips, and retorted.
Senior, were you the one who begged and pleaded for the continuation of the legacy for thousands of years?
Or was it me, the junior, who cried and begged, insisting on inheriting your incomprehensible god-slaying way?
Tit for tat. The air froze instantly.
The soul body was choked and speechless for a moment, and the eyes under the ghost mask suddenly became extremely cold.
An irrepressible aura of violence spread. Countless vicious thoughts flashed through his mind.
You sharp-tongued little bastard. I wanted to let you be devoured painlessly in the beautiful dream of inheritance, but since you're seeking death, so be it. When I forcibly take over your body, devour your spirit and soul, and occupy your body, the effect will be the same. Forcefully suppressing the surging murderous intent, the soul body let out a dry ho-ho laugh, as if to cover up the embarrassment, and swung its large soul sleeves violently.
Forget it. Forget it. Since you want it so badly, I will give it to you.
With a wave of his sleeves.
Buzz. 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 Buzz.
Several dazzling rays of light suddenly lit up in front of Shen Xinghe.
Like stars suddenly lighting up in the night sky.
A total of 7 storage rings with different shapes and extraordinary materials are suspended in the air. They are either inlaid with dazzling gems, or wrapped with mysterious runes, or exude in ancient and vicissitudes of life. Each one is full of brilliance and precious light, emitting a suffocating temptation. These are some treasures I've collected during my travels, the soul body said in a generous voice.
Consider them a greeting gift. My friend, you may choose any one of them. This is a huge move. It's enough to make even the weakest of minds lose their minds instantly.
Thoughts raced through Shen Xinghe's mind, but an expression of combined surprise and joy appeared on his face. Senior. This is too precious. How can this junior dare to accept it? As he spoke, he rubbed his hands excitedly. He was overwhelmed by this sudden wealth and his feet moved forward involuntarily, as if he wanted to get closer to choose carefully. The corners of the mouth under the soul ghost mask seemed to curl up into a triumphant arc. Just when Shen Xinghe's body was less than 3 feet away from those floating rings, and his mind seemed to be completely attracted by them. His excited hand-rubbing movements suddenly changed. 10 fingers, like butterflies flitting through flowers, instantly formed an extremely complex and profound seal, imbued with the power of spatial teleportation. The speed was so fast that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. The universe great shift. A low shout containing the laws of space came out from Shen Xinghe's mouth. Call. An invisible and overwhelming force of space, like an invisible giant hand, suddenly erupted with Shen Xinghe as the center. The 7 storage rings that were floating in the air and emitting an alluring light did not even have a chance to struggle. They were instantly captured and pulled by the powerful force of space. Whoosh! 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 7 streams of light cut through the stagnant air and instantly disappeared into the super-universe bag on Shen Xinghe's waist. They disappeared without a trace. The entire process, from forming the seal to the disappearance of the ring, took only the blink of an eye. The empty hall fell into deathly silence in an instant. Chapter 103 Heart and Eyes. Boy, you don't. Under the ghost mask, the soul body's dry voice just sounded when it was interrupted by Shen Xinghe neatly and forcefully. Shen Xinghe's face was filled with a brilliant smile that was almost honest. He even bowed slightly, and his tone was extremely sincere. You don't need to thank me, senior. It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Accepting gifts is what the younger generation should do. Please don't be polite. The black and yellow soul body surged violently. Although the ghost mask covered the face, a chilling murderous intent had already arrived. Boy! You are rebelling against Tiangang. The roar in his heart almost broke through his soul. Oh, senior, look at you, why are you still angry? He waved his hand with a playful smile, his tone as relaxed as if he was chatting. It's just a small detail, why bother? Our relationship as master and disciple is more important, our relationship is more important. Master-disciple relationship. The soul body felt a surge of evil fire rising to the top of his head, if he had any. The soul body fluctuated more violently, and the black and yellow mist faintly revealed a hint of hideous blood. He had lived for many years, and had murdered countless monks who coveted the inheritance, but had he ever suffered such a great humiliation? He was played around by a young brat, and his carefully collected storage ring was taken away. You can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to stab someone. Even through the ghost mask, Shen Xinghe could clearly feel the 2 vicious gazes that shot out from the empty eye sockets, as if they wanted to devour him alive and extract his soul. The soul body forcibly suppressed the rage that was almost out of control, and a panting sound came from deep within the soul body. He slowly raised the hand condensed from the mist and pointed it at Shen Xinghe. His voice became unusually low and hoarse, with a creepy gentleness. Forget it, I won't bother with you. He tried to make his voice sound magnanimous. Come here, the inheritance is of vital importance. I will imprint the supreme profound meaning of 9 nether god-slaying Tao directly into the depths of your sea of consciousness. You just need to relax your mind and don't resist. I will personally continue your legacy. He deliberately emphasized the words, relax your mind and don't resist. As long as Shen Xinghe dares to approach or relax his mind a little, he will be able to instantly use the secret technique of taking over the body and devour his soul. At that time, this young, energetic body, and the 2 strange fires will all belong to him. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe did not move forward, but instead took a small step back very naturally. This step seems casual, but it is extremely exquisite. At the moment of stepping back, the middle finger and thumb of his right hand, which was hanging by his side, had quietly fitted into the air under the cover of his wide sleeves. A stream of pure spiritual power was madly compressed and condensed at the fingertips. The space beneath his sleeves was faintly distorted. At the same time, the muscles in his legs instantly tensed, like springs filled with power, surging spiritual energy already infused into them, and the 7 star steps were ready to be launched. Senior Shen Xinghe raised his head, his face showing an expression mixed with regret and determination, and his voice was clear and decisive. I suddenly feel that your technique is incredibly overbearing and full of violence. It doesn't seem to suit my gentle and kind nature. The moment the words fell. Call out. Shen Xinghe moved. Fast as lightning. His middle finger and thumb, which had been gathering momentum for a long time, suddenly shot forward. A condensed red-gold finger force containing a trace of the burning origin of the ashes of the dark lotus fire tore through the solidified air and shot with a piercing scream towards the center of the soul body's ghost mask with incredible precision. This finger is called soul breaking. It is a skill that Shen Xinghe created by combining the power of the strange fire with his own spiritual power. Specializing in the soul. What the pupils under the soul ghost mask suddenly shrank. He never expected that Shen Xinghe not only would not be fooled, but would also dare to take action first. Moreover, the attack was so tricky and brutal that it went straight to the core of his soul. In a hurry, his soul body instinctively fluctuated violently, trying to gather soul power for defense. But, it's too late. Laugh. There was a slight sound like a red-hot iron piercing into rotten wood. The scarlet gold finger force penetrated the hastily condensed thin soul power defense without any hindrance and nailed the center of the ghost mask's eyebrows. Ugh! A shrill and angry howl that did not sound like a human voice suddenly burst out from the mouth of the soul. A charred hole appeared at the place where the ghost mask was hit, and strands of black and yellow soul power were madly escaping from it. The burning power contained in the red gold finger strength is madly corroding the essence of his soul and body. Junior! How dare you play tricks on me? How the soul body completely lost its temper. Under the ghost mask, it roared like a beast. And at the moment Shen Xinghe extended his finger, the spiritual power accumulated in his legs erupted like a volcano. 7 star steps, Jinghong. His figure left a faint afterimage in its place, and shot towards the narrow tunnel entrance deep in the palace that he had secretly noticed when he entered the hall. His speed was extremely fast. Want to run? The soul body endured the severe pain, and burst out with a tremendous black and yellow spiritual energy. With a terrifying aura that could destroy all life, he was about to chase in the direction of Shen Xinghe's escape. However, crash! Just at the moment when his soul rushed forward. A translucent soul chain as thick as a child's arm, shining with a cold and dark luster, and composed of countless tiny runes, suddenly tightened and appeared from the depths of the void behind him. The other end of the chain was deeply embedded in the chest of the huge metal statue kneeling on one knee. Collapse! The chain was instantly pulled straight, and a huge pulling force came, pulling the soul body that had just risen back violently and roughly. Like a mad dog on a leash. The soul body roared even more painfully and unwillingly, struggling desperately. The black and yellow soul power frantically hit the chains, but it could only create faint ripples on the surface of the chains, and it was unable to break free. Soul-locking chain. Damn soul-locking chain. Shen Xinghe. I want you to die. I want to cut you into pieces. Extract your soul and refine your spirit. His extremely vicious curse echoed wildly in the empty hall. At this moment, Shen Xinghe, who had already plunged into the narrow and dark tunnel, heard the exasperated roar of helplessness and rage behind him. Puff puffa. He couldn't hold it in any longer. The suppressed laughter burst out from his throat as if choked, and finally turned into a hearty pig squeal filled with a strong sense of pride in surviving a disaster. Awesome! So awesome! As he sped through the tunnel, he recalled the thrilling scene just now, and the smile on his face almost reached his ears. Sure enough! My eyes are my ruler, Shen Xinghe roared in triumph. As soon as he stepped into the palace and glanced at the huge statue, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. And when that soul appeared, especially when it pretended to be generous and waved its sleeves to show off those tempting storage rings. Shen Xinghe's keen observation ability caught an extremely brief, almost imperceptible ripple in space in the void behind the soul body. And then there flashed a fleeting shadow of a dark chain, thinner than a hair. Although it was only a moment, combined with the soul's desperate efforts, even sacrificing several storage rings, to lure him closer. A clear conclusion instantly formed in Shen Xinghe's mind: this old ghost was locked in by some powerful restriction. His range of movement was extremely limited. He couldn't get too far away from the statue. All the threats and inducements were just to get him into his attack range. It was based on this bold judgment that Shen Xinghe had dared to tease him so unscrupulously, snatch the ring, and even dared to take the initiative and kick him hard. Then take advantage of the opponent's fatal weakness of being restricted by chains and run away calmly. Old thing. You're trying to play tricks on me? You're still a little immature. Shen Xinghe cursed happily, and his 7-star steps became faster, his figure quickly disappearing into the deep darkness of the tunnel. Only the impotent and furious soul in the hall behind him was still frantically and futilely striking at the cold chains that had bound him for years. Chapter 104, Anger. Ugh! Puff Taoist Gang Saw spat out another mouthful of blood, and his bones felt severe pain all over his body. Shen Xinghe's fierce sidekick and that absolute confinement mental cage that followed almost turned him into a fool. Break it for me. A roar like a dying beast erupted from the depths of his throat. His body suddenly burst into a dazzling bloody light. The surface of the skin instantly cracked into countless tiny wounds, but then strangely burned and turned into a blazing blood flame. This is the most extreme secret technique of burning life, burning blood and burning soul. Boom! The dark golden rune mental cage that suppressed him, under this violent impact at the cost of his life and soul, the runes flickered violently, flickered, and finally exploded. Turned into golden spots of light floating all over the sky. Puff Taoist Gang Saw also paid a heavy price, spurting blood again. His breath instantly weakened to the extreme, like a candle in the wind. But the crazy hatred in his eyes burned even more fiercely. He struggled, pulled himself out of the crumbling rock, and stood shakily. His eyes were fixed on the tightly closed huge palace door carved with the demon totem. Shen Xinghe is in there. His opportunity and his hatred are all there. Taoist Gang Saw roared hoarsely, raised his palm suddenly, and the spiritual power burning with blood flames in his palm gathered madly and compressed into a dark red energy ball emitting a breath of destruction. Open it for me. He used up his last bit of strength and smashed the energy ball burning with the fire of life against the huge gate of the palace. Boom! A deafening bang. The energy ball exploded on the giant gate. A violent shockwave swept through the cave, and gravel fell down. Under the erosion of the blood flames and the impact of the explosion, the giant gate made a creaking sound, and was actually blasted open to create a wider gap. Taoist Gang Saw staggered, almost crawling, as he got in through the gap and fell heavily onto the cold and empty black stone floor of the palace. He was breathing heavily and his vision was black. He struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with hatred madly scanning the magnificent and silent hall. There is no Shen Xinghe. Only the huge statue kneeling on one knee and holding a sword exudes a heavy and strange atmosphere. His eyes instantly locked onto the narrow tunnel deep in the hall, half hidden by the shadows of stone pillars, leading to unknown darkness. You can't run away, you little beast! Taoist Gang Saw let out a hideous laugh from his throat, struggled to get up, and rushed towards the tunnel entrance. He had only one thought in his mind at this moment: catch up with that little beast and tear him into pieces. However, buzz! A chilling aura, like an icy tide, instantly enveloped him. A soul body condensed from yellow mist and wearing a hideous fang ghost mask appeared in front of him, just blocking the way to the tunnel. Ha 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 ha! A familiar laugh sounded, with a hint of suppressed resentment and a hint of new, morbid eagerness. My young friend, I am observing you. The soul body's empty gaze swept across the body of Gang Saw Taoist, which was emaciated after the burning of his life, but still exuded a strong aura of resentment. A strange arc seemed to appear under the ghost mask, and the voice was bewitching. Your bones are extraordinary, your rage soars to the sky, and your body is filled with murderous intent. You are the perfect cauldron that is naturally compatible with my 9 nether god-slaying Tao. No! You are my successor. Are you willing to accept my mantle and inherit this supreme art of slaying gods and killing immortals?
I'll pick up your mom. Taoist Gang Saw had already been provoked by Shen Xinghe to the point of losing his mind, and there was nothing but overwhelming hatred in his heart. In his eyes, this ghost thing that suddenly appeared and kept chattering was no different from a bug blocking the road. He didn't even hear what the other person said. The pent-up violence and anger that had nowhere to vent instantly found an outlet. There was no hesitation at all. I didn't even bother to get up. Taoist Gang Saw slammed his left hand on the ground, using the force to bounce up his upper body. The fingers of his right hand were like knives, and the violent spiritual power of the blood flame in his body rushed into his fingertips frantically. Swish! A dark red sword energy condensed with strong bloody murderous intent, with a sharp scream that tore through the air, slashed fiercely at the ghost mask of the soul body in front of him. Although its power is far less than that in its heyday, its crazy will to perish together with its enemies is even more terrifying. Laugh! The sword energy penetrated the illusory soul body, leaving a brief ripple on it, and then dissipated. The damage is minimal. But this sword was extremely insulting. The entire magnificent and empty palace instantly fell into a suffocating silence. The soul body of the soul body froze. The hideous ghost mask slowly turned towards Gang Saw Taoist. Deep in the empty eye sockets, 2 points of scarlet light were completely ignited. A destructive murderous intent that was even more violent, colder, and purer than when he faced Shen Xinghe instantly swept through the entire space. You. The soul is no longer surging, but is like an active volcano about to erupt, emitting a terrifying pressure that can freeze the soul. This completely infuriates me. The voice suddenly rose in pitch, turning into a soul-tearing scream. He looked like a madman, and there seemed to be a black flame burning deep in his soul. You! One of you is playing tricks on me. You're stealing my treasures. And one of you actually dares to use such filthy power to desecrate my soul. His eyes swept across Gang Saw and the tunnel entrance. Finally, the overwhelming hatred and rage turned into a determination to destroy the world. Good. Good. Good, he roared 3 times, each word filled with tearful resentment. Then let's destroy them together. The soul body suddenly opened its arms, and the body condensed by black and yellow mist began to burn violently. It was not a flame, but a deeper black and yellow light. A terrifying aura originating from the deepest part of the 9 netherworld, which made the heaven and earth tremble, suddenly erupted from the core of his burning soul. Jodo Mingsha, he let out a final, sacrificial roar, the sound penetrating the palace and echoing throughout the secret realm. Use my remaining soul as a guide. Burn all my 10,000 years of obsession. Communicate with the netherworld. Lead the blood hell and the underworld. Open. Boom boom boom. As his last syllable fell, the entire Lanhua secret realm, as if tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, began to tremble violently and madly. The earth is wailing. The sky is cracking. With this ancient palace as the center, terrifying cracks that were bottomless and exuded endless deathly silence and coldness spread out like a spider web in an instant. Darkeen energy gushed out from those cracks, instantly filling the entire secret space. The sky was no longer the chaotic color inherent in the secret realm, but was dyed with a heart-pounding dark red. Countless twisted, wailing ghosts loomed in the gloomy air. Doomsday is coming. The 9 nether cave opens. Outside the secret realm, somewhere on a mountaintop, Jun Weishue, dressed in a white dress as white as snow and extremely beautiful, was leaning on the railing and gazing towards the entrance of Lanhua's secret realm. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, her clear eyes were filled with unrelieved worry, and her white fingertips unconsciously twisted the corner of her clothes. Husband, she murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly. This sudden palpitation, this deathly aura that permeates the world, you must be okay. She looked at the entrance to the secret realm shrouded by the dark red sky and gushing energy, and her heart sank into an endless cold abyss. Chapter 105, Running Away. In the dark tunnel, Shen Xinghe used all his strength to perform the 7 star steps. His figure was as fast as lightning. He just wanted to get away from the soul body in the palace as soon as possible. However, the hard ground beneath his feet began to shake violently without any warning. Snap! A bottomless, dark crack emitting a biting coldness suddenly opened up in front of him.
The energy of the nine netherworld gushed out.
Damn it! Shen Xinghe's pupils suddenly shrank, and he cursed in shock.
In this life or death situation, his reaction was extremely fast. The forward momentum was abruptly reversed, and the body was twisted forcibly in the air at an extremely tricky angle.
Call! The sound of his sleeves tearing through the air rang out.
He narrowly avoided the edge of the crack and landed heavily on the uncollapsed rock on the other side of the crack, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before he could even catch his breath, the gushing nine netherworld chi instantly filled the entire tunnel. It rushed towards him with a vicious breath that corroded the soul.
Cough cough cough! Shen Xinghe immediately held his breath and covered his mouth and nose with his right hand. But it was too late.
A trace of chilling and piercing breath penetrated into his body through the pores of his skin and even the gaps between his rapid breaths.
Hiss! Severe pain. Indescribable pain instantly swept through my body.
The skin on his face turned blue-black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and hideous purple-black veins that protruded like tree roots instantly covered his cheeks and neck.
There were even tiny cracks on the surface of the skin, and wisps of purple gas with a foul smell escaped from them.
Shen Xinghe had a strong will, and at this moment he couldn't help but let out a painful roar. The nine netherworld chi not only corroded his body, but also madly polluted his spiritual power and froze his soul. He felt that his vitality was being rapidly taken away.
What the hell is this?
It hurts. He clenched his teeth, veins on his forehead bulged, his body twitched slightly due to the severe pain, and his consciousness began to blur. At this critical moment, when he was about to be completely swallowed by the nine nether chi.
Buzz!
On his right arm, the dormant fire-devouring spirit pattern suddenly burst into a blazing light. The deep and cold dark blue Imolan abyss sea fire and the violent and blazing red gold Jinmi Yolian fire intertwine and entangled, like two completely enraged ancient fire dragons, suddenly waking up.
Whoosh!
Without Shen Xinghe's prompting, the two original flames sensed the host suffering the most filthy erosion and spontaneously erupted with the will to incinerate all things to protect their master.
The two colored flames instantly engulfed Shen Xinghe's body. Wherever the domineering and extraordinary power of the strange fire passed, the nine nether chi that invaded the body was like it had met its nemesis.
There was a sharp hissing sound. The foul black air and purple poisonous smoke were burned by the strange fire that was a mixture of the most intense yang and the most cold yin.
Shen Xinghe's body was instantly purified.
The hideous purple-black veins on his face quickly faded, and the cracked skin healed instantly as the flames passed by. The bone-gnawing pain receded like the tide, replaced by a feeling of weakness and a scalding warmth after surviving a disaster.
Hoo! Shen Xinghe gasped violently, cold sweat soaking his back.
Looking at the spiritual pattern on his arm whose light was gradually fading, he felt a lingering fear.
It was a close call. I almost capsized in the ditch. If he didn't possess these two kinds of rare fires from heaven and earth, his fate at this moment would probably be no different from that of other people in the secret realm. His gaze penetrated the collapsed gap in the tunnel and looked into the depths of the secret realm. Everywhere you look, it's hell on earth.
The thick nine netherine chi filled the entire space. Countless cultivators who had no time to react or whose cultivation was low let out extremely shrill howls the moment they were touched by the yin chi. The flesh and blood quickly carbonized in full view of everyone, turning into horrific mummies with twisted postures and covered with black ice crystals. And above the ruins of the collapsed palace, the scene was even more tragic. Taoist Gang Sao was covered in blood and his breath was extremely weak, even though he was proficient in the principles of yin and yang. Facing the surging nine netherworld chi, the muscles on his face twisted, and he quickly made hand gestures with his hands. A Tai Chi light wheel flowing with black and white chi instantly appeared in front of him.
Yin and yang rotate.
Evil and filth are driven away, he shouted loudly, and the wheel of light spun, barely pushing away the nine netherworld chi that was rushing towards him by about an inch, forming a shaky pure land circle. He swallowed hard, a mouthful of saliva that didn't even exist, and only endless fear and absurdity remained in his heart. Damn it, I've kicked the steel plate of the king of hell. He struggled, using up his last bit of strength, his voice changing tone.
Senior! Please spare my life. Just now I was controlled by a villain. I had no choice. I definitely did not intend to offend your divine power, please spare my life. What nonsense, the soul roared, with extreme rage after being completely teased. It was suspended above the ruins, and its black and yellow soul now exuded an even more terrifying pressure. My grand plan of rebirth. Years of anticipation. All ruined by you and that little bastard who played with fire. His voice was distorted with extreme resentment. You are all going to die. It stopped talking nonsense, its soul body suddenly arched up, and the dark yellow light burning in its core was instantly compressed to the extreme. 9 Netherworld soul destruction. Silence. A condensed black beam of light, with a silent death scream, instantly pierced through the void and shot straight towards Gang Saw, who was struggling to hold on below. Wherever it passed, even the pervasive 9 Netherworlding chi was forcibly annihilated, leaving behind a vacuum channel. Gang Saw's expression changed drastically, and he frantically activated the Tai Chi light wheel. In Sang Biao's eyes, there was only endless despair. Senior. It shouldn't have come to this, Gang Saw roared unwillingly. Not really, the soul body screamed crazily, and the beam of light moved even faster. One hurts my soul. The other pollutes my body. They ruined the fruits of my cultivation over the years. Today the entire secret realm will be buried with me. Boom. The destructive beam slammed into Gang Saw's Tai Chi light wheel. The terrifying power of annihilation erupted. At this moment, Shen Xinghe had already taken advantage of the moment when his soul body was attacking Gang Saw with all his strength to push the 7-star steps to the extreme. He was like a streak of light, breaking through the collapsed tunnel, smashing through the pervasive 9 Netherworlding chi, and fleeing for his life in the direction of the entrance to the secret realm in his memory. Entrance to the secret realm, top of the mountain. Jun Weishue looked at the place shrouded in the dark red sky, the foul and evil energy gushing out of it, and the faint destructive waves. His heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand and almost stopped beating. Husband, she murmured unconsciously, her fingertips digging deep into her palm, leaving a crescent-shaped blood mark. Just when she was almost overwhelmed by despair. Call out. A familiar figure, covered in gunpowder smoke and a faint smell of blood, suddenly shot out from the rolling vortex of yin energy. Although his clothes were a little torn and his face was tired, his eyes were still as sharp as before. Husband Jun Weishua's beautiful eyes were instantly filled with tears of great surprise and relief. She almost rushed forward regardless of everything. However, after Shen Xinghe landed, he didn't even pause. He didn't even have time to see the tearful expression on Jun Weishua's face. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside Jun Weishue in an instant like a ghost. At the moment when Jun Weishue's call full of affection and worry had not yet been fully uttered. A big hand stained with a little blood and dust, but extremely firm and powerful, suddenly grabbed Jun Weishue's cold and tender hand. The touch was cold and smooth, but it inexplicably relaxed Shen Xinghe's tense heartstrings. Shen Xinghe's voice was rapid and solemn, with an unquestionable sense of urgency. He didn't give Jun Weishue any time to react or ask questions. He grabbed her hand, burst out with all his strength, and rushed towards the direction away from the entrance of the secret realm without looking back. Then he turned around and looked at Jiang Xiyu. Go. Chapter 106, Second Personality? Jiang Xiyu naturally also saw Shen Xinghe rushing out in a panic and Jun Weishue, who was closely protected by him. Her bright eyes like autumn water suddenly shrank. Even he is so afraid, Jiang Xiyu's mind raced, and all the blood color disappeared from her beautiful face in an instant, leaving only solemnity and determination. She didn't even have time to think about it. She turned around abruptly and said to the elders beside her with an unprecedented urgency and majesty. Let's go. This place is extremely dangerous. Follow me and evacuate immediately. Before she finished speaking, she tapped the ground with her slender feet, and her figure turned into an elegant stream of light, rushing away in the direction away from the entrance to the secret realm. The elders followed without hesitation, protecting Jiang Xiyu as they quickly moved away. However, boom! The vortex at the entrance of Lanyue's secret realm suddenly shrank inward, and then an even more terrifying eruption broke out. The 9 Netherworlding chi, which exuded endless deathly silence and corrosive power,
broke through the restraints of the entrance and turned into a black wave that covered the sky and the sun, spreading violently in all directions. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees withered instantly. The rocks made a hissing sound as they corroded. Not good. Retreat quickly. The monks outside screamed in terror and fled for their lives. But not everyone was frightened by this doomsday scene. What are you panicking about? A roar full of energy and full of disdain exploded in the chaos. I saw several figures who not only did not retreat, but went against the flow of people, with powerful spiritual power fluctuations of the peak of the Tianluan realm bursting out from their bodies, rushing towards the entrance of the secret realm that was gushing with yin energy. Why should we be afraid of a mere foul air? As cultivators, how can we sit idly by and watch our fellow practitioners suffer? A bearded man spoke in a voice like a bell, with a blazing protective aura around his body, trying to dispel the approaching evil spirit. That's right. With our level of cultivation, it's easy for us to go in and rescue people. Don't be scared by appearances, another old man in gorgeous clothes echoed, with a confident light in his eyes. Rush in. Saving lives is the most important thing. 7 or 8 Tianluan realm cultivators who were proud of their high cultivation, either because they were eager to protect the Tao or because their heroic spirit was aroused by the words, actually turned into dazzling streams of light and fearlessly crashed into the surging waves of 9 netherine chi. Humph. You don't know how to live or die in the distance. Shen Xinghe, who had already retreated a distance, saw this scene. His eyes were cold and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew too well the horror of the 9 netherworld chi. Without any means of restraint, the heavenly wheel realm? It was nothing more than a stronger ant. Ugh. No. What is this? Save me. The desperate howls that were so shrill that they didn't sound like human voices broke out almost the moment those Tianluan realm monks rushed into the wave of yin energy. The bearded man who was rushing in the front, his proud protective aura and armor, quickly melted away the moment they came into contact with the black evil energy. The yin energy instantly wrapped around his body like a living thing. The sound of corrosion was heard. The big man's strong body shriveled and carbonized at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin and flesh peeled off quickly as if they were doused with nitric acid, revealing the white bones. The white bones were instantly covered with a layer of dark ice crystals. He didn't even have time to struggle a second time, and in full view of everyone, he turned into a hideous skeleton covered with black ice, which maintained a forward posture and fell straight from midair. Then came the second, the third. The 7 or 8 heavenly wheel realm cultivators who rushed in, without exception. Like moths to a flame, the moment they came into contact with the 9 netherine chi, their protective auras collapsed, their bodies quickly decayed and disintegrated, transforming into a pile of black, withered bones emitting a deadly aura. This extremely horrifying scene instantly ended the hopes of all the monks who still held on to it. Run! Devil! That's the devil's breath. Run away! The huge fear completely overwhelmed the so-called pride and sense of responsibility. The remaining people were like frightened birds, bursting out at an unprecedented speed, crying and screaming for their parents as they ran for their lives in the direction away from the entrance of the secret realm, wishing their parents had not given them 2 more legs. At this time, Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishue, as well as Jiang Shiyu and her elders, had already escaped the most direct impact range of the 9 netherine chi and retreated to the relatively safe platform on the mountainside. Shen Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief and was about to pull Jun Weishue away from this dangerous place. Something strange happened suddenly. Ugh! A suppressed groan filled with extreme pain came from the side. Jiang Shiyu, who originally had a cool and calm temperament and a steady breath, suddenly trembled without any warning. She bent down in pain, covering her temples tightly with both hands, her slender knuckles turning white from the force. That stunningly beautiful face was instantly filled with pain and struggle. Why now you want to come out again? A voice full of resistance and a hint of fear was squeezed out from her clenched teeth with difficulty, as if she was fighting fiercely with another existence in her body. This strange scene made Shen Xinghe's pupils shrink suddenly. He subconsciously protected Jun Weishue behind him, his eyes instantly becoming extremely sharp and alert, staring closely at Jiang Shiyu who was struggling in pain, alarm bells ringing in his heart. What's wrong with her? Split personality? Or is she possessed by something?
Jun Weishui also felt the unusual and strange aura, and grabbed Shen Xinghe's arm worriedly. After only a few breaths, Jiang Shiyu slowly and stiffly lowered her hands that were covering her head. She suddenly raised her head. At that moment, Shen Xinghe felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Those eyes that were originally as clear as autumn water, now turned into a strange and deep violet eyes. There was no longer any trace of pain or struggle in his eyes, only a sickly, twisted, crazy smile. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. She slowly raised her hands and gently covered her beautiful cheeks. Between his fingers, the pair of enchanting purple eyes were fixed on Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishui without blinking. A voice that was completely different from the previous cold voice, with a lazy and crazy voice. Elders. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with unquestionable crazy instructions. Not absolute soul-locking formation. Purple pupils only have madness and yandere aesthetics. No one in the formation will be left alive. The elders who were originally guarding her did not show any surprise or hesitation on their faces when they heard the order, only an expression of obedience from a subject to his king. Their figures instantly dispersed, occupying mysterious positions, and their hands quickly formed seals. Powerful spiritual energy fluctuations rose instantly, and mysterious runes began to be outlined in the void. The outline of a huge formation covering the entire mountainside platform quickly appeared. Shen Xinghe's heart sank. All the muscles in his body tensed instantly. The fire-devouring spirit pattern on the right arm was faintly hot, and the sword of flowing light breaking through the air was already humming. He stared intently at Jiang Shiyu, whose temperament and personality were completely different and exuded an extremely dangerous aura, with only one thought in his mind. What kind of poison is she up to? At this moment, Jun Weishui, who was protected behind him, subconsciously opened her mouth slightly, with a hint of uneasiness and doubt in her voice, and gently pulled Shen Xinghe's sleeve. "Husband, are we not leaving?" This gentle voice made the highly alert Shen Xinghe suddenly pause. He subconsciously lowered his head and met Jun Weishui's clear eyes filled with worry. No, Shen Xinghe's voice rarely showed a barely perceptible stutter. "We're leaving now." Then the two of them turned into blue light and flew away. At the edge of the mountainside platform, Jiang Shiyu, whose purple demonic eyes were occupied, slowly lowered her hands that were covering her cheeks. She tilted her head, and her purple eyes admired Shen Xinghe with interest. Her gaze finally fixed on Shen Xinghe's hand tightly holding Jun Weishui's. Then, slowly, extremely slowly, she raised her right hand. The white and slender thumb, with an almost morbid elegance, gently pressed against her lips with an alluring color. The crazy and twisted smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly widened. Like a blooming mandala flower. Chapter 107 Magic Weapon. Shen Xinghe pulled Jun Weishui and did not flee far away, but stopped on a cliff not far from the entrance of Lanyue's secret realm. The view here is wide and you can clearly overlook the scenery of the mountainside platform below. "Schwer, let's wait here for a moment." Shen Xinghe's voice was low and his eyes were sharp, fixed on the mysterious figure in the center of the platform. He was full of doubts in his mind. Jiang Shiyu's sudden change and crazy instructions were definitely not groundless. He must find out what Jiang Shiyu is trying to do. Although Jun Weishui still had doubts and uneasiness in her heart, she nodded obediently, stood quietly beside Shen Xinghe, and looked down with her clear eyes. The platform on the mountainside below. That absolute soul-locking formation has taken shape. A huge hemispherical cage composed of countless spiritual light walls with flowing dark runes completely sealed off the entire platform along with the monks who failed to escape in time. On the light wall, Fu Wen flickered unsteadily, emitting a suffocating force of confinement and devouring. "Let us out. Empress Lanyue. Are you crazy? We are the true disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. How dare you do this? Retreat immediately. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion will flatten your Lanyue kingdom." A middle-aged monk with a long sword on his back had bloodshot eyes and attacked the light wall frantically, but the sword energy only caused faint ripples when it hit the wall. "And my Lihua Palace. An elder of my Luo Yun sect is also here. Jiang Shiyu. You are doing such evil things, do you want to fight to the death with my sect? Let him go immediately. The other trapped cultivators also reacted, roaring and threatening, trying to intimidate the other party with the power of the sect. Outside the formation, Jiang Shiyu, or rather, the being that occupied her body at this moment, was quietly suspended in mid-air. Listening to the fierce but weak roar coming from the light wall, her beautiful face not only did not show any emotion, but instead slowly curled up into an even deeper, more twisted sick smile. That smile was weird and dangerous. The purple pupils reflected the ant-like creatures in the formation, full of mockery and a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Liwa Palace Luoyun Sec Tianjian Pavilion. She tilted her head slightly, her voice carrying a lazy and unfamiliar tone, which then turned into a cold sneer. Hey, I've never heard of them, just a bunch of noisy bugs. Her voice suddenly turned cold, like 10,000 years of ice, and whether you live or die, what does it have to do with me? A hint of cruelty flashed across her purple eyes. Besides, if I kill you all, no one will know, right? Okay, she seemed tired of this boring conversation. She gently raised a delicate hand and waved it casually. Her voice suddenly became sharp. This king will send you to hell. The moment the words fell, Absolute Spirit Banner. Appear. A low voice came out of her mouth. Buzz. A small triangular flag that was completely black and could absorb all light appeared out of thin air in her palm. There is no pattern on the banner, only endless depth and darkness. As the small banner appeared, a terrifying field capable of draining the spiritual energy from heaven and earth suddenly spread out from Jiang Shiyu's center, instantly covering the entire range of the absolute soul-locking formation. Call. The Absolute Spirit Banner fluttered without any wind, and suddenly opened up. A more domineering and terrifying devouring force was amplified to the extreme with the blessing of the soul-locking formation. It was like countless invisible electric batons with barbs, fiercely shocking the Dantian Qi Si of every cultivator in the formation. Ugh! My spiritual power. No! It's sucking my essence. The extremely shrill howls instantly replaced the previous curses and threats. All the cultivators in the formation, regardless of their level of cultivation, felt a devastating disaster at this moment. They were horrified to find that the spiritual power they had cultivated for many years was pouring out of their bodies uncontrollably and madly. It was greedily devoured by the small black flag that was floating in the air and spinning slowly. The protective aura? It instantly dissipated. Resistance? The spiritual power in the body simply didn't obey. They could only watch helplessly as the strength they had cultivated with great effort was drained away alive, and their bodies shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Liwa Palace will not let you go. Which an elder of Liwa Palace uttered a vicious curse before his spiritual power was about to run out, but his voice was already very weak. However, the only response he got was Jiang Shiyu's increasingly enchanting purple eyes and the cold and satisfied curve at the corner of her mouth. The light of the soul-locking formation grew dimmer, and the wailing sounds within the formation gradually grew weaker. The skin of those monks became dry and cracked, their eye sockets became sunken, and finally they turned into scarlet blood mist of the essence of life. Countless scarlet blood mists, pulled by the invisible hand of the formation, rose from every dying or dead cultivator in the formation, gathering into streams of blood-colored torrents, rushing madly towards the all-devouring soul absolute banner at the top of the formation. As the last bit of spiritual power was drained, one shriveled and mummy-like body after another fell powerlessly from mid-air, hitting the cold rocky ground with a dull sound. It was then silently swallowed and corroded by the even denser nine netherine chi that quietly spread up from below, and even the last trace quickly disappeared. This nine netherine chi has now become an accomplice in this bloody ritual. It no longer just corrodes the flesh. Under the strange effect of the soul-locking formation, it seems to have been given some kind of activity, actively entangling those monks who have not yet completely turned into blood mist, accelerating the depletion of their spiritual power and the decay of their flesh. Their life essence, along with the death energy, was transformed into a larger and more complex energy torrent, merging into the blood-red vortex that converged towards the Soul Absolute banner. At the top of the formation, the Soul Absolute banner was spinning wildly. It greedily devoured the scarlet energy that gathered from below, a mixture of hundreds of monks' lifelong spiritual power, life essence, and the nine netherine chi. A heart-pounding scene happened. The originally dark and deep banner surface, in the process of frantically devouring this mixed energy, actually began to reveal an extremely strange and extremely ominous dark red color, as if it had drunk a lot of blood. On the banner, there was a faint shadow of a twisted and painful soul wailing and struggling, but it was forcibly imprisoned and refined by an invisible force. The Scarlet Life Essence and the Nine Nether Death Chi, these two forces that should have counteracted each other, were forcibly blended and purified under the terrifying power of the law of the Absolute Soul banner. It transformed into a dark red energy that was purer, more domineering, and filled with endless resentment and destructive aura. This new energy, emitting an ominous red glow, continuously flowed into the small banner in Jiang Shiyu's hand. The Absolute Soul banner's aura crazily climbed and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The banner's surface rustled and rustled. Shen Xinghe stood on the cliff, overlooking the horrific scene below that was like a sacrifice in purgatory, his eyes cold to the extreme. Chapter 108, Coaxing Jun Weishue. On the cliff, the cold wind blew the clothes of Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishue. Below, the bloody sacrifice was nearing its end. The Soul Absolute banner hovered above Jiang Shiyu's head, madly devouring the dark red energy torrent formed by the life essence of hundreds of cultivators and the Nine Netherworld Death Chi. The banner is no longer pure black, but it exudes a red luster, and countless painful and twisted soul shadows are silently wailing and struggling on it, and then they are forcibly integrated into the banner by an invisible force. Finally, when the last ray of dark red blood sank into the banner like 100 rivers returning to the sea, the Absolute Spirit banner trembled violently. It had reached a critical point of saturation, no longer swallowing, but instead began to feed back. Buzz. A more refined dark red energy, like a gentle stream, slowly flowed out from the core of the Absolute Soul banner. It was no longer a violent torrent, but turned into strands of spiritual energy, precisely wrapping around Jiang Shiyu who was floating below. This energy has undergone a mysterious transformation by the Soul Absolute banner, removing the most violent and corrosive aspects of the Nine Netherworld Death Chi, while retaining its cold and overbearing origin. It also perfectly integrates with the life essence of the monks, forming an unprecedentedly powerful spiritual source. The dark red energy continuously penetrated into Jiang Shiyu's eyebrows, limbs and bones. She closed her eyes tightly, and an almost intoxicated expression appeared on her beautiful face. With the infusion of energy, the aura around her began to rise wildly at a terrifying speed. The originally unfathomable realm barrier was easily broken through at this moment. Boom! Above the sky, the situation suddenly changed. The clouds were stirred by an invisible giant hand and instantly gathered into a huge, slowly rotating vortex. In the center of the vortex, dazzling lightning flashed and intertwined wildly, emitting deafening thunder. A vast, majestic, and terrifying pressure representing the laws of heaven and earth enveloped us like a substance. This is the heavenly tribulation of the Dharma realm. Shen Xinghe's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was filled with disbelief and horror. What kind of evil method is this? Can one break through by devouring living beings and death energy? If I break through in this way, wouldn't that mean? He stared at Jiang Shiyu below, who was bathing in dark red energy, with his aura surging. Jiang Shiyu seemed to sense the coming of the heavenly calamity. She slowly opened her eyes, and those enchanting purple pupils seemed to contain a rotating galaxy, deep and cold. She waved her slender hand, and the Soul Absolute banner above her head, which had completed the absorption, turned into a faint light, fell obediently into her palm, and disappeared. She did not respond to the heavenly tribulation immediately, but instead floated higher, as if she wanted to feel the pressure of the sky more closely. A hand as white as jade, with an almost morbid elegance, the fingertips gently slid across her smooth jawline as if caressing a lover. The lips parted slightly, and a lazy, contented voice drifted like a dream amidst the thunder and lightning. A long-lost feeling of power. Before he finished speaking, snap! A blinding bolt of lightning that tore through the sky, carrying the mighty power to destroy everything, struck Jiang Shiyu, who was floating in the air. The speed is so fast and the power is so fierce. However, facing this terrifying thunder that was enough to turn an ordinary peak-level Tianluan realm cultivator into ashes, the morbid smile on Jiang Shiyu's face did not change at all. Just as the lightning was about to touch the tips of her hair. Buzz! A crystal-clear jade seal emitting a warm and bright yellow luster appeared on her open palm. Above the jade seal, 9 dragons are coiled, lifelike.
Countless tiny and mysterious golden runes float around the seal like living things, forming a seemingly thin but indestructible barrier of laws. Boom! The violent thunder struck the golden rune barrier emitted by the jade seal. The imagined devastating scene did not appear. The terrifying lightning that contained the mighty power of heaven was silently absorbed by the flowing golden runes and disappeared into nothingness. The jade seal even glowed slightly, emitting a warmer and more peaceful light, but incompatible with Jiang Shiyu's evil spirit. Lanyu jade seal, Shen Xinghe's eyes were filled with shock. A treasure of national destiny? It can actually even withstand the power of a heavenly calamity. This was completely beyond his comprehension. It's understandable that the imperial seal of national destiny protects the nation and resists external evil, but resisting the calamity that represents the laws of heaven and earth. The power of this jade seal, or Jiang Shiyu's control over it, is simply incredible. He stared intently at the jade seal that stood motionless in the thunder, trying to decipher the mystery, and even ignored the subtle changes in the people around him. Jun Weishue stood quietly beside Shen Xinghe. Her beautiful face was originally clear. But when she discovered that Shen Xinghe's eyes were fixed on the purple-eyed woman floating in the air from beginning to end, an indescribable bitterness and loss quietly wrapped around her heart. Husband, he has been looking at her. Jun Weishue's heart sank little by little, and the worry in her clear eyes was gradually replaced by a kind of hurt confusion. So focused, so concerned? Is it because she's big? Or because she's beautiful? A thought that made her heart tremble emerged uncontrollably. Husband, does he not like Schwer anymore? Do you think Schwer is not pretty enough? Not big enough? This thought was like a poisonous sting, piercing into her softest spot. An irrepressible feeling of grievance and bitterness instantly surged to the tip of the nose, and the clear eyes were quickly covered with a layer of mist. The long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings covered with dew. A crystal teardrop rolled stubbornly in the eye socket, and was about to break free and slide down. At this moment, Shen Xinghe seemed to have finally recovered from his shock at Lan Yu's jade seal, and subconsciously turned his head to share what he saw with Jun Weishue. When I turned around, I happened to see Jun Weishue, who looked like she was about to cry and looked so pitiful. The teardrop that was about to fall instantly fell into Shen Xinghe's heart. Shen Xinghe's heart suddenly tightened. He stretched out his hand, his movements gentle, and his warm fingertips trembled slightly, barely perceptible as he carefully and extremely gently wiped away the tears that were about to fall from the corners of Jun Weishue's eyes. His voice was filled with unprecedented urgency and heartache. What's wrong? My Schwer. Jun Weishue was slightly startled by his sudden gentle gesture, and then the grievance in her heart surged out. She raised her tear-filled eyes, and with a sobbing voice, she pointed her slender fingers at the woman with strange purple eyes who was facing the second thunderbolt below. Her voice was broken and filled with a hint of despair, and she asked, Husband, do you not like Schwer anymore? Do you like that woman? This tearful questioning struck Shen Xinghe's heart hard. He finally understood why Schwer was crying. That's it. I was so engrossed in watching that I didn't realize she was watching me. Then Shen Xinghe answered the questions very quickly. Fool, Shen Xinghe growled, no longer caring about anything else. He stretched out his long arms and without saying a word, hugged Jun Weishue's slightly trembling body tightly and forcefully into his warm and solid arms. He lowered his head slightly, resting his chin lightly on Jun Weishue's fragrant hair, and his deep eyes looked deeply into her eyes filled with tears. I, Shen Xinghe, swear to heaven. In this life, forever and ever, there will only be my Schwer in my heart. He held up Jun Weishue's tear-stained cheek and gently wiped away the tears with his fingertips again. His eyes were so focused that it seemed as if she was the only one left in the world. Schwer is the most beautiful, gentlest, and best woman in the world. It is a blessing for me, Yi Chen, to be favored by Schwer. I can't wait to like you. How could I not like you? I swear, I will always love you, pamper you, and protect you until the end of time. The rumbling sound of thunder seemed to become a distant background sound. At this moment, Shen Xinghe's only concern was to coax Jun Weishue. Chapter 109 Field. Above the sky, thunderclouds swirl continuously. Boom! 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 5 consecutive terrifying noises shook the heavens and the earth. 5 blue lightning bolts, more violent than before, no longer fell one after another, but intertwined into a destructive lightning net. From different angles, with the mighty power of heaven that could annihilate everything, it struck down fiercely at Zhang Xiyu, who was floating in the air. The lightning was so blinding that it illuminated the entire mountain range in a pale white. The attention of Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishui in his arms was instantly attracted by Zhang Xiyu and the thunder. This horrifying scene made Shen Xinghe feel a palpitation in his heart. He subconsciously hugged Jun Weishui tighter in his arms, his eyes fixed on the center of the thunderstorm. Lightning rages and electric snakes dance wildly. However, the Lanyu jade seal was still floating above Zhang Xiyu's head, although the bright yellow light of national destiny had dimmed slightly. But the flowing runes still tenaciously dissolve and absorb most of the thunder power. The remaining thunder force passed through the barrier and hit Zhang Xiyu, but it only caused the dark red spiritual energy around her to fluctuate violently and did not cause any substantial damage. Jun Weishui and Shen Xinghe's arms turned her head slightly, and her gaze slowly moved back from Zhang Xiyu, finally landing on his well-defined profile. Her clear eyes darkened, and her long eyelashes drooped, casting a small shadow under her eyes. His eyes briefly passed over her, looking at the slender figure in the distance. Jun Weishui pursed her lips silently, then pouted slightly, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her knuckles turned slightly white, and the murderous intent that surged in her heart surged like a tide. That woman must have used some shady means to seduce her husband. She suddenly let out a soft touched her temple with her slender fingers, frowned, and her whole body seemed to suddenly lose strength as she leaned softly into Shen Xinghe's arms. "Husband," she said in a soft voice, revealing a trace of fatigue and fragility that was hard to ignore. "Let's go. I suddenly feel a little unwell." Shen Xinghe answered the questions quickly. He immediately closed his arms and hugged her tighter. He lowered his head and saw her pale face and trembling eyelashes, and his eyes darkened instantly. "Good. We'll go back now." Before he finished speaking, 2 brilliant streams of light rose from their original positions, streaked across the sky, and disappeared into the clouds in an instant, leaving only the remaining spiritual charm slowly dissipating in the air. The lightning gradually died down and the dark clouds slowly dissipated. A surge of pressure erupted from Zhang Xiyu's body, instantly covering an area of dozens of miles. The surrounding spiritual energy continued to approach him. Dharma Realm. Success! Congratulations to our Emperor for breaking through the Dharma Realm. God bless Lanyu, long live our Emperor. The elders below immediately knelt down, their voices filled with fanaticism and awe, echoing throughout the mountains. Zhang Xiyu slowly descended, a powerful sense of control over everything flowing in her purple eyes. She waved her slender hands casually, her voice lazily and contentedly, "Well, okay, stand up." Her gaze was precise, instantly spanning the long distance and firmly locking onto the 2 figures behind the cliff. Seeing Shen Xinghe carefully protecting the woman in his arms, Zhang Xiyu's enchanting purple eyes narrowed slightly, and a playful and dangerous arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She slowly raised her right hand and habitually placed the back of her hand against her smooth right cheek. She tilted her head and smiled, a mixture of determination and morbid possessiveness. "Oh my, you want to leave now? My dear little lord, but you can't run away." Before he finished speaking, the laziness and playfulness on Zhang Xiyu's face disappeared instantly, replaced by an absolute coldness and majesty. She suddenly raised her other hand and snapped her fingers. Bang! The voice was not loud, but it contained some supreme law and command. Buzz! An invisible yet unimaginably huge domain force instantly expanded with Zhang Xiyu as the center. It covered everything within a radius of nearly 100 miles. The sky, the earth, the mountains, the rivers, even the flying Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishui, at this moment, were forcibly dragged into a world absolutely dominated by her. Field expansion, double sound stillness. A cold oracle echoed in the area. Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishui, who were flying at full speed, suddenly froze. It's like a person running at high speed suddenly crashing into an invisible but indestructible wall. No! Not just walls. Shen Xinghe was horrified to find that the spiritual energy in his body froze instantly.
Although my thoughts were still going on, my body couldn't move even a finger. Can't even blink.
He and Jun Weishue maintained the posture of hugging each other and flying away, but were forcibly frozen in midair. Shen Xinghe's heart was filled with shock.
This is a domain? The power of the Dharma realm's domain is so terrifying? There's not even time to react?
Jun Weishue, who was held tightly in his arms, had her clear eyes instantly filled with horror. She immediately tried to circulate the spiritual power in her body, trying to break free from this strange confinement. The power in her body was slightly restless, and a trace of extremely cold energy tried to burst out.
But it's too late. At the moment when Jun Weishue tried to struggle,
an enchanting figure with a faint fragrance, like a ghost, appeared silently in front of the completely frozen Jun Weishue.
So close. It's Jiang Shiyu.
She floated there, her purple eyes gazing at Jun Weishue's frightened yet still beautiful face with interest, and the sickly smile at the corner of her mouth reappeared. She slowly raised her delicate hand, and in her palm, a tiny, almost transparent purple ice crystal with a strange sweet fragrance appeared.
Go to sleep, my little beauty. Don't disturb the good time between me and my young master.
Jiang Shiyu's voice carried a hint of lazy malice as she blew gently at the purple ice crystal in her palm.
Call.
A purple chill with a strange sweet fragrance, like a living thing, brushed past Jun Weishue's mouth and nose accurately. Jun Weishue's beautiful eyes widened instantly, a hint of unwillingness and despair flashed in her pupils, and then her eyes quickly became blurred and lost focus. Her long eyelashes slowly drooped. The trace of spiritual energy that had just gathered around her dissipated in an instant, her body softened, she completely lost all consciousness, and collapsed to the ground. Shen Xinghe wanted to speak, but was restricted by the field.
Shuer. What on earth does this woman want to do? He wanted to move. But he couldn't.
He tried to activate the special ability of the succubus's physique, a very faint ripple of charm that was enough to make everyone fall in love with him instantly flowed in his eyes, trying to influence Jiang Shiyu's mind.
It is obvious that Jiang Shiyu is no longer the same Jiang Shiyu as before.
In the realm of the other party's absolute control, all his struggles were fearless struggles.
His spiritual power was completely frozen. The strange fire could not be summoned.
Even the enchanting power dissipated instantly when it touched Jiang Shiyu's cold and strange purple eyes, without causing a single ripple.
Why? Move.
Move right now, Shen Xinghe screamed frantically in his heart, veins throbbing on his forehead, but he couldn't even lift a finger. He could only be slaughtered like a fish on a chopping block. This feeling of powerlessness was even worse than when he faced the abyss and the seductive woman in red.
He. A burst of light laughter broke the desperate silence.
Jiang Shiyu walked slowly, step by step, up the invisible stairs from in front of Jun Weishue to in front of the motionless Shen Xinghe. She tilted her head slightly, and her purple eyes admired Shen Xinghe's handsome face from a close distance and unscrupulously. It's useless, my dear little love, her voice was lazy and playful. She stretched out her slender index finger and very frivolously and slowly stroked Shen Xinghe's tense jawline. Stop these futile struggles, she leaned closer, her breath like orchids, carrying that strange sweet fragrance, but her voice was as cold as a knife. In this domain of the king everything is decided by me.
I'm done directing. I'm out of inspiration. Chapter 110 Communication.
Shen Xinghe's heart was beating wildly in his chest. Then, Jiang Shiyu approached Shen Xinghe with a smile on her face, her fingertips like butterflies, lightly landing on his neck and ears, and moving back and forth. Her eyes were blurred, and the corners of her lips curved into an arc that was both admiring and almost morbid. My young master smells so good. She opened her lips slightly, her voice soft and charming.
I really want to taste it. Shen Xinghe's whole body stiffened and cold sweat broke out instantly.
His heart was beating like a drum, and his head was buzzing. What does she want to do?
He swallowed unconsciously.
But this subtle movement did not escape Jiang Shiyu's eyes. She chuckled softly and pressed her thumb lightly on his rolling Adam's apple, the warmth of her fingertips almost burning him. Young master, are you unable to hold back any longer? She dragged out her voice, with a slightly rising ending, which was a bit teasing and provocative.
This king will make you unable to stop. Shen Xinghe's scalp felt numb and cold sweat instantly broke out from his forehead. He wanted to retreat, but the powerful aura of the Dharma realm was restraining him and he couldn't move. Jiang Shiyu seemed very satisfied with his reaction.
She chuckled softly, her laughter was lazy and hoarse with a hint of bone-chilling charm. She slowly raised a slender hand, and her fingertips frivolously followed the lines of Shen Xinghe's cheek, slowly sliding towards his jaw, and finally stopping at the side of his tense neck. The cold touch of his fingertips and the warm breath formed a strange contrast, making Shen Xinghe's hair stand on end. "Young master," she opened her lips slightly, her breath was as sweet as orchid, her voice was very low, but it contained unmistakable madness and possessiveness. The smell on your body is really special." Her fingertips pressed gently on his carotid artery, feeling the vigorous beating that accelerated due to vigilance. Succubus physique, illusionary delusion body, two kinds of strange fire. And even a hint of a fascinating pure young aura. Shen Xinghe's alarm bells rang. How does she know so much? She leaned forward slightly, her cold lips almost touching Shen Xinghe's ear, and breathed softly in a deeper, more seductive, yet more dangerous voice. "It's really I can't help but want to savor it carefully. I want to have a deeper communication with you." Before he finished speaking, Shen Xinghe felt an extremely slight moist touch on the side of his neck. It was Jiang Shiyu who stretched out her tongue and licked the skin on the side of his neck with a playful look. Shen Xinghe's body trembled. Jiang Shiyu felt Shen Xinghe tremble. The light in her purple eyes shone brightly. She raised her other hand, and with a charming and gentle touch, she gently pressed her thumb against his rolling Adam's apple, applying a little pressure. Oh, she tilted her head, an innocent yet devilishly confused expression on her face, but the madness in her eyes was almost overflowing. "Young master, are you scared? Or looking forward to it?" The ending tone was long and carried a captivating charm. "How about let me see just how strong the young master's fighting ability is?" She pinched Shen Xinghe's chin with her fingers and exerted a little force, forcing him to raise his head and look at her. Then a crimson light suddenly flashed across her eyes and she shouted softly. "The mood of love open." She uttered 4 words softly, and her pair of violet pupils, which were so close to her, looked like the extremely weird and enchanting mandragora flower. Countless pink, extremely fine runes instantly formed, rotated, and magnified deep in her eyes. A strange force that could arouse the most primitive desires rushed into Shen Xinghe's sea of consciousness through his sight. Shen Xinghe's body suddenly stiffened. He felt an indescribable, scorching warmth instantly sweeping through his limbs and bones. The scene in front of me began to blur and spin. Jiang Shiyu's enchanting and beautiful face seemed to be shrouded in a layer of pink halo, full of deadly temptation. The mind is screaming out danger, but the body is involuntarily getting hot and weak. A strange and strong desire is growing like a weed in the heart. His eyes gradually became blurred, and his originally sharp and clear pupils were now faintly stained with a layer of strange pink color similar to Jiang Shiyu's. The will to resist quickly melted away under the erosion of the pervasive erotic atmosphere. Jiang Shiyu's artistic conception was activated, and Shen Xinghe could also start to move. His mind seemed to be entangled by soft silk threads, and he could no longer control his body. As if being pulled by an invisible thread, he suddenly reached out to hold Jiang Shiyu's face and kissed her actively. Jiang Shiyu chuckled, put her arms around his back, and gladly accepted this sudden but extremely passionate kiss, her eyes full of satisfaction. Under the interweaving of artistic conception and magic power, the clothes of the two gradually disappeared like melting snow, and finally only she was left in a plain white belly band, reflecting her jade-like skin and the intertwining of their breaths. Then, in this confusing state of mind, the matter of continuing the incense burning began. The magical power was thick and the emotions were surging, and this obsession lasted for a full 7 days. Day and night are no longer clearly distinguished, only the intertwined bodies, panting and moaning continue, like a sinking and sweet dream. Jiang Shiyu let out a nasal sound of satisfaction that was almost a sigh, and her purple eyes flashed with morbid ecstasy. She did not resist at all, and wrapped herself tightly around Shen Xinghe's neck and back, pulling him deeper into her. Confused and obsessed, sinking into the sea of desire. Under the influence of the emotional mood, everything around becomes blurred. After 7 days, Jiang Shiyu's spiritual energy was overflowing, and the artistic conception in his sea of consciousness had reached perfection. Suddenly, the artistic conception that enveloped her retreated like a tide and slowly returned to her body. The scene gradually became clear, and Shen Xinghe was lying quietly with his head resting on her slender and flexible legs. Jiang Xiyu herself sat on the ground, breathing weakly and looking pale, as if she had just gone through a mentally exhausting experience. She pulled 2 glowing pills from her sleeves, swallowed one herself, and gently placed the other between her lips. Then, she leaned over and carefully passed the pills into Shen Xinghe's mouth. At this moment, an unconcealable blush appeared on her cheeks, like the sunset glow staining the clouds. She looked at his quiet, unconscious face and murmured softly, her tone filled with a hint of coquettishness, a hint of laziness, and a hint of indescribable intimacy. "You little rascal, are you trying so hard to use up every last bit of my strength? I almost can't breathe." Her voice became softer and softer, and her fingertips brushed the scattered hair on his forehead unintentionally, her movements as gentle as a breeze. Chapter 111, Inner Demon. The mood of emotion spreads out. Jiang Xiyu, or rather, the being that controlled her body, felt Shen Xinghe's body falling into a deep coma, and a glimmer of lingering desire flashed in her strange purple eyes. Slowly and with a lazy charm, she moved Shen Xinghe away from her amazingly elastic and slender thighs and let him lie flat on the rocky ground. She then slowly stood up and stretched her waist, which was a little stiff from maintaining the same posture for a long time. The movements were curvy and exquisite, with a thrilling temptation, but also revealed an evil charm that was completely different from Jiang Xiyu's original cold temperament. She yawned lazily, stretched out her delicate hands, and gently rubbed the non-existent sore corners of her eyes. Her voice was a little hoarse, perhaps because she yelled too much. "It's really tiring." But the next moment, an extremely satisfied smile bloomed on her beautiful face, and it seemed as if pink peach blossoms were burning in the depths of her purple eyes. But the harvest was unexpected. She chuckled softly, and casually clenched her white palm in the air. Buzz. A strange pink spiritual power spread out from her palm like ripples. The dust in the surrounding air was stained with an ambiguous luster. The artistic conception of this path of desire has reached a new level. It's truly an unexpected tonic. She licked her delicate lips, her purple eyes rolling. It finally fell on Jun Weishue, who was still unconscious and looked like a sleeping fairy. When she saw Jun Weishue, the smile on her face instantly turned cold, even with a deep sense of revengeful pleasure. She slowly leaned down, and her purple eyes swept across Jun Weishue's beautiful face at close range. She opened her 5 fingers slightly, and her fingertips with sharp nails slowly and frivolously brushed Jun Weishue's smooth forehead, tightly closed eyelids, straight nose, and finally the soft pale lips. A suppressed laugh escaped from the depths of her throat. "My dear original body," her voice was very low. "Jun Weishue, you certainly couldn't have imagined it, could you? Thousands of years ago, the inner demon that you spared no expense to expend your very essence to excise and annihilate is not only still alive." She paused slightly, her fingertips maliciously brushing across Jun Weishue's jawline, a morbid excitement flashing in her purple eyes. "Just now I was very intimate with your man." Her voice was filled with a lingering lewdness. "Tisk, the taste of your manhood is truly intoxicating, hot, masculine, and full of vitality. If it weren't for his spiritual power being exhausted and unable to withstand the conquest, I could have let him experience even more the realm of bliss." Her voice suddenly turned cold. "Humph. Just wait, everything you hold dear, your innocence, your man, your cultivation, everything you have, I will take it all away bit by bit." Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and a hint of doubt flashed in her purple eyes. "By the way, speaking of which." She stood up, stroked her smooth chin, and looked at the unconscious Jun Weishue. "In that great battle between immortals and demons 1,000 years ago, you and Yichen actually managed to survive that certain death. I am truly surprised. Look at your current level of cultivation. Tsk, after 1,000 years, you've made almost no progress." A hint of understanding and sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Could it be that he used some extremely costly forbidden secret method to barely save his life? Yes, it must be like this. It's really poor Jun Weishue. Just as she was immersed in the pleasure and speculation of revenge. Jiang Xiyu, trembled violently. A sharp pain came from her head. The light in those strange purple eyes began to flicker violently. "It shouldn't take too long to be out," she complained unwillingly, and her voice began to become intermittent. Finally, the rich, disturbing purple quickly faded from his eyes. After a few breaths, Jiang Shiyu's body softened slightly and she staggered. She subconsciously stretched out her right hand and pressed hard on her aching temple. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes were filled with confusion and a strong sense of dizziness, as if she had just struggled to wake up from a long and bizarre nightmare. She shook her head, trying to dispel the discomfort. Then, she suddenly noticed the changes in herself. A vast and powerful force, far beyond what she had before, was flowing through her meridians. In the Dantian Chi Si, a tiny prototype of a Dharma image similar to her original body is emitting a mysterious aura. This is Jiang Shiyu spread out her hands in disbelief. She felt the real power of the Dharma realm, her beautiful eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, filled with extreme shock and a hint of confused uneasiness. I broke through the Dharma realm? How could this happen? Could it be the soul within the jade seal that helped me break through? At this moment, a lazy female voice, slightly different from her original voice but still clearly perceptible, came out. That's right, you've broken through the Dharma realm. Jiang Shiyu's delicate body suddenly stiffened. Her face instantly turned pale. This voice. Oh, that's not right, the voice chuckled and corrected with a mischievous tone. It should be said that we have broken through to the Dharma realm. Where are you? Jiang Shiyu screamed in shock, and her spiritual power began to flow instinctively. Oh my, don't be so nervous, Xiao Shiyu, the voice in my mind was lazy. Don't worry, I'm currently peacefully staying deep within your sea of consciousness, busy concentrating our little Dharma images. I'm currently busy, and I won't harm your lovely essence. Then Jiang Shiyu was shocked and wanted to ask more. She interrupted with a long, impatient sigh. Don't ask. Just adapt to the Dharma realm. If you keep talking, be careful. Next time I come out, I won't just use your body, he. The laughter carried a hint of creepy threat, which made Jiang Shiyu shut her mouth instantly, and a chill rose from the bottom of her heart. She vaguely understood something, but didn't dare to think too deeply. Because she felt pain somewhere in her body. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and looked at Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishue, who were still unconscious beside her with complicated eyes. Then what should we do with the two of them? She whispered to herself. What should we do? The inner demon said with a sense of matter-of-factness. Of course we should take them back. Otherwise, what if they die? Don't worry, when I was having a great time just now, I had already erased the man's memory of the last time he was in the Lanhua secret realm. The voice had a hint of a malicious smile. And that woman who smelled my forget-me-not powder naturally has no memory of it. When they wake up, they'll only remember that you saved them from the disaster in the secret realm. Jiang Shiyu frowned, but their cultivation seems unfathomable if they find anything unusual after waking up. The inner demon sneered, based on my understanding of certain people, even if they feel something is wrong, they probably won't really lower their face to embarrass you, their lifesaver. What's more? The inner demon's voice was full of calculation and confidence. Even if they are truly blind, with Lanhua City's National Defense Formation and the Imperial Seal, I now have a 50% chance of success. If we could find a way to let them absorb a little more of the 9 netherworld chi, then my chances of winning are 100%. Chapter 112, 9 Netherworld Chi. Tian Dao Sect, Yuqing Hall. The silence in Yuqing Palace was so frightening. Su Yingli was dressed in a palace dress with flowing cloud-like sleeves, leaning lazily on the throne carved from 1,000-year-old warm jade. She has a graceful figure, with curves faintly visible under her loose palace dress. A slender jade hand supported the slightly tilted head, the hair was slightly messy, and a few strands of black hair hung down in front of the smooth forehead. Beneath the skirt, 2 straight, slender, jade-white legs were swaying lightly and nonchalantly, bored. Her autumn water eyes stared blankly at the misty cloud patterns on the temple ceiling, and her beautiful face was filled with an inextricable boredom and a barely perceptible complaint. All kinds of thoughts flashed through my mind, and finally they all came together into 2 words: boring. And the feeling of emptiness without that special person around. Alas, a long sigh filled with strong anger and helplessness came out from the bright red sandalwood mouth. She sat up straight abruptly, her previous laziness instantly replaced by a nameless anger, and her brows furrowed slightly. Traitor, she spat in a low voice, with a hint of coquettishness that she herself was not even aware of. Why is it that the shadow of this traitor who killed his ancestors is constantly in my mind? His ghost won't go away. Before she finished speaking, she was stunned. Then, an alluring blush quickly and uncontrollably climbed up her fair cheeks, and even her delicate earlobes were dyed crimson. Those beautiful eyes that were always cold and majestic among the sect's disciples were now filled with watery shame and panic. Oh! No, she shook her head vigorously as if she was scalded, as if this could get rid of the shadow of the traitor Shen Xinghe. I think about this traitor every day. It's killing me. I have no time to concentrate on my cultivation. My cultivation is almost stagnant. She subconsciously stretched out her slightly cool hand and gently stroked her still flat belly, where she could vaguely sense two kinds of vitality. This action made the blush on her face even more intense, almost to the point of bleeding. Besides, her voice became even lower, like the buzzing of an ant, filled with unspeakable shyness. How could he be like that, letting someone else and then not coming back, leaving me alone to be alone in my empty room? Having said this, she was so embarrassed that she suddenly covered her burning cheeks with both hands, and her slender shoulders trembled slightly. Oh my! Suingli, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't think about it anymore. Don't think about that traitorous disciple anymore. Absolutely not. However, the words scolding her were still echoing in the hall, and her hand that was covering her cheek unconsciously and very gently slid down again, covering her lower abdomen with an incredible tenderness. There, a little life is quietly growing, connected to her and him by blood. A trace of extremely complex emotions, shame, sweetness, grievance, and expectation intertwined and flowed in her eyes. Tiandao sect, Shen Xinghe's residence. The moonlight is like water, flowing quietly in the silent courtyard. Shen Xinghe, dressed in white, looked like a fairy under the moon as she quietly pushed open the door that had not been opened for a long time. The furnishings in the house are still simple, just like before, with a strange chicken and a book called How to Become an Idol Producer. She walked in slowly, her fingertips trembling imperceptibly as she gently brushed across the cold tabletop, the unused tea set, and the edge of the bed that seemed to still carry his body temperature. Every movement was extremely gentle. The cool, bright moonlight filtered through the window lattice, casting a hazy glow around her, but it could not illuminate the loneliness and longing hidden deep in her eyes. If I don't say goodbye this time, I don't know when we will meet again, she whispered softly, her voice ethereal and filled with unremovable sadness. She walked to the window and looked up at the lonely bright moon in the sky. I know the pain in your heart and the difficulties on your journey, her voice was gentle but firm. I only wish that you will have a smooth journey ahead, be immune to all calamities, and never suffer any pain. Under the moonlight, her clear eyes reflected countless stars and were filled with unrepentant waiting. Xinghe will always be waiting for you in Tiandao sect. Until my lifespan ends, my love for you will never waver. Lanyue Kingdom, Lanyue Imperial City. Shen Xinghe and Jun Weishue were placed in a quiet side hall in the Imperial City, still unconscious. Jiang Shiyu dismissed her attendants and stood alone beside the bed, sizing up the two of them with her deep eyes. Soon, she keenly noticed something strange. There were faint purple-black lines under the skin of the two people. It exuded an imperceptible but extremely stubborn aura of the Nine Netherworld, but this aura did not erode their vitality. Instead, it was like a parasite. She frowned slightly and thought to herself, why is this? The Nine Netherworld chi can't erode them. Instantly, that lazy voice sounded in her sea of consciousness, with a hint of playfulness. Haha, Xiao Shiyu. The reason is very simple. They both are one in a million special spiritual bodies. The Nine Nether chi is like a poison to others, but for them it's just a stomachache at best. It sticks around, but it's hard to hurt the root, and it's also hard to detect. The inner demon's voice paused, with a hint of excitement. However, it is precisely because of their physical constitution, coupled with the Nine Nether chi that is like a maggot attached to their bones humph, my absolute spirit domain can be fully exerted. Jiang Shiyu's eyes flickered, and she understood, so she didn't ask any more questions. She checked carefully and confirmed that the two were not seriously injured. She ordered the palace maids to take good care of them and then turned and left the side hall. Passing through the numerous palace corridors, she returned to the imperial palace, which symbolized Lan Yu's supreme power. The palace was filled with extreme luxury. The tall dome was inlaid with night-shining pearls, making it as bright as day. Huge golden pillars with coiled dragons support the temple, and the ground is paved with shiny jade tiles. Everywhere you look, you can see the noble bright yellow as the main color, supplemented by vermilion and gilded decorations, which demonstrate the royal majesty and supreme power everywhere. At the deepest part of the hall, above the ninth step, is a huge dragon throne made of pure gold and carved with 9 lifelike 5-clawed golden dragons. The dragon throne had hideous armrests and a towering backrest, and on top of the backrest was inlaid a gem the size of a pigeon egg that emitted a hazy red glow. Zhang Xiyu slowly stepped onto the scarlet carpeted steps, her tasseled long skirt trailing on the ground and her figure swaying. When she came to the dragon throne, she turned around suddenly, her wide sleeves drew a graceful arc, and then she sat down in a casual manner. She did not sit upright, but leaned back casually, with one of her long, straight legs wrapped in luxurious silk elegantly placed over the other leg, and crossed her legs. This slightly lazy yet dignified posture made her long legs, white and eye-catching against the backdrop of the bright yellow dragon chair, with perfect curves, become the most striking scenery in this solemn hall. Trivia: the 9 netherworld chi is easily absorbed by people with special physiques. Chapter 113 Finale. The long river of time has flowed for thousands of years. The young man who always had a sly smile on his face has now stepped on countless corpses and reached the pinnacle of the divine realm. In the 9th heaven, the divine palace is magnificent and surrounded by laws. Shen Xinghe was wearing a black robe, standing on the clouds, looking down at billions of stars. He was still handsome, but he had long lost the vigor and unruliness of his youth. His features were filled with the depth and majesty left by thousands of years of battles and time. "I want to buy some osmanthus flowers and put them in the wine, but it doesn't feel like the days when I was young," he muttered in a low voice, with an imperceptible trace of emotion in his eyes. Those burning thoughts and those past events that turned to ashes have long been integrated into his Tao, creating the chief of the gods today. Gods and demons tremble at the mere mention of his name, and heaven and earth shake at his mere thought. Along the way, from the human world to the upper world, from the upper world to the divine world, across all the heavens and worlds, the battle never stopped. What he pursued had already gone beyond the initial fragments of destiny. As the saying goes, one general's success is built on the sacrifices of thousands of men. Countless self-proclaimed sons of destiny, darlings of fortune, countless demonic giants who dominated a region, ultimately became stepping stones for him to reach the top. Thousands of years of blood and fire have already polished him into a qualified, even perfect, destined villain. In the end, he not only gathered all the fragments, but also single-handedly trampled under his feet the destiny that was high above and manipulating all living beings. The established rules were broken, and from then on, there was no longer any such thing as destiny between heaven and earth. Only when all things competed did true fairness come to fruition. But the supreme throne is not alone. Behind him is a lively, warm home that often gives him headaches. He and his master Suingli have a pair of twin daughters. The eldest daughter, Shen Xinghe, had completely inherited her mother's cold and aloof temperament. Her eyes were like cold stars, and her manners were elegant. At such a young age, she was already a famous ice goddess in the divine world. Only when she looked at her father would a hint of dependence slip into her eyes. The youngest daughter, Shen Xinghe, is a natural happy person. She is quirky, has a sweet smile, and is so adorable that people can't resist her. She has inherited Suingli's unparalleled beauty and is a little darling that everyone in the god realm loves. He and Shen Xinghe, who was waiting for him lovingly, had a son named Shen Xinghe. This kid completely inherited his father's succubus physique. He is handsome and almost weird. His personality is even more mischievous than his father's. He is mischievous and lawless. He is a little devil that everyone in the god realm is troubled by, but it is impossible to hate him. He and Xiaobai, the 9-tailed fox, have a daughter. The little girl was born with 9 tails and inherited her mother's bloodline and appearance. She was already stunningly beautiful at a young age. To outsiders, she is a noble and cold little goddess, but in front of her family, especially Shen Xinghe, she will show her furry fox ears and tail, act coquettishly and cutely, and is extremely adorable. He and Queen Lanyue Zhang Xiyu have a son. This child was born with the appearance of an emperor. He was surrounded by a faint royal aura. He was handsome and tall, with a calm and intelligent personality. His eyes were full of majesty, just like a king who was born to rule the world. He and Jun Weishua have a daughter. The girl inherited her mother's icy and snowy feeling, with a delicate and small face, big eyes, delicate facial features, and white hair like Jun Weishua. Other heroines. Although these children have completely different personalities, they all have one thing in common: they have an almost fanatical love and dependence on their awe-inspiring father, Shen Xinghe. And their mothers, well, time has not made them less beautiful, but has added an even more touching charm. Of course, it did not reduce the little jealousy between them. Shen Xinghe always has a special feeling for Su Yingli, so he mostly stays in Su Yingli's Yingli temple at night. But how could this kind of exclusive favor be hidden from the other cunning women? Therefore, strange spectacles often appeared at the top of the god realm. Several goddesses with peerless beauty and high cultivation would instantly change from smiling to as cold as ice just because someone sat closer to Shen Xinghe at a party, or just because Shen Xinghe looked at someone a little longer today. Then, without saying a word, they would turn into several streams of light and rush straight to the highest Luandao peak in the god realm, turning the world upside down. Whenever this happens, our chief of the gods, Shen Xinghe, usually just hides in the temple. However, the devil is always one step ahead of you. Several goddesses learned a set of exquisite joint attack secret techniques from somewhere. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep and they wanted to do something, they would work together to set up restrictions to temporarily block Shen Xinghe's extraordinary cultivation. Even though Shen Xinghe had fought countless battles and cracked countless magical powers over the past 1,000 years, he still couldn't do anything about this technique. It was as if he was born to be completely restrained by it. The worst time was when he returned from outside the divine realm after 100 years. When he came back, he managed to coax some resentful ladies into smiling faces with his eloquent mouth and the countless treasures he had carefully prepared. However, when night falls, that is when the real nightmare begins. That night, his original body and his 3 clones had their cultivation instantly sealed under the gentle gaze of the 4 ladies. Then they were pulled into 4 bedrooms respectively. A whole month. A whole month. The gates of the shrine were tightly closed, and no one knew what was happening inside. All we know is that a month later, Shen Xinghe, the mighty leader of the gods, walked out, holding his waist, his steps weak, dark circles under his eyes, and a look of despair on his face. The various tortures during that period could not be told to outsiders, and only left Shen Xinghe with deep memories that he could not bear to look back on. Since then, Shen Xinghe has learned his lesson and tried his best to treat everyone equally, although he still prefers Su Yingli, and a delicate and dynamic balance has been achieved within the family. They lived in this way, in an atmosphere of quarrels, jealousy, but also a particularly warm atmosphere. Their life seemed chaotic, but in fact it was a happy life that all the gods envied. End of book.